Good morning, Teddy House.
I don't remember how to do this. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Happy New Year. Hope everybody had a safe and fun holiday. Warren gets the belt. Warren gets the first belt of 2025. Congratulations, Warren. That's big time. Yeah, salute to the Chatty House after party. Good work, y'all. I need to send a tweet.
Good morning. Oh, that's not good. Loud noises. Loud noises. Oh, I don't need that there. Where are we? Where are we? Quote tweet. Boom, 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 boom.
Oh, we're so back. I don't remember how to do this. A lot of buttons I got to push. I got to get that turned down. I got to get those turned on. There we go. Hey, welcome in, everybody. He's James. I'm Kyle. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're the Insiders. We are here every single day at 10 a.m. A long break.
Well, it was for some people. I don't think I really had a break, Kyle.
Yeah, man. It's it's part of the writing game. Long break from the radio side though. But even still, we were jumping on. I was in the middle of a vacation down in Southern California. Had to leave what I was doing to jump on with you and D'Lo and KC after the Kings fired Mike Brown. We did another show last Monday, getting ready for the Doug Christie era. And now we're back. We're back on our normal schedule.
Back on the air.
10 a.m. to noon, right here on ESPN 1320. Salute everybody who is joining us on the radio, everybody on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate you all. If you are watching on YouTube and Twitch, please subscribe, thumbs ups, notification bells, all that jazz. We would appreciate the heck out of it. Good morning, everybody. It feels like we were gone for 6 months. So much happened.
Yeah, this is always one of those crazy times when, because I've been through this so many times, Kyle, that it's a whirlwind. It all blends in together. Since we last had a show on the radio, the Kings lost to Detroit. They lost to the Lakers. No, they won. Yeah, they won against Dallas. They won against Philly. They fired their head coach. Like it's been absolutely bonkers nonstop. So. I would like to tell you that this is like we all got a good bit of downtime and everything's good, but no, this has been one of those crazy stretches that just never ends, and it's tough.
So you mentioned it. Let's just get this out of the way first. The Kings fired Mike Brown. If you missed it, FYI, we've gotten some opportunity to process this and see what the first couple of games of Doug Christie as the Kings interim head coach looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to make sure I'm articulating this properly because I've when you see that the Kings fired Mike Brown,
mm-hmm.
there's that like initial gut reaction. I didn't think it was the right move in a vacuum. I thought the Kings had more flaws that went beyond their head coach.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, we've talked about this. We talked about it on our various live streams. But they needed to do something, and that was the move to make. Like they needed to do something different. And now that we've seen 3 games of the Kings under a different head coach,
mm-hmm.
I think you see last night's game was a perfect example. Like they're playing with a different energy. Whatever the coaching staff is now saying, whatever Doug Christie is now saying, however he's approaching it, is hitting this group of players differently. So Did I think firing Mike Brown? Did I think did I think Mike Brown deserved to be fired? No. I don't think he's a bad coach. But when you've seen the 3 games since, the Kings are still, I think, flawed roster wise. And I think that's something that Wes Wilcox and Monty McNair need to figure out ASAP. And we'll talk about that. But seeing how they've responded to Doug Christie, to me, shows why, like, hey, you know what? Whether Mike Brown was doing a bad job as the coach or not, they had to make that move.
No, I totally agree. So, I've watched this play out so many times, and we always talk about this really weird thing, this like idea of letting go of the rope, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that there's this thing that people always talk about is called losing the locker room, right?
Yep.
And I think there's such a misconception about what losing the locker room looks like. I think you can have moments where clearly guys have lost the locker room, where there are groups of players sitting there talking to each other after a game, and you're like, oh, this is bad, and little factions start to form and all that stuff. But losing the locker room doesn't mean like you walk in and everyone's got like a, fire the coach shirt on, or this is horrible, and all they do is talk about how horrible it is. It's not typically what it is. What happens is you're watching a game and you see a team stop playing hard.
Yep.
And then you watch the next game and they get to a certain moment in the game where things get tough and they quit again. They let go of the rope. They you think you're playing tug of war. They let go of the rope and they fall.
Yeah.
Right. And so the whole time you're watching this play out. And in all honesty, for whatever reason, whatever happened here, they stopped listening. They stopped performing for Mike Brown. And that's unfortunately where we got to. Yep. And I really like Mike. I like him as a person. I think Mike's an excellent head coach. This is a guy that took you from 30 wins to 48 and snapped a 16 season, 17-year playoff drought.
Yep.
He's the guy.
Yep.
But just like so many other coaches before, and maybe that's part of the problem. Part of the problem is Sacramento Kings know that they can just let go of the rope and they'll fire their coach.
Yep.
And like I don't know how many I know this is my 10th head coach in 15 years. And so I'm used to it. I saw it coming.
Sure.
And I started hearing about it, like we talked about it on the show last week before we went on our hiatus.
Yeah.
Like after the Indiana game, there were very, very palpable rumors behind the scenes, that
loud whispers
that it was coming, that this is happening, right? And then it kind of cooled off, and then all of a sudden they lose to Detroit in such dramatic fashion. Mike went out and lambasted De'Aaron Fox, which again, I whatever he wants to do as a head coach, that's on him.
He treated that Pistons post game like he knew he was out.
He certainly went in and okay. So we talked about this, like Mike did something that I thought was really, really interesting. And, I'll use Kenny's cable here. He, during a pregame, he reached into the at the end of the microphone, there's an XLR cable, like this guy right here. He reached and that XLR cable goes down through a tablecloth and then it hides underneath. So Mike pulled up a bunch of it and he made a loop in it like this. And he had the loop on the table and he said, I need to know, are you in with both feet? Are you in the loop? Are you in or are you out? And he was talking in general terms about his entire team. But I think the problem is when you make that display, and I agree with him saying, are you in 2 feet in? Because if you're 2 feet in, we can fight together. If you're 1 foot in, 1 foot out, you're not fully in.
Yeah.
In all honesty, if 1 foot's out, you're out.
Right.
So I need to know, are you in or are you out? And then when your team goes out and plays, like some of them are out, then it's over.
Yep.
And I, what Mike did there was like, it was a very clear, like visual of whether you're in or you're out. And when everybody watched the game, it's like, okay, you're not in it.
Yeah, man. Watching the way that Detroit game ended was like, oh, they're done. They're done with him.
Yeah.
That was it. I don't know how you watched that and came away with any other conclusion.
It's super tough because, I don't know if players understand this, but like I'll relate it to like coaching soccer, right?
Mhm.
When you're coaching some kids and you watch somebody who's not running full speed and they go down and you're yelling at them, come on, you got to move faster, you got to move faster.
Sure.
And they come over, man, I was trying my hardest, coach. And it's like, no, you weren't.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
I've seen you trying your
I've seen you run faster. I know you can run faster.
Right.
You didn't run as fast as, so I'm not sure what you're looking at, what you think I'm looking at, but what I looked at is somebody who wasn't running fast enough. And that's what you saw. You saw a team that had stopped moving at the same pace for their coach, that had
Right.
they had stopped. I don't want to say stop caring, but the problem I always have is if you're quitting on a coach, you're quitting on yourself and you're quitting on your teammates.
Mhm.
And that's it. Like as a team, you're quitting.
Yeah, there's a collective, whether it's outspoken or not.
Mm-hmm.
There's a collective looking around the proverbial room and going, we're not going to the playoffs. We're not winning a championship. So like,
this is not good.
You're not going to go try quad. It's like a preseason game. You guys aren't going 100% in the preseason. They're kind of going through the motions. That's what the Kings were doing. Mm-hmm. That's how De'Aaron Fox loses Jaden Ivey, because he's just going through the motions.
That one, very specifically, was one person losing focus.
Mm-hmm.
But the one person losing focus is the guy that can't lose focus.
Yeah, but on that specific play for sure.
Yeah.
But there were so many other instances throughout that game where you're smoking a lead to a not very good Pistons team. I know we joke about my Pistons. They're my Pistons because I thought, hey, they'll win more than 26.5 games.
Yeah.
I didn't think they were going to be good. So that was a bad Pistons team that you need to close out. And the fact they didn't, it's because on a play here and a play there and then another play there and another play there were guys not focusing, not moving at 100%, not being where they needed to be offensively or defensively, not fighting through a screen, whatever. It's just these little things that happen. The margins of error are so small in the NBA. And when players aren't, for whatever reason, maybe they're giving 95%. But that extra 5% is the difference between contesting that three and it being an open three. And that is why throughout that collapse against Detroit, culminating in the De'Aaron Fox foul on Jaden Ivey,
yes,
you could just see it happening. As that lead, what was it, 14 points?
Something like that.
As their lead went from whatever it was down to 10, down to 7, down to 5, is like, oh, they just got they're not going to answer this.
I think we were all kind of looking at each other in the media and like, they're not going to lose this game, are they? And you knew it like when it was like at 14 and it got to 12 and you're like, they aren't going to lose this one, are they? Yeah. Like, really? And you saw it start to unfold in like slow motion. And I know it's one of those nights where like I do 6 quick thoughts, right? And I had written my 6 quick thoughts and I had a lead of the Kings winning. And, then they didn't. And then so I changed the lead and I changed a couple of things throughout the 6 quick thoughts. But I'm on a time crunch. I've got to get this thing out and run down to go interview the coaches and stuff. And so they came across as too positive because they had won the game and then they didn't. And so you're really frustrated, like what exactly is happening here. But again, I've been through this too many times. We do have All-Star game.
Yeah, I saw that. Small amount of breaking news. Our first fan voting is in. The results of the fan voting are in the first results, I should say. Fan vote, of course, accounts for 50% of a player's all-star nod. 25% goes to NBA players, and a media panel accounts for the other 25%. That's according to our buddy Mark Spears from Anscape. So the first NBA All-Star fan voting in the front court in the West, Nikola Jokic, number 1. Kevin Durant 2, LeBron James 3. Those are your top 3 fan vote getters. We probably could have guessed that.
Yeah, I think we could probably guess your 5.
Yeah, Anthony Davis 4, Victor Wembanyama 5.
Okay.
Number 6, Alperen Şengün. Excuse me.
Which Şengün has played extremely well, and yeah, and he's on the second best team in the Western Conference right now.
Yep. Okay. Next up for Oklahoma City, Jalen Williams.
Had a great season so far. He's been
as
very
a front
good.
Court guy though.
He's not a guard.
Interesting.
Yeah. So you only have guards in front court.
Andrew Wiggins, of course, comes in at number 8.
Oh, of course.
One spot ahead of Domantas Sabonis.
Domantas Sabonis at number 9, behind Andrew Wiggins. Like in all honesty, I'm putting Sabonis number 6 in this just because Sabonis had an incredible season.
Yeah, I think that's probably about right.
He's been better than Alper and Şengün, but again, Şengün plays out a better team.
Yeah, Jalen Williams has been awesome as well.
Mm-hmm.
Man.
And then we round out with Jaren Jackson Jr., our favorite.
We love Triple J. Most fraudulent player in the league.
Yeah.
That's what's happened in the front court. Domantas Sabonis in the first fan voting comes in at number 9. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander leads the Western Conference guards.
Mm-hmm.
Luka Doncic 2, Steph Curry 3, Kyrie Irving 4. Dallas having 2 of the top 4 players is crazy. Minnesota Anthony Edwards is 5. James Harden 6. Ja Morant 7. Then De'Aaron Fox at number 8, ahead of Devin Booker and Norman Powell.
You know what they should do if people want to give De'Aaron Fox a solid? Every time there's an NBA trade rumor with De'Aaron Fox's name in it, just put hashtag All-Star, and he'll actually
really smart.
Jump all the way up to the top of the list within like 3 days.
Yeah, no, that's a great call. That's a really good idea. Surprisingly, Andrew Wiggins being ahead of Domantas Sabonis is not the most egregious thing I'm looking at in the fan voting.
Oh,
and that has nothing to do with my thoughts about either player.
Okay,
but we have in the East. Can run down the Eastern Conference real quick and see if you can tell what I'm looking at. I'll give you a hint. It's in the guards.
Yeah.
Where LaMelo Ball is number 1.
Okay.
Donovan Mitchell 2. You found it.
Yeah.
Damian Lillard 3. All right. Jalen Brunson 4. Trae Young 5. Trae Young having a really nice year.
Oh no, number 8.
Yeah. No, hang on. Let me get there.
No.
We got Cade Cunningham 6. Tyrese Maxey 7. At number 8, our guy Jordan Poole. Ahead of Tyler Hero and Derek White. Jordan Poole is having himself a fine little year. Ahead of Derek White. We're talking all-star caliber players. That's what we're doing.
And actually, I'm going to bring it up because it's in the chat right here.
Please.
Also, from Secure and Monty firing, no Tyrese Halliburton in the top 10 in the Eastern Conference.
Well,
wow.
What are you going to do? Jordan Poole this year, by the way, shooting 41% from 3, 43% from the field. The 41% from 3 is a career high. He's scoring a career high 21.7 a night. 4.9 assists, also a career high. They're not having a bad year.
Except for his team has 3 wins, 2 wins, 5.
6. They won again last night.
Oh my gosh. They're rolling.
Yeah, man. Watch out for our Washington Wizards. Yeah, they beat the Bulls by 18.
I'm not claiming our Washington Wizards, but that's okay.
That's fine. So that's what's going on in the look. Here's my thing, because Pro Bowl rosters were announced today too. The 49ers had 4 players: Nick Bosa, George Kittle, Kyle Juszczyk, and Fred Warner. I know that we always say like, wow, this guy was an X-time all-star. To me, it's meaningless when fan voting has this much to do with it. 50%. And I get that's what the league wants. They want the players that fans want to see.
Mm-hmm.
They want to give fans an outsized amount of the say in who plays in the game, because they want people tuning in to see their favorite players. I get it. But if we're going to do that, then I'm not citing all-stars as a career feat anymore.
Okay, so the NFL is one thing. The NBA, it's 24 players. It's not like 300 players, and everybody has made an all-star team. And
Mac Jones was a Pro Bowler.
Yeah. It gets a little weird when players opt out. Like at the NBA All-Star Weekend, it is usually like some of the best of the best. There's usually 1 or 2 snubs. They typically play for the Sacramento Kings that get snubbed. It's just like the reality of the situation. De'Aaron Fox is number 8 in voting. He's probably number 7 right now in the NBA in points per game. But his team isn't very good. His team is still struggling and all that stuff. But I think it's tough to compare like even Major League Baseball, because baseball allows every team has to be represented.
Yep.
And that to me is fraudulent, because, like, God bless Brent Rooker, but like if you're not an all-star, you're not an all-star. That's the way it should be. And that's not a dig on him, because I think he's a perfectly good player. But there are much better players out there that are doing things that don't get in just because they have to, basically fill some sort of weird Major League Baseball quota.
Yeah.
So it's odd.
Anyways, that's where NBA fan voting is with All-Star fan voting is. Next update comes a week from today. So we will check back in then.
Yeah.
Hashtag All-Star De'Aaron Fox trade rumors.
Yeah. Every time you see a trade rumor, just hashtag it De'Aaron Fox and then hashtag NBA All-Star. Yeah.
I want to get into the Kings win last night because I thought it was really interesting. But Sam Amick of The Athletic dropped a really interesting piece today. In The Athletic, obviously. Encourage everybody to go check it out. More or less, the point of Sam's piece, I was kind of expecting the postmortem on Mike Brown and the Mike Brown era.
Yeah.
Because that's Sam's bag.
That he is the elite postmortem writer in the league.
Yeah.
Like breaking down how something happened, whether it's a trade or a firing. But for some reason, I don't think he was given like the behind the scenes as much.
There's not a lot in here from like a new info breaking news standpoint. But it's really interesting how Sam frames Mike Brown's firing versus how it's been framed publicly. He basically says De'Aaron Fox had nothing to do with Mike Brown's firing, which I think anybody with half a brain assumed.
Yeah, but I think the way that the Pistons game played out, the way that Mike went at De'Aaron, it lent itself to people who are on the outside who don't get it, who aren't paying attention, to point fingers at De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah.
And like, look, I've known De'Aaron since he was 19 years old. De'Aaron is not the type of guy, if he has a problem, he will say it. But he's also not the type of guy who would walk into a general manager's office or call an owner and say, I want him gone now. That's not, and De'Aaron has always been a player that wants to be held accountable, that wants to be coached hard. That is who he is. It's how he was raised as a basketball player. He wants that type of like noise. And Mike Brown was supplying plenty of that, especially after De'Aaron's mistake. And so look, De'Aaron did not go. Everything I've heard, he did not go to ownership and say something.
Not to mention, just real quick to add on to everything you just said, De'Aaron's representation with Clutch had met with the Kings not long before that game.
Yes.
Adding more fuel to the fire.
Well, that, and they did not meet with the organization to discuss Mike Brown's future.
Right.
They met with the organization to discuss the lack of talent.
Right.
And the direction of the team moving forward and whether or not they were going to go get a player to help De'Aaron Fox out so De'Aaron Fox can make the All-Star team and De'Aaron Fox can make All-NBA so De'Aaron Fox can get his money. And like, look, that's what they were there for, to push the organization forward and say, hey, I don't know, I've been listening to Kyle and James for the last year and a half, and they keep saying that your team lacks athleticism, length, and physicality and size at the 3 and the 4. Can you please go get that? I mean, it's the same exact thing that everybody's been saying.
Right. It wasn't new.
No. But it means more because it's Rich Paul.
I did find this interesting, though.
Okay.
This has been framed publicly as Monty McNair's decision. Okay. Monty McNair was the guy.
Yeah, I've heard Monty's name like written so many times that it's like sleeping on a textbook at this point, like trying to get osmosis. It's Monty's fault. It's Monty's fault. Yeah.
Sam Amick in The Athletic writes, and I'm just going to quote it here. Says, Fox has defended himself on X in an interview with ESPN. League sources confirmed his stance, with Brown himself known to believe that Fox had nothing to do with the decision and that Vivek Ranadive was the driving force behind it. That's interesting.
Key Michael Malone music.
Yes.
I mean...
And every other coach who spoke out on behalf of Mike Brown. And that's why when this got framed as a front office decision, Monty McNair's... let me a Monty McNair decision specifically.
Mhm.
I couldn't fathom that Monty McNair woke up and said, "Hey, you know what? I want to fire Mike Brown," and made the calls, and that was just signed off on.
Okay, so
Because Monty, I don't. That always stunk to me.
well, no, like, look, Kyle, nobody is firing somebody that's owed $25 million without approval of the ownership group. Nobody is doing that.
But framing it as the driving force is the thing that jumps out to me there.
Yeah.
Like, not just that it got signed off on, but that was an edict from ownership that came down like, hey, you got to go make this happen.
Yeah.
Or we're going to make this happen, or whatever it was.
Well, I think the biggest issue that we've had so far, just so people are totally transparent,
Please,
is that the Kings were now 7 days in to the firing. The Kings have yet to hold a press conference. Monty McNair has yet to hold a press conference and discuss this directly. And for whatever reason, there's this idea out there that people in Sacramento don't ask difficult questions in press conferences. We ask all kinds of difficult questions. I don't know.
Not loud about it.
Yeah, we just like aren't sitting there like yelling and screaming at somebody, which is what fans now want. They want us to like walk into a room and, you know, you can't handle the truth and start yelling and berating somebody. That's not like asking a difficult question.
Though.
But there hasn't been
question at
a press conference. So I would like to tell you that we will hold Monty McNair accountable for whatever happened here and ask him the tough questions. The problem is we have not been afforded that luxury, which, again, this is my 10th head coach in 15 years covering this team. Every other time there has been somebody who steps up and explains why they fired a coach. That's it. That's what you do. When you fire a head coach, you discuss why you fired a head coach with the media. And I know the Kings are working feverishly right now to try to make trades. I do. I know they are.
We'll discuss that.
But the fact is that what you can't do is make a trade really quick and then think that you'll hold a press conference for a trade and that you're going to bring in some new guy. There's some new guy's going to be sitting up there with Monty McNair. And then things are going to get really, really awkward. Because whether it's Cam Johnson or it's Kyle Kuzma or whoever, they're going to have to sit there while one question after another rolls in to Monty McNair about the firing of Mike Brown and why there wasn't a press conference, why they didn't make a trade like this. It could have possibly helped Mike and saved his path in Sacramento. It's going to be the topic because you didn't have a press conference. It's pretty basic. It's not confusing.
The questions that you and people who cover the team have, I don't even cover the team on a daily basis. I have them. People who are around the team and cover the team are not going away. Nobody's going to magically go, you know what? Don't really care how the Mike Brown thing went down anymore. Especially since it went down in such a ham-fisted way. It went down in the, no disrespect to hams, but it went down in the runs practice, does media, drives to the airport, gets called on the way to the airport. Like that whole thing going down that way only makes it worse. These questions aren't going to go away. And you said it perfectly. There's going to be some trade at some point, whether it's Cam Johnson, Kyle Kuzma, or Kessler Edwards. There's going to be some trade at some point, and that player is going to be introduced to Sacramento media with Monty McNair. And that's going to be question number 1, 2, 3, 4, however many it takes.
No, I mean,
I just don't understand it, man. It's
baffling. Well, that and I think people need to understand this too. Like people like Sam, people like me, people like Sean. We have so many things that we're not putting out there because like being able to put it out there with 100% viability is very difficult. Like putting yourself out there on a ledge, and we're respectful and responsible journalists. That's what we're doing. So there's a lot of things that we know, but that's why you put a general manager up there so we can ask the questions that we know, so they can give the answers to the questions that we have on the record. That's it.
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Alas, we're not getting that.
No.
We'll talk about the Kings' win last night. We'll talk about trades coming up. Keon Ellis didn't know who Doug Christie was. That's kind of nuts. 49ers injury stuff, college football playoff. Tons to get into here on a Thursday. Caller, Don, I see you on the line. Hang in there. We will get to you as well. It's the Elk Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you'd like to join the program, we'd love to hear from you. I know a lot of people have thoughts. We'll get into all of it next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
Hello, everybody. Let's see. Like, Scooter, I get what you're saying, but that doesn't, you still have to have the press conference. You do. Like, in all honesty, like, you have to come to a conclusion with one thing before you start another. And, if not, it's disrespectful for everyone involved. And at this point, like, I don't believe we're going to have a press conference, and that's their decision. But that's still, like, again, I've been through this too many times. I don't know. What you can't do is to go put your general manager on a radio friendly, a franchise friendly radio station and have him answer prepackaged questions and think that that's going to be enough, because we've seen that one too. Yeah, I would just say, like, again, when you've covered so many of these things, you're just looking around like, hey, like, this is we've never seen anything like this. And they're like, oh, well, maybe ask this person. Like, man, whatever. Okay, Sass, this is completely wrong. A press conference is not to satisfy the media. A press conference is to show the fans that your representation in the room, which is the media, is asking the right questions and asking what you as a fan would like to know. It has nothing to do with satisfying me, because I know, like, I'm not going to go through my list of things that I know about this situation, but I know enough of this situation that I'm completely satisfied, Sass. But as fans should, like, want to know what exactly happened here. And they should also want the person who is being put forth as a representative of the Kings to answer the questions that should be answered. They should want that. Like, you can't ask us to hold somebody accountable when we can't hold someone accountable because they don't actually come out and hang out. So Frank Anwar, I don't know if you noticed, but there's like a gigantic man named Andre Drummond that was standing out there, and Jay Crowder and Isaac Jones had no chance to stop Andre Drummond, and that's a lot of the reason why they didn't play. Monty's not being blamed. Monty is the one who put out a statement that said he fired Mike Brown. Raymond. Like, I'm not blaming Monty. Like, they make these decisions as a group, but, like, Monty is the one who is being put forth as the guy who made this decision.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
That's James. I'm Kyle. Still no press conference after Mike Brown's firing. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you'd like to join the program, we'd love to hear from you today in the wake of a 113-107 win for the Sacramento Kings over the Philadelphia 76ers. We've talked a lot about the Mike Brown firing, the way it's been handled by the Kings. James, real quick, before we move on here, I want to get to our caller.
Yeah.
And then I want to kind of spin this forward and take a look at what the Kings have looked like since Mike Brown's firing. Don, you are on the Insiders with Kyle and James. What's up?
Happy New Year's, fellas. It's Big E.
What up, Big E?
What's up, guys? Going back to Doug Christie, ever since his radio days, I've always been curious to see him as a head coach. If we're talking NBA 2K terms, I would give the man an A+ for his basketball IQ. I don't know if the timing was right for the hiring, but the time is now.
Right on. Thanks, Big E. Appreciate you.
I agree.
Yeah, man. Like last night, look, while I was not a proponent of firing Mike Brown, I did think it was something that had to happen after that Detroit game, and we talked about why. But last night's game is a perfect example to me. I think if they played that game last week while Mike Brown was the head coach, I think they lose. And probably lose comfortably. The way they locked in last night, especially down the stretch, was it 15-0 run to close the game? 15-0?
Yeah.
The 76ers scored 0 points down the last, was that 4.5, 5 minutes?
I think there was like 3:39. I think they called a timeout, and Doug said, "Hey, I need you to get 3 stops in a row. Mm-hmm. I need you to get 3 stops in a row right now." Mm-hmm. The 76ers never scored again.
Yep. They got it to 107. Tyrese Maxey hit a layup, with 3.5 minutes left to make it 107-98. And that was their last points.
Mm-hmm.
It was such an impressive defensive performance specifically down the stretch that I just don't think they were getting with Mike Brown. For whatever reason.
Yeah.
Whether it was the rotations, whether it was the way they're telling them to guard, whether it was the energy. I'm not a player on the team. I don't know specifically what it was, and I don't want to prescribe a reason. But I don't think they get that performance that they got last night if Mike Brown is a coach.
No, I think you're right. And I'm going to point out a couple of things. Number one, Doug Christie's rotations looked very, very similar to Mike Brown's rotations. Mm-hmm. The one thing that Doug has done the first 3 games as he's put Alex Len in the game early, mm-hmm. And then not gone back to Alex Len in the second half. So he's trying to get the size on the court that people have been like clamoring for, right? I think he's switched up a couple of rotational pieces where it used to be that he would go with Keegan Murray and De'Aaron Fox to the bench at the 6-minute mark and leave a trio of Monk, Domas, and DeMar on the court together. He's changed that to Monk, Domas, and Keegan, mm-hmm. and then come back with De'Aaron Fox and DeMar DeRozan as his 2 off the bench, mm-hmm. right? So he's made some subtle changes. But when I look at the box score from last night, Doug McDermott plays 9 minutes, goes 0 of 2 from the field. That looks exactly like things that Mike Brown tried. Kevin Huerter plays 18 minutes, goes 1 of 8 from the field, 0 of 3 from 3.
And just got flambéed defensively.
Just not fair. Like Kevin Huerter, like God bless his soul, like should not be out there defending Paul George, but that's what happens when Keegan Murray's not there. Mm-hmm. Like so. There wasn't a lot that Doug has done over the last 3 games that is that much different than what Mike Brown did. Keon Ellis played 38 minutes. He played 38 minutes because Keegan Murray was out. Mm-hmm. That's why he played 38 minutes. Mm-hmm. And so, yeah, he mixed it up a little bit here and there, but realistically, it's the same group of players that has the same limitations that they had last week. Mm-hmm. The difference is there's a new voice in the room, and players want to make a good impression. And Doug is an inspired leader. And there's one thing that I want to point out. Like, first of all, anyone who has like followed me for any amount of time knows that Doug Christie and I have been friends for a while.
Mhm.
Like we shared a podcast for 3 years. We used to drive to the city together to
Right.
do NBC Sports. Like me and Doug have a very good relationship, but I've never, since he's been a coach, me and him don't talk nearly as much because I've never wanted him to feel like I was asking questions about the team.
Right. Interfering.
I've never wanted to make him feel like he was one of my sources.
Mhm.
And I also have never wanted Mike to feel like Doug can't be around because he has friends in the media.
Sure.
Right. So it's always been hands off. Now, look, at
Hands
this,
off.
there we go. Hands off. That doesn't change the fact that like Doug has wanted to be a head coach for a long time. He wanted to be the head coach when Luke Walton got fired, and he was almost named the head coach.
Mhm.
They got into a contract negotiation with Alvin Gentry, and Doug's name was brought up as an alternative. And at that point, I like anything I could do to tell Doug, don't take that job. Whoever is taking that job at that point is going to lose that job because that team was never going to fix what was going on. No one could have fixed that. Phil Jackson couldn't have walked through that door with Red Auerbach as an assistant, and like Greg Popovich running, his practice squad, or like no one could have fixed it. So this is an opportunity, and it's an opportunity where this team has a ton of talent. We talk about this all the time that they're missing this piece and this piece. They're missing those pieces, but this is still a 50-win team. It should be talent-wise on paper. Those things that we keep talking about that they're missing is so they can match up in the Western Conference, so they can match up when you get to the playoffs and you're in a 7-game series and you go up against a Paul George, which is in the Eastern Conference, but you go up against a player that you don't have an answer for, and you don't have an answer for that player because it wasn't addressed in like 3 years. So that's what we're talking about. This is still a very, very talented team that has underperformed grotesquely.
Yeah.
Like the fact that Mike Brown lost his job is because this team has too much talent to be this bad.
Yeah.
It's not because he underperformed as a coach, or like the team is underperformed straight up. So Doug has an opportunity here with a very talented team. If he can spark their imagination to get them through this, and he can get them to get behind him and go forward, then he's got an opportunity to not only be the coach for the rest of this year, but to get a long-term coaching job in Sacramento. And there's one thing I will tell everybody. Doug has always said this. He has unfinished business here. He feels so slighted by the fact that he doesn't have a championship ring from the Sacramento Kings, that they were jobbed by the officials. He mentioned it last night in his opening press conference that I need the players to stop yelling at the officials. That's my job. And he said, trust me, I know it's really difficult because I've been part of a few games that the officials affected as a player, and I know how much it hurts. Speaking specifically about Game 6 of the 2002 Western Conference Finals right here in front of us. Doug has unfinished business. He has something that the players keep talking about. Man, he loves his city. He loves his fan base. Like there's something tangible and different about Doug, that the passion that runs through him for getting something done here is tremendous. And I don't know if he's going to have an opportunity to get that done here. I don't know, because look, I've covered this team forever. I've been to one playoff series, right? And this team has been rudderless for a long time. It's always like 3 steps backwards, 2 steps forward, 5 steps backwards. It's always that. But if you have a talented team and a guy with a vision and is able to capture the imagination of the players, you might be able to turn this thing around. And if there's anybody I was going to give that opportunity to at this time, 3 years ago, Doug would have got like thrown through the wood chipper like anyone else would have. Today, he's got 3.5 years of coaching experience. He's put in the work. He's
with
put in
this
the time.
group of players specifically.
He knows these players. Him and De'Aaron Fox have always had a great relationship. Him and Domantas Sabonis have traveled the world working out together the last 3 years. Like there are so many ties that bind here that you're hoping that he can draw all these guys in. And some of these rumors about De'Aaron Fox and all that stuff might quiet down. And that's all. So. I think Doug is the guy at this point that there was no better answer for this because it wasn't a like X's and O's problem. It wasn't. It's literally you had a problem with a personality that not with Mike Brown, but a personality of a team. And now you got somebody who might be able change that.
Somebody who appears to approach the job of a head coach very differently from Mike Brown in terms of, and we haven't seen Doug have to coach through adversity yet, so maybe this will change. But it's very like, I'm gonna say Doug is a very like optimistic person.
Yeah,
Very, very like if you saw the video of him with the team on the roof of Golden One Center last night, be the light for the city. Like this city loves you. Like continue to be that light. Like that. What's the like metaphorical, symbolic, optimistic positivity? It goes so far against Mike Brown doing the possession after possession after possession, and we got to do this and we got to do that. Where it was very like execution oriented, basketball between the lines oriented, and Doug is taking a more, I guess, like holistic approach.
Well, yeah, and that's it. If you've ever talked to Doug Christie, that's what he does.
Yeah.
Like everything, it's very outside the box. He is meticulous with his note-taking. He carries like a little, well, it used to be a little green portfolio with him everywhere he goes, and he writes notes down, and then he goes back and he revisits his notes. He tries to digest what it is that he's learned, and he tries to get better every single day. Like he's a very, very intriguing person. Like I appreciate Doug for like the individual that he is. He's just a very different dude. But the spirit of him is that, number one, he believes. Number two, he has like an ability to make everybody feel like his passion is real. And it is. It's authentic. And, you know, Bryce in the chat brought up Dan Campbell. Like maybe
that's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're if you're a Kings fan, you should hope that, because Dan Campbell, his shtick, it could have got old really quick, but it didn't. And when it didn't, it became something different. And then that something different is probably going to lead the Lions to the Super Bowl this season and potentially their first championship in, like, what have they won? One playoff game in like the last 50 years?
Something insane like that.
It's crazy. But
was it like, 92 they went to the NFC title game, I think?
Yeah, I'm going to back a guy like that, because that's what you're starting to feel like. Maybe it's just that. Maybe it's just somebody stepping in and doing something that's just a little different. Same basic structure, same offensive coordinator, same defensive coordinator, but the messaging is different. And maybe he's able to turn this thing around. So I think fans out there, they should be pulling for him, because I like, there is not a more authentic NBA player than Doug Christie.
This is the best example I get, like personal example I have of, you obviously know Doug much better than I do, but I've worked with him at a couple different places, and I worked with him at a radio station, and I've been at radio stations where former athletes have been hosts. And the norm is former athlete rolls in right before the show starts and brings whatever they have on their playing days. And then they just, you gotta hold their hand and pass notes and send info and give them scripts to get through anything that's not related to their sport, whether it's baseball, basketball, football, whatever. It's really tough. Doug is the kind of detail-oriented person who you talk about striving to get better every day. He was in there well before his show started. If it wasn't basketball, if they were doing a football thing, he was locked in. He was asking questions of anybody who walked by. Hey, what'd you think about this? What'd you see on this? Here's my thought on this. Like, just constantly asking questions, knowing what he didn't know, and then working to make sure he knew that thing. And if that's how you're going to, like, to me, if that's how you're going to be as an assistant coach, that puts you in a really good spot to be a head coach. So we'll see. Off to a good start. They're 2-1. They won that game last night. The thing that jumped out to me last night against Philly, and this is something a lot of people took away from the game. It was something that I think you had to take away. What was the game Keegan missed earlier this year?
It was a very important. It was during the stretch where they barely played any games. I can get that for you.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Because that game and then last night, it's like, man, if the front office doesn't watch that game last night and watch the way that Paul George just kind of controlled the game whenever he wanted to.
Oh, it's Denver, because Doug McDermott started against Michael Porter Jr. and it was like, come on, And that's not a Mike problem. That's not a Mike problem.
No.
And
I don't know what to do here because I don't have the wing depth to make up for the loss of Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
They don't have the wing depth when they have Keegan Murray, who is a good wing player.
Yep.
Specifically defensively. So if last night wasn't enough to go, dang, needed a 15-0 run to close out a not very good Sixers team without Joel Embiid and with Paul George fouled out of the game. If that's not enough to catalyze a move and maybe make an overpay, I don't know what is. If last night didn't convince you to do literally anything to bolster your depth behind and alongside Keegan Murray, I don't know what does, man.
And Kyle, I've said this a couple of times, and I honestly believe this. The team at this point, they kind of have to show you that they deserve that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's tough, but like a team, they have to show you that they're good enough for you to go out and extend and trade draft picks.
That's fair.
And I know that people are like, what are you talking about? It's like, look, if you go out and make a deal and you don't take this huge step and you don't get back into playoffs and you don't like put this thing back together and all of a sudden you're back on track, this team doesn't have any assets. You can't just give away a 2027 first round pick just because. Because your team's not good enough today. Like this team can't be at the bottom of the Western Conference standing and saying, hey, Cam Johnson's going to fix this whole thing. No, Cam Johnson would help, but he can't fix his whole thing.
Right.
And he's going to cost something to get. But what you can't do is say, okay, 2 years from now, when Cam Johnson's no longer under contract and DeMar DeRozan is no longer under contract, and your first round pick is gone from a trade that didn't impact winning at the time. So show me that you can get back in the race. Show me that you're not a team that's 6 games under 500, that you're a team that's 3 games over 500. Well, like prove to me that you deserve as a group of players to be for me to go get you those things that you need and to trade away those assets. Now, the problem is they just lost 5 in a row, 6 in a row, and it put them in a really bad spot.
Right.
They should have made this deal weeks ago. They should have made it when they had 2 games in 12 days and you could have integrated a new player in. That's when you should have made a deal. But sometimes it takes 2 to tango, and if you can't come across a deal that makes sense for both teams, then you're kind of stuck at an impasse.
Sure. Let's head out to the Oak Grove Kia talk line real quick. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320. It's Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, what's up?
How are you guys? Happy and healthy New Year to you and your families.
Yeah, Happy New Year, Mitch.
Thanks, Mitch.
What do you got?
I didn't like the fire on Mike Brown. That was his fault. Big mistake. And I don't want to see him giving up on Fox. I read that he's not going to sign extension. Don't listen to the agent. They got to sign him. There's no way. You got to keep him and Sabonis. Those are keepers. But we have to get a little bigger. We got to make a trade. I want to see this guy. I heard Devin Carter is being recalled. I want to see what he's got. Pull heels, and lifts in his shoes, whatever it takes. I want to see he can play bigger than 6'2".
Awesome. Thanks, Mitch. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, like the Devin Carter thing. I think it's interesting. I don't know. I'm stuck with Devin Carter in like there's the reality, right? Okay.
And in reality, I don't know where his minutes come from.
Well, you do. You just don't want to say it.
What?
They come from Keon Ellis. So everyone out there who loves Keon Ellis is going to be really, really pissed when Devin Carter takes his minutes.
Right, but that's just it. Is I'm a big Keon Ellis guy. I thought he was outstanding last night.
Oh, I thought he was too.
I thought the fact DeMar DeRozan won the Defensive Player of the Game chain or crown or whatever it is insane.
Keon had 2 blocks and 4 steals.
Keon got snubbed. One of DeMar DeRozan's steals was Paul George just fumbling the basketball when it hit DeMar DeRozan in the chest. Anyways, I digress. I guess that's kind of my point. Is okay, let's assume that De'Aaron Fox and Malik Monk and Keon Ellis are going to get their normal allotment of minutes. I don't know where Devin Carter fits, but then there's the irrational part of me that's like, hey man, did we all see what he did in his debut for Stockton at Golden One Center?
Yeah. 29 points, 8 rebounds,
6
3
of 9
assists,
from 3, just
steals.
doing. And this is why, like, Devin Carter seems to me, and we haven't seen him play an NBA game yet, so I might be way off base, but where I sit right now on January 2nd, 2025, without seeing Devin Carter play a second of NBA basketball, the Kings to me need a dirty work type of dude who is just going to go in. He's going to play scrappy defense. He's going to defend full court. He's going to get you an extra possession or two with a rebound. He's going to get you a couple of hustle plays. Like, he's just going to do the little things that affect winning on the margins that the Kings don't currently have. But I would love to see that, but I don't know how. I don't know what it looks like, because I don't think fewer Keon Ellis minutes is good for the Kings.
Nope.
But
you also don't think fewer Malik Monk minutes are good for the Kings. You don't think that fewer De'Aaron Fox minutes
I sure don't
are good for the Kings. And to be honest with you, like, we've talked about this a couple of times. Well, will Devin Carter play or will he not play this season? First of all, Devin Carter's going to play this season, whether it's in Sacramento or somewhere else. He is going to play.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just get that out of the way. The game that he played for the Stockton Kings at Golden 1, I thought he was phenomenal for about 2.5 quarters, and then completely ran out of gas, which I think that's the thing the Kings are trying to work through right now, is to get him in shape. I'm also going to warn fans. First of all, he played at the G League level and put up a bunch of points where he got to do whatever he wants. He's not going to be able to do that with the Kings. And the problem that you have now is, how do you fit him into a box as a player who hasn't played since March, who hasn't worked out? He hasn't been on the court playing with this team, playing 5-on-5, doing any of that stuff in practice or anything else for months and months and months. Again, he hasn't played in 9 months. So expecting him to be any kind of savior is such just a wrong way to look at it, because he can do 8 great things in a game in the 12 minutes that he might get. But in that 12 minutes, he could also do 6 things that are just really wrong.
Yeah.
And they're really wrong just because he doesn't have the experience, and he has not been on the court, and he doesn't know all the playbook. And he might have read the playbook front to back 800 times, but it doesn't matter until you get on the court and you're functionally doing it.
Right.
And so there is this like, how do you get him up to speed? But then how do you pepper him in without it being like a huge problem for the rest of the team? And it's not like he had a training camp. It's not like he worked out with the team the weeks leading up to training camp and start to get some sort of continuity with the players on the court. He has not gone through any of that. And so any expectations for him has to be tampered by that. If he was on let's just say per se, he's on the Brooklyn Nets, he would get to go out there and play 26, 28 minutes a night and get his feet wet and learn and make mistakes. And it doesn't really matter. Just play hard, kid.
Yeah.
That's fine. When you're playing for a team that not only is talented like the Kings, but is also behind the 8 ball because they dropped 6 games in a row when they shouldn't have. Now there's just so much more to like fitting in and trying to do the right thing and trying to be the player that they want. So I get that people want to see him, but I also understand that it's going to be really difficult to integrate somebody who hasn't played basketball in 9 months and never, ever played at the NBA level.
Yeah.
Like, it's one thing to be a Friar. It's a whole nother thing to be a King.
Shout out Friars.
And it's not even like being a Stockton King. It's being a Sacramento King. It's different.
Turns out Providence Friar fans run deep on the internet.
They run deep
Crazy.
every time.
Salute, bro.
Every time you mention Devin Carter, Friar.
Don, I see you on the line. Hang in there. We will get to you after we step aside for a moment. You did a heavy air quotes Brooklyn when you mentioned a potential place Devin Carter might play. I want to discuss that with you and Kings trade options next. He's James. I'm Kyle. Jiffy Lube's a sponsor. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. And clear. Real quick, before I go cut this audio, I wanted to mention from last break when we were talking about press conferences and satisfying the media or whatever it was that got said in the chat. It's also to take the onus off the players who have to answer the questions instead.
Yes.
It sucks that De'Aaron Fox has to be the one answering questions about why Mike Brown got fired, or Doug Christie, or Domantas Sabonis, or whoever.
Yep.
That's ass.
DeMar DeRozan.
That's cowardly, dude.
Yeah.
That's why it sucks.
Well, that, and I will tell you, like, when the Sacramento Kings tried to relocate the first time, right? They tried to relocate to Anaheim. The Maloofs were cowards, flat out cowards. And the people that were running their PR behind the scenes cowards. They left Paul Westphal out in front of the whole thing. Paul Westphal and a 19-year-old DeMarcus Cousins and a bunch of people that had no idea what was going on to answer questions. Jason Thompson should never have been asked about questions about whether you're going to Anaheim or not. But that's the situation that happened. And like, as my first year, like cutting my teeth in the league, that is what I dealt with a head coach who's standing up there, who coached the Seattle Supersonics and played for the Seattle Supersonics, standing up in front of, people like trying to express, and not only that, who lived in Southern California at that time, like trying to express why it is that the city of Sacramento deserved a team. It was very difficult, and it's kind of the same exact feeling that I have at this point. Like, you cannot leave the players, the coaches out there to have to answer these questions. And Paolo, R.I.P. Paul Westphal. Paul Westphal, like, he was a friend. Very, very sad when he passed a couple of years ago. Anyway. Yeah, man. I don't know who made that statement. Oh, yeah, man. Sean, that's a horrible take. In all honesty, that's no. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Sorry. Devin Carter can take Kevin's minutes. Devin Carter is 6'2". Kevin is 6'7", and got matched up against Paul George last night because he's the only player the Kings have at 6'7". So, okay. Plus, he's never played in the NBA and has no idea how the transfer of like playing against higher end talent is going to look like. Oh.
Trying to be better about
yeah. Marcus, this is very true. Devin Carter's wingspan is actually bigger than Kevin Huerter's wingspan. Yeah. No, I don't want Carter out of Sacramento. I'm just being realistic about Devin Carter, and I want other people to be realistic about Devin Carter, because as a player, he deserves that. For us to continuously tell you that that he has not played in a long time and he's going to need time. And I think he did look really good in Stockton until he didn't. And that was because of just the I thought he was gassed.
There we go. Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, Jiffy Lube, omnipresent as always. They sponsor the program. Salute to our guys at Jiffy Lube, our men and women at Jiffy
Lube.
Yeah. We appreciate them all very much. And we hope that you will appreciate them too. Go visit the location nearest you for more information. Visit jiffylube.com. All right.
Do we have a keyword?
Yes.
Later in the show?
Yes. Coming up next segment, I need to confirm that our keyword is good, and then we'll be good to go. Okay, so where were we? Kings phone line, Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. So Real quick, funny thing before we get into Kings trade stuff, we were talking about Doug Christie and the soundbite from the weekend of Keon Ellis saying that he doesn't know who Doug Christie is, or at least who Doug Christie was as a player.
He knows who Doug is because
he's
Doug's
an assistant coach.
Yeah.
But he is not familiar with Doug's game. And is like, I don't think he guards better than me. Like my brother in Christ.
So,
dog.
Shout out to our guy, Brendan. Brendan Nunes. We love Brendan.
From the Kings Beat podcast.
Yeah, from the Kings Beat podcast. And that's all. And nothing else. Brendan asked him if he had watched video of Doug. And he was like, no. And he's like, well, he was pretty good. And yeah, I mean, just like an honest assessment.
4-time all defensive team.
4-time all defensive team.
Top 5 defensive player of the year vote getter twice.
2 times. Not only that, but this is I actually caught up to this was funny. I caught up to Keon before the game. He was talking to Bobby Jackson, who of course Bobby Jackson is an assistant for the Philadelphia 76ers now, former Kings legend and former Kings assistant coach who knows Keon from his years here in Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
And Bobby was the Stockton Kings head coach with Keon like 3 years ago. So anyway, I jokingly said to Keon, he doesn't, like, you really have never watched Doug play? He's like, no. He's like, I haven't watched him play. And I'm like, okay, that's crazy. He's like, was he that good? And Bobby's sitting right there. He's like, yeah, he was that good, man. And it was like, hey, you know that record that De'Aaron Fox just broke, right? He broke Doug's record for most steals in the Sacramento Kings era, right? He just surpassed Doug's record. He goes, yeah, I saw that. I'm like, okay, you realize that Doug played for the Kings for 5 years and De'Aaron took 8 years to get to that record.
Right.
Steals. He's like, how many steals was it? And Bobby's like, I think it was something like 770 steals in 5 years. He's like, oh. He's like, yeah, man, he was the guy who through the glory years of the Kings matched up against Kobe Bryant every night. He was an incredible defender. Yeah. So good stuff from Keelan.
If I was an NBA player, and by the way, Doug did that, the Kobe stopper stuff in his 30s.
Yeah.
His first year in Sacramento was his age 30 season.
Yep.
This wasn't a 26-year-old Doug Christie flying around. This was a 30-year-old at a time where 30 was actually 30.
Yeah.
He's a dog, bro.
So
if I was an NBA player, though, real quick.
Yeah.
And there was a former player on the coaching staff, how does your curiosity not take you to YouTube real quick?
Real quick.
Just a quick Google search. Oh, wow. Doug was in the league 15 years. There's got to be a highlight tape out there. You go do a little research on your coaches? Bro, when somebody gets hired here at the station, like,
you go look at their LinkedIn profile.
Yeah. Where have they been? What do they do?
Yeah, what do they do?
Maybe a sales leader or whatever. I don't know. Whatever position. Where are they from?
Yeah.
What do they know? How do you not? Oh, Doug Christie. Oh, he played for the Kings. Oh, he's people are wearing Doug Christie jerseys around their arena. I wonder what this guy's all about.
I'll tell you,
I have a little curiosity, Keon.
Getting to have the relationships that I've had with Doug is it's bonkers because all of the things that you would want to ask a player like Doug, I got to because we were stuck in the car together all the time. We would drive to and from the city for, it's San Francisco. So 2.5, 3 hours, sometimes 4 hours. It depends on and then you got to get after the show, you got to get back in the car and drive all the way back.
And that's a long ass drive.
It's we called it car casting. We would do a podcast while we drove and I would literally have a lav mic on and Doug would sit there with a microphone.
That's the mic that attaches to your collar.
Your lapel. Yeah, exactly. So I would host a podcast in the car while we were driving and you could hear the thump, thump, thump of the Bay Bridge the whole time. I'd say, we're now in Richmond, everybody, just so you know where we're at for the pod. So we would go, but to have him talk about defending Kobe, he told me this crazy story. He said the first year, I think it was 2001, they played the Lakers in the playoffs and lost. He said, I realized that if I ran up and put my hand in Kobe's face, It bugged him. It bugged him bad.
Right.
And he went cold, and it was working. Like every single time I'd fly in, I would put my hand in his face so he couldn't see the basket. He's like, then they go on to the next round, and Bruce Bowen saw it and did the same thing. Like hand in the face, right? Kobe just was a disaster because of it. He still like was great,
Right.
but still
Not normal Kobe.
Not normal Kobe. He said they played them in the preseason next year, and I went to go put my hand in Kobe's face, and he's like, I swear to you, that dude spent 5 or 6 months walking around with somebody with his hand in his face the entire time. The hand in the face thing never ever worked again. He's like, that's when I realized I was playing like 3-dimensional chess with one of the greatest players of all time that just was going to outwork you and outthink you the entire time. He's like, what he was able, like the hand in the face never once again bothered him at all. He knew exactly where he was, how far his distance was to the basket, where he was, falling away, going side, going right, going left. He knew exactly where he was because he clearly saw the deficiency that Doug had pointed out, and he worked tirelessly to fix it. And that's where, and Doug's like, and then I had to come up with something new.
Yep.
And like the whole time, it's like back and forth chess match with Kobe Bryant, which they did not get along. And they,
there's levels to this, Keon.
There's levels to this, Keon.
Being a nice defender on a team that doesn't play a ton of defense is not the ceiling, brother. Anyways, shout out to Keon Ellis. Shout out to Doug Christie. Doug Christie, Sacramento Kings legend. All right. You did something interesting in the last segment. First of all, you said, am I allowed to tweet this? I want to tweet this out, but I know that I don't want to misrepresent here. You said, quote, Devin Carter is going to play this season, whether it's in Sacramento or somewhere else. And then later, you threw out if he played for Brooklyn, and you did it with air quotes.
Like, look,
when you say stuff like that, it makes me think, makes my mind work.
Okay, so look, we talked about this on the Kings Beat podcast yesterday. Me and Sean and Brendan, we discussed a little bit of like, look, the Kings are trying to actively make trades right now. But I wrote this bleak piece. What was that, Monday?
Yeah, it was tough. It was a tough read.
It's a tough read. It breaks down the assets of the Sacramento Kings. And one of those assets, well, I mean, like, look, if you look at second round picks, they only have access to their 2029 second round pick.
Yikes.
That's it. 7 years of second round picks, all they have access to. When I say access, that means that if Kevin Huerter, the Kevin Huerter trade, the Kings gave up a protected pick. It was top 14, and then this year it'll be top 12 protected. Next year it'll be top 10 protected. If that pick doesn't relay in 2026, it dissolves and becomes a 2026 and 2027 second round pick. So the Kings can't access those picks right now because they're already spoken for. So the only second round pick that they can trade right now is their 2029. And they have this ridiculous protected 2025 pick from the Chicago Bulls, which is protected 31 through 55. So if the Bulls somehow become the best team in basketball and their second round pick becomes a bottom 5 pick, the Kings would get it, right? So when we're talking about assets, there's all of these things that are going on. The Kings have very little in the cupboard outside of some first round picks at 27, 28, 29, 30. Their 31 pick has a pick swap on it, but they can still trade that pick from the Harrison Barnes trade to San Antonio.
Right. But that person accepting that in a trade is going to know that San Antonio has that pick swap.
They have the pick swap, and they always will have the pick swap with Sacramento. So, so if the Kings finish like they're bad, and it's like they somehow win the lottery and they're the first pick in the draft, and at that point Victor Wembanyama is a superstar, and the San Antonio Spurs are the best team in basketball, and they're the 30th pick in the draft, they can literally swap picks. And that's, Kyle, that's not even like, it could get worse than that if the NBA decides to expand. That pick could get worse.
Oh.
Yeah, that pick could get worse. So anyway, they don't have a lot of assets. And one of the assets they do have is Devin Carter. And I know that's uncomfortable for people to hear, but let's be honest here. Everything everything we heard going into draft night was that the Kings were likely going to trade the 13th pick in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
When Devin Carter fell there were teams that wanted to trade for Devin Carter's rights at that point, and one of those teams, I believe, from what I've heard, was the Brooklyn Nets. So if there is a possibility that there could be some sort of like move on the horizon that the Kings are trying to pull off, and if you have the choice between giving up Devin Carter or giving up a first round pick or 2 future first round picks, there's potential for him to be included in one of these trades. Again, we talked about it. Where does he fit anyways? If you fear that De'Aaron Fox is going to ask out and you're worried that you're not going to have a point guard outside of like Malik Monk sliding over, like there's always a possibility here. We're not talking about, this is not the 4th pick in the draft and Keegan Murray. This is the 13th pick in the draft. And that has different value. And mind you, in a very suspect draft.
Right.
And a draft that's proving out to be as suspect as everyone thought.
Right.
Like there are some good players in this draft, sure. But you don't know what you have. You do know what Cam Johnson is. So if there's a possibility that instead of giving up future first round picks, you were to give up a player that was a first round pick that has not played an NBA game yet, it's got to be on the table. And the Kings might say, no, we're never doing that. But I don't think that's the case. They're willing to do whatever it takes to get better.
Yeah, I'm so interested with the whole, like, if you think De'Aaron Fox is going to ask out thing. And that's why that's the logic or the thought process for not trading an unprotected first.
Yeah.
Because my gut reaction to that is trade the first. Who cares about a first round pick in 2029 or whenever it is? Like, you got to get better now. You can cross that 2029 bridge when you get there. But on the other hand, I understand why there'd be some trepidation about, like, yeah, hey, now matters, but also you got to like line things up for the future. What I don't want to see happen with the Kings, whether it's with Devin Carter or anyone else, I don't want to see them scared into paralysis where they go, okay, well, De'Aaron might walk or might ask out, I should say. De'Aaron might ask out, so we're not going to trade a pick because they put themselves in a position where now De'Aaron's asking out because they didn't trade a pick to get better.
Yeah, chicken or egg.
Right.
Yeah.
So, like, at some point, but I think, like with all things, there's the extremes of trade all the picks, don't trade any of the picks, and it's probably somewhere in the middle. I need them to do something, and if that's moving Devin Carter before he plays a snap or plays a minute for them, then fine. If that's what it takes to get Cam Johnson into a Kings uniform, where it's wing depth, it's another very good defender
under contract for 2 years after this season
at a reasonable rate.
Yep.
Then great, fine. And if Devin Carter turns into a Hall of Famer, you eat it, you live with it.
Yeah.
But like, if that's on the table, if that's something that the Nets want to do, and they say, fine, Devin Carter and other stuff for Cam Johnson, great. If Devin Carter is the stand-in for a first-round pick, I will do that every day.
Yeah, so here's also, like, I'm going to point this out. Like, if you're trading De'Aaron Fox, the Kings aren't in a situation here where you're going to go trade De'Aaron Fox for 3 future first-round picks. I mean, there might be picks that come back, right? But that's not where the Kings are as a franchise right now. They have a veteran team. Yep. If you are forced to trade De'Aaron Fox, which I'm not doing unless he specifically says, hey, it's time for me to go, and then you've got to figure that one out. But if I'm looking at De'Aaron Fox as a player, if he's moving out, you don't need role players back. You're not trading him to a place where you're getting 2 or 3 role players for a star level player. You're the Sacramento Kings. The only way for you to get a star level player is through the draft. Like, you have not been able to ever trade for one. We can say DeMar DeRozan, but DeMar DeRozan is like, let's be honest, he's a 35-year-old 6-time All-Star and a future Hall of Famer. He's 35 years old. You got him at the end of his career. You did not get him as a 27-year-old, right? So there is this reality that if you're the Kings and you do have to trade De'Aaron Fox, you still have Malik Monk. You still have Domantas Sabonis. You still have Keegan Murray. You still have a lot of pieces, and it's a double-edged sword. You've got some talent still, but that means that you're not going to be horrific.
Mhm.
You're just not going to be as good, most likely. So when you go make a trade like that, you're not looking to trade 1 star for 3 role players. You're looking to trade 1 star for 2 high-end role players and 1 player that may or may not be a star, just not yet.
Right.
And that's what you're hoping. You're going to reset and move your timeline a little bit, but you're still taking back talent, like
Mhm.
big-time talent,
Mhm.
if you're going to trade Fox. You are not trading De'Aaron Fox for a middle-of-the-road talent and salary filler and 2 first-round picks.
I don't think they're trading De'Aaron Fox, period.
I hope they're not, but like if he says I'm not signing here and you need to trade me,
Sure.
then you're going to consider it, and then you're going to also most
That's
likely
such a tough spot.
you're going to wait until this summer. You're not doing it between now and February, whatever. At least in my book, you're not, because you get to this summer and there's more available. First of all, everyone now has access to their 2032 pick as well, right?
Mhm.
So that it just adds more
Sure.
like, sort of assets to the overall pool. But it's where a player like Jalen Green, who signed a 3-year extension, his contract now becomes tradable next season, this
Oh, yeah,
off
yeah.
season. So
Sure.
like, again, if you're going to circle teams that the Kings might be interested in trading with, we've heard like San Antonio,
Mhm.
we've heard Miami, we've heard LA. Houston is going to be one that's mentioned as well.
Mhm.
They're a team that's assessing what they have right now.
Right.
They've got a ton of young talent, but that's where I go.
Mhm.
You're looking at young talent that has 3 or 4 years of NBA experience. Some of them need to be paid,
Yeah.
but you're still taking back pieces that might fit what you're doing.
A De'Aaron Fox trade is not a rebuilding move.
No.
It would be with the hope of, okay, it's a shift in pathway.
Yes.
Like, this is now, instead of building around De'Aaron Fox, it's Malik Monk and Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis, and then you're now trying to bolster that core.
Yes.
And that's so that's why you bring up like a team like the Rockets that has all these
young and up and coming players,
right, who have played in the NBA, who like, hey, that's an effective NBA player. Cam Whitmore was awesome down the stretch last year, and he can't get regular minutes for the Rockets right now.
Yeah.
And I get why the Rockets want to hold on to those pieces as long as they can to kind of, wait and see what they're dealing with.
Mhm.
But the Kings aren't just going to up and trade De'Aaron Fox to Oklahoma City because they have all the picks, or Utah because they have all the picks.
No.
Like, it's going to require players who can help Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray, Malik Monk. And that's what I think is going to make this difficult. Because I think any team that's acquiring him is going to want to acquire him to add him to their group of good players. They're not going to want to give up a ton of those good players in the process.
Well, and that's why I point to Houston, because Houston not only has young players, they also have picks, and they have salary availability coming up. So like, they're a prime team that I would trade with. And then like, you're starting to look at other teams. You're like, okay, does Tyler Hero and Jaime Jaquez and a first or something, does that make sense to you? Like, you're looking at a couple of like good role players. It does. You go to San Antonio and there, it's Castle and Sohan and Keldon Johnson. It's like, the talent difference between that to De'Aaron Fox. That's tough.
Yeah.
And so that's where we're talking about, like, if you're building a team, you have to think of all these things. And that's why if you're trying to save this season, you're trying to save this group of players and potentially keep them together and give them some sort of rally cry. Sometimes it does hurt, and sometimes you have to trade a guy like Devin Carter. And like, look, I think Devin Carter is going to be a very, very good NBA player. But like, in the chat, someone like compared him to SGA.
What?
Like, and that's like, oh, wait. What are we comparing him to? That doesn't make sense. Like, no, if you're going to compare him, you're going to compare him to a very, very good role player in the league. At least that's how I look at him. And he was the 13th pick in a draft. Of course, he had a shoulder injury, which hurt his draft stock, but that didn't drop him from like a top 3 pick to number 13. It dropped him from like a 8, 9, 10 to number 13.
Right.
And so again, like, am I looking at that? Okay. Because you're trading an unknown for a known like quantity. Like, exactly what Cam Johnson is, and you can see visions of how he would work with your team. And we keep bringing up Cam Johnson because, like, look, the Kings and Nets have talked. They have talked recently. I know that to be the fact. And not only have they talked recently, but the Nets are already open for business. They've already traded Dorian Finney-Smith, which the Kings didn't have the 3 second-round picks to get involved in that deal.
Right.
They've already traded Dennis Schroeder, 2 second-round picks. Kings didn't have 2 second-round picks. And, we keep saying they don't have these second-round picks. The other option is that you give up a first-round pick, and the Kings don't want to do that. So, it's complicated.
Yeah.
And if Devin Carter does, in fact, at some point become a member of a different team, because that's the asset that you have that's not named Keegan Murray, that's young, then maybe that's what you do.
So be it, dude.
Yeah, and every team is... go ahead.
If you're not going to give up a first-round pick, then that's what you have to do, because you've laid it out on the Kings Beat, kingsbeat.com. Subscribe today. They don't have other assets to play with.
Yeah.
This is what you got. You got first-round picks, and you got Devin Carter and contracts.
And if
that's it,
the Nets come back to you and say, we need Keon Ellis because Jordy Fernandez loves Keon Ellis, then you have to sit there and you have to make decisions.
That's tough.
I'm telling you, though, these are the realities of
right.
You have to, in order to get something in the NBA, you have to give something up.
Yep.
And if you don't want to give up first-round picks, you've got to get creative, and it's difficult, but that's the reality.
You mentioned earlier losing the 6 in a row put them in a really tough spot, because now it's you got to make a trade, but also man, it's looking more and more like you might have to overpay to make that trade. And are you comfortable with what the team has looked like, giving up potentially an, let's say, unprotected first or top 5 protected first?
Yeah.
For Cam Johnson? Is that going to be enough to make you good enough to justify giving up that future asset? I don't know. But it's you got to do something now, but doing something now probably means an overpay. That's just a brutal spot.
Unfortunately, you're not at the position that we keep talking about where you got to make a move just to make a move. I've never been someone who promotes that.
Right.
You make a move because you're not good enough.
Yeah.
But now you're at a point where, do you make a move because you're not good enough, or do you realize that you're not good enough? Or you make the opposite move where you start to sell.
No.
And that's in all honesty, the players have found themselves in this situation. And Monty McNair has found himself in this situation. Inactivity costs this team.
That's it.
Inactivity costs this team bad. And it costs you a head coach. It costs you the relationship potentially with your star player. Inactivity. That is why you don't wait and wait and wait and wait and wait for the perfect deal. Sometimes you got to go, oh, this is going to hurt. I got to do it.
Yep.
And then sometimes you look at it and you say, it's too late. I can't do that.
Yep.
And I know what it's going to cost.
Ugh. I don't envy the front office.
Tough world, man. Tough world.
It's a position they've put themselves in, though. All right. College football playoff happened over the weekend. That was fun.
Yeah.
You could hear it right here on ESPN 1320. We'll tap into that. And then Hoops Habit had some Kings trade ideas. I would love to run through those with you, because I love nothing more than people not plugged into a market issuing trade ideas.
Oh, yeah.
And I would love to run through those. We'll do that all next. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento Sports Leader. We're clear.
When do we have that's next week, right? Live reads?
I don't know. I think so, maybe.
Okay.
But we don't have any yet.
Okay, cool.
All right, I need to send this to Jesse.
Yeah. This is that's what you have to be thinking right there. That is not going to work. I get it. A player wants to go to a spot that he wants to go to, but that's he has some power, and his agent has some power as far as we will or won't sign an extension type deal. But I bring up Houston all the time because De'Aaron Fox did build a house in Houston this summer, and his family, his mom, and dad they are in Houston and all that stuff. But I'm also like, De'Aaron wants to make it work here. Like, at least that's always been the vibe that I've got from him. And when it comes to like making a move, it will be because he feels like there's no way for them to go up, to recover and to be better. It's a tough world. I know this is like the biggest cliche in sports, but winning might cure all here. I didn't see Tom L. I didn't see Eric Pincus's trade idea. I do like Eric Pincus though. He's a friend of the show. He's been on. What's that?
Friend of the program?
Friend of the program.
I gotta tell you guys, first show of the new year, I'm crushing it on the producer side.
Oh, awesome.
Which means I'm about to make some kind of catastrophic mistake. Can't wait. Can't wait to see what it is. I think this is in an ideal world. I agree with this. On a peak version of the Kings roster, Malik is a 6 man, but on this version, he probably has to start.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Buddy, you're telling me.
I'm looking at, oh wow, this is
what?
Eric Pincus, full trade scenario. Reed Shepard, Cam Whitmore, Jeff Green, Jayshawn Tate, Jock Landale, a 2027 first round pick swap, 2028 first rounder, 2030 first rounder, 2031 pick swap. Kings, Rockets get De'Aaron Fox, Trey Lyles, and Doug McDermott. This is
how would they do it? How would they do a 31 pick swap with the Rockets? San Antonio would get the higher of the Rockets and Kings picks.
No, the Kings could steal the Rockets.
So the Kings would swap. Let's say the Kings have the first pick.
They could drop to 28.
Spurs have the 30th. They swap, but then let's say Rockets have 2. The Kings could then swap at the Rockets.
Yep.
Okay, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 is the Elk Grove Kia talk line. We'd love to hear from you on January 2nd. First show of the new year. Hope everybody had a wonderful new year. Friday's the cutoff for me, by the way. Tomorrow is the last day you can say Happy New Year.
Oh, okay. There was a lot of Happy New Year's at the stadium last night.
Yeah,
Happy
good.
New Year. Happy
Good.
New Year.
Yeah, no, fine. Today, fine. Tomorrow, fine.
Okay.
Once we get into the weekend, nah.
It's over.
Nah, it's over. Happy New Year. Is it? Is it? Once I've had enough time to be miserable in the new year, I don't want to hear it anymore.
The one good thing is that we don't write a lot of checks anymore,
Facts.
So you can't mistakenly write 2024.
Yeah, the only thing.
Check.
Yeah, that was always the thing in school, right?
Yeah.
As well. When you were writing the date on your paper, you always had to remember. All I have to do is change the folders that I'm dropping sound into.
Yeah, half the
That's
time.
That's easy for me. I do it once and I'm done.
I have to think about it. Well, like, what year is it? That's not good.
It's the Elk Grove Kia talk line, 916-909-1320. Don, you're on the Insiders with Kyle and James. What's up?
Hammer, Kyle, Happy New Year, bro. Kyle, I just heard what you said. Hey, I'm with you on Friday, bro, but Happy New Year. I had to tap in.
Hey, same to you, bro. Thanks for calling. What do you got?
Hey, now, James, I'm with you. At this point, I'm with you on Devin. I like what I've seen with Devin, but if Devin or Keegan is holding up that trade with Cam Johnson, you got to make that move and worry about everything on the back end. The whole Fox trade, if Fox acts out, that'll be like this summer. I'm with you. But right now, you got to make that move, right? Keegan is who he is. I love Keegan, but he's not going to get no better, in my opinion. So if you're holding up the trade because of Keegan or Devin Carter, Bonnie, you got to pull a move. You made the move firing Mike faster than that, bro. So you pull the trigger, bro. Cam is gonna come in and help this team, especially with the way Doug got these dudes playing and believing. Cam will fit in nice, bro. Period. Did we even miss Keegan last night?
Yes.
Yeah, I think they did. Thanks for the call, TC. But to TC's point, I thought I'm not involving Keegan in a Cam Johnson deal because the goal would be, like, to me, having more players who are above 6'6".
I used to say this all the time. It's like everyone out there wants to trade Harrison Barnes. You don't need to trade Harrison Barnes. You need another Harrison Barnes and another Harrison Barnes.
Right.
And to be honest with you, that's what they did. They went out and got Kevin Huerter, which was about the same level as Harrison Barnes. They got a Malik Monk, which was about the same level of talent as Harrison Barnes. You added more Harrison Barnes quality pieces to some stars. And I'm going to say a couple of things about Keegan. Number one, we have not seen the best of Keegan Murray at all. Like, Keegan Murray will be a much better player than what we're seeing right now. Keegan Murray, from what I know, is playing on a very, very bad ankle. And it's something that he injured either right at the beginning of the season or right at the end of training camp. And he has struggled with swelling in his ankle multiple times. We've heard rumors of, fluids being drained, of cortisone shots. Like, he's been struggling trying to fight through. And when he missed a game, it was a Denver game. It was because even though they had a break, the ankle needs time. Like, and it's like, I think he jammed the ankle. So it's not like a roll.
Yeah.
So he keeps having issues with it, and he's playing on a bum wheel, and he's playing 38 minutes a night on a bum wheel. And so there is no recovery for what's going on yet.
Right.
And they're trying to figure it out, and hopefully he's able to recover quick. But it's why you need to have more depth at that position. And even if you had Keegan Murray ready and available, like, he would have got in foul trouble last night against Paul George. Paul George is a great player.
Sure.
And even at his age, he still can cook.
Yeah.
And we saw it. And even if you had Keegan Murray to defend him, you still would have liked to have had another one to go defend Tyrese Maxey.
If you trade Keegan for Cam Johnson, we're gonna have this exact same conversation about wing depth and size and athleticism issues on the perimeter with Cam Johnson in for Keegan Murray.
Yeah, then we would say we need more Cam Johnsons.
Right, yeah.
Not
you need
less
a Keegan
Cam
Murray
Johnsons.
type. Yeah.
Yeah.
So no, but just to rewind real quick.
Yeah.
To TC's point, if a star level player is available, or if the Rockets are hesitant to give up Tari Eason, I don't know. I'm not in Houston. I don't know. But let's say they're ready with the De'Aaron Fox deal, and it's like, you know what? We need Keegan Murray too, and we'll include these two other players, or whatever it is. I don't know. I'm trying to come up with this on the fly, and it's not working. But you get it. If you think that including him is going to, or trading him is going to land you multiple players who, I don't know. What am I trying to say? Help me out, James. I talked myself into a ditch.
Okay, so if you're dealing with,
I don't think Keegan Murray can be off the table.
No,
in trade talks. There we go.
No, I get
Wasn't
that.
that hard, Kyle?
I get
Figure
that,
it
but
out.
he's a young player that you don't want to give up now, and you also have to look at the impact that, like, a player like DeMar DeRozan has had on Keegan Murray. And it's not that DeMar DeRozan has intentionally done something like angry to Keegan Murray. It's just that his presence, what he brings to the table, does impact the way that Keegan plays. And when you add that to the fact that he's playing incredible defense on the toughest cover on the opposition, that's another thing. When you factor in that you had to put Malik Monk in the starting lineup instead of Keon Ellis, where Keon Ellis could have taken some pressure. We talked about it then. Could have taken some defensive pressure off of Keegan Murray. You didn't. That didn't last long, and you had to make a move, and it was sort of the act of desperation by Mike Brown. It was his last bullet in the gun, right? And so you have all of these pieces, but, like, look, you have to wait out Keegan Murray a little bit longer. You can't.
I agree.
And you have to look at, like, it's situational. Basketball is so situational for players. Like, they look great in one spot, and they look great, they look horrible in another. Cam Johnson could get traded to the Sacramento Kings And lo and behold, he's averaging 12 points per game again. He's shooting 42% from three, but he's only averaging 12 points per game because that's the opportunity there. Like, just because Cam Johnson walks in the door, who's never been a guy who demands the ball, doesn't mean he's going to get the same opportunity that he had in Brooklyn.
Right.
And then if you were to say, hey, you trade Kevin Huerter to Brooklyn, all of a sudden Kevin Huerter's averaging 15 points a game again. Everyone's like, what in the world? Like, how did that happen? It's like, okay, well, Kevin Huerter has a lot more opportunity playing for a team like Brooklyn that needs more scores than a team like the Kings that doesn't have this massive need for scores.
Yeah, the thing that jumps out for me with Cam Johnson specifically is that 43.2% from three. And he's a good defender.
Yeah.
And that's where, let's take Keegan Murray out of this discussion for a second. That's where, to me, I'm comfortably giving up, not whatever Brooklyn asked for. You're not going to give them whatever. But it's why I think if you're plugging him in next to Keegan Murray, is he going to average 19 a night like he is right now? No. But that's a good defender who you know is going to be a knockdown three-point shooter. He's 39.7% for his career.
Yep.
And that's like the exact type of player to me that would help the Kings a lot. But on the other hand, if you're giving up, I don't know, if you're giving up Keegan Murray to make that deal, I don't think that makes you better.
No.
But if it's Devin Carter and what second round pick do they have? 2029?
Yeah.
And your 2029 second, and then
cap filler would be like Kevin Huerter probably gets it done.
Sure. And Kevin Huerter?
Yeah.
That's a no-brainer deal for me.
Yeah.
Because I think that makes them exponentially better.
Well, that's what you're hoping, that you're finding a player that fits in and makes a big difference. And like, look, I think one of the biggest aspects that people are missing about this current Kings team is that they don't have, they're not switchable.
Yep.
And that's something that, look at the great teams in the league, switchability. Look at the Boston Celtics are probably 1 through 4 is able to switch all the time. And sometimes 1 through 5, but 1 through 4, they can switch from one spot to the next. Everybody can defend. Everybody can play against, they can play up, they can play down. You're like, okay, look, that's modern basketball. When you signed DeMar DeRozan, who at 35 is not a great defender, but he's also not a switchable defender. So you have Keegan Murray. Hey, Keegan, I'm going to need you to shut that faucet off. Hey, I'm going to need you to go shut that faucet off. There isn't this rotation that you can have, and teams can find a way. Good teams know how to get the switch, which is why everyone goes, hey, how come they're always picking on Kevin Huerter? Because they just kept switching until they got to Kevin Huerter and then sent a 6'9" Paul George at Kevin Huerter. It's a bad matchup, but that's the NBA. So if you had this switchability now, you can hide, you can mask a lot of other things. And look, it's not just one thing the Kings need. The Kings need that, and they need a shot blocker.
Yeah.
Like straight up. I mean, Alex Lynn is a good dude and he's doing his best out there, but you can see the limitations as a backup center. So they have multiple needs.
Yeah, no doubt. Hoops Habit had a bunch of Kings trade ideas.
Yeah.
Can we roll through some of those right now?
Yeah.
And give a thumbs up or thumbs down?
Okay.
Because my favorite thing is insane trades involving star players.
Yeah.
So what we were talking to De'Aaron Fox earlier, and De'Aaron Fox is not asked out, but his name, because he's a good player, there's a really good representation, right, of how good De'Aaron Fox is. Not in all-star nods, as we know, and not in all-pro nods, as we know. But the fact that his name even got floated, it makes its way into the trade-sphere a little bit, and all of a sudden, everybody wants their favorite team to trade for De'Aaron Fox.
Well, even the way they preface this, it's that, De'Aaron Fox, his name has been mentioned in trade rumors, so let's come up with 5 deals that will make
his name has been mentioned on the internet.
Yes. Name mention. Let's go.
All right. What's the first one? And again, these are De'Aaron Fox trade scenarios via Hoops Habit.
The first trade that I think that I see is Keldon Johnson, De'Aaron Fox to the Spurs for Keldon Johnson, Stephon Castle, Trey Jones, a 2025 Chicago Bulls protected first, a 2027 Atlanta Hawks pick, and the pick swap from the Kings, the 2031 pick swap, would just be canceled.
Thumbs down for me.
No, it's thumbs down because like Stephon Castle, I
did not
him,
realize how bad he is at shooting the basketball.
Yeah, he does not project to me as a frontline NBA starter.
No.
And people can fight me on that, but when I watch him play, I don't think that guy has a chance to score 26 points per game. And if you're giving up De'Aaron Fox for young talent, like Keldon Johnson is who he is, Trey Jones is who he is, and those first round picks are too far off.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think that Castle's a guy that I look at and say, oh, he's going to be equal to or greater than De'Aaron Fox down the road, or he's going to even become remotely close to the same stratosphere as De'Aaron Fox.
I think the intriguing thing for me with him would be how does he develop in a role where he's, again, because we talk about if you're trading De'Aaron Fox, it's not to necessarily rebuild.
Mm-hmm.
It's just shifting your core to, okay, he's no longer in the core. Now it's Malik Monk, Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray. And now you're plugging Stephon Castle into that group.
Mm-hmm.
Because right now the Spurs are like, hey, can you be a lead guard? And that's what it's him and Chris Paul and Victor Wembanyama. And they want him and Wembanyama to be that 1-2 in the front court and the back court.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't necessarily be that in Sacramento. But if he's not knocking down threes, I don't know what value he really has.
Yeah, I'm just like, as a prospect, I think he's good. I don't think he's great.
Sure. What else we got?
The next trade they had was, let's see. Where is this trade? It's to the Rockets, right?
Yes. It was Reed Shepherd.
Oh, Cam Johnson, Cam Whitmore, Fred VanVleet, and 3 first-round picks.
Oh, no thanks.
No, like Fred VanVleet.
I feel like you can get more from the Rockets for that.
Yeah, Fred VanVleet's an expiring contract. And the reason why we're doing this exercise is because, look, the Kings aren't, in my opinion, they're not looking to trade. There's the trade. Now I see it. They're not looking to trade Fox for 3 first-round picks and start over.
Mm-hmm.
That's just not what they're looking to do.
Right.
So, like, that's taking such a huge step back. And I guess having assets is one thing, but like, you're not trading Fox for assets so you can go trade those assets to go get another player. It's just too tough.
Damian Barling in the building for the handoff. What's up, man?
Hey, guys.
I love your sunglasses. Those are great.
I was going to say, when did you stop coaching the Miami Dolphins?
Nice.
Yeah, okay.
Today with the sunnies and the gray hoodie, you got the Mike McDaniel thing going.
Thank you. I'm a big fan of Mike McDaniel. I actually just realized this is a great way to come back to work. I left all of my blue blockers, my in-ear monitors. They're all up in the home studio upstairs.
Oh, good.
Because we had to do 2 shows because the Kings hate Jesus and multiple television appearances.
You heard it here first.
I just left everything upstairs.
Oh, okay.
I forgot that. Hey, dumbass, you have a job to do.
Are you going to use normal headphones like these today?
Yeah.
Can't wait.
Yeah, it's
going to mess your hair up.
It's going to be pretty. Yeah.
Oh, man. Are you wearing sunglasses for the whole show too?
Probably.
You
Yeah.
want to use my glasses? That's weird. Don't use my glasses.
They'll keep my. I'll try. I'll see how it goes. I'd wear those blue blockers they legitimately keep my head from hurting.
Yeah, same.
These are a little darker than what I'm used to wearing, and I don't think there's any like screen protection in them. So I'll try it.
Okay.
And then if I just have to tap out, I'll tap out.
Okay.
All right.
It fits the ethos of the show though, with the sunnies on.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. No,
normally I have most of my glasses are lighter framed. Of course, today I wore the one dark framed glasses.
Naturally,
glasses,
as we were wont to do.
As I'm talking to Karosh and like, hey, where are my headphones? Where are my glasses? Upstairs.
And you realized it with like not enough time to get home. It would have been.
I
would have been tight.
Might have, but it
close.
would have been like, hey, Casey, be ready.
Yeah.
Like, and it doesn't feel worth it to me. Like I have my KSFM headphones are here.
Sure. I know you guys are going to talk a lot about the Kings and Doug Christie and Mike Brown, etc. Coming up on D-Lo and Casey. Would you like to open your Christmas present for me right now? I didn't wrap it.
Oh,
you can just have it.
I'd love that.
I left it in the box that it got shipped in. Here you go, man. Merry Christmas.
This spectacularly looks like vinyl.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I love it.
What are you talking about? I hope you don't have it. I know you don't have one for sure.
I hope
You might
it's
have the other one though.
Sabrina Carpenter.
I didn't even put tape on it, as you can see there.
All right, what do we got here to add to the collection?
Here we go.
Okay.
Okay, look. No, you're laughing about this.
Yep.
It's fire.
Yeah. No,
It's
tell everyone
Disney
what
songs.
it is. Yep.
It's lo-fi mini focus. It's Disney songs done in like lo-fi beat style.
Yep.
Extremely vibey.
Mhm.
You're gonna love it.
Oh.
And as you become more of a Disney adult,
Yeah.
you're
facts.
gonna learn to appreciate that vinyl a lot more. In fact, you're gonna appreciate it without knowing a lot of the songs.
There it is.
Well,
The first one is Hakuna Matata.
Obviously, I know that. I do.
Let It Go, banger.
Oh,
I don't think Let It Go is on here.
Is it not?
I don't think so. Under the Sea is on here. You've Got a
Mm.
Friend in Me is on here. I Just Can't Wait to Be King. I
yeah.
know all those. Almost
There's
there.
a Coco song on there.
A Whole New World.
I think Let It Go's on the
Into
other
the
one.
Unknown.
Into the Unknown, not Let It Go. Into the Unknown.
And then from the musical Lion King.
Do you have that already?
I don't.
Oh, okay, good.
No, I don't.
All right.
I have the entire Taylor's version vinyl collection, but I don't have
You
this.
didn't have the Lion King.
So I'm excited to have the Lion King.
Salute.
This is big.
Great.
I did watch
That's the like original Broadway cast performance. It's not the Disney Lion King.
No, for sure. I saw this.
Okay.
This was the first ever The Lion King was the first ever play, the first ever musical I saw on Broadway.
Oh, nice.
The very first one.
Very
Sweet.
nice.
I think it went musical. I think it went Lion King, Jersey Boys, and then Wicked. And Wicked to this day is still my favorite.
Wicked's incredible.
And I watched, as James is aware, I watched the movie over the break.
Why is James aware?
Well, he called me. He was like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm watching Wicked."
Oh,
He
You
goes-
answered in the movie theater?
It's on digital, so I was watching it at home.
Oh, got it. Okay.
yeah. We had
cool.
a quick discussion on a very complicated matter, which we're not going to talk about on the air, which you and I had right before that.
I was gonna say he calls me and he's like, "What are you doing?" I was like, "I'm at Chili's."
I forgot he was at Chili's.
I
I'm
heard
like,
about the
oh,
big Chili's New Year's.
You're at
extravaganza.
Chili's with
Right.
your boys. I forgot.
great.
Well, I'll be quick. Let me tell you. Oh my gosh, this
Yeah.
is crazy.
Yeah.
And then we moved on.
It was one of those things where like the whole time you're talking, I have my finger on the volume button, turning it down,
Yeah,
like just to make sure that it's not like.
Oh yeah.
Anyways,
out there for
Yeah.
everybody.
went to Chili's with the homies to watch some college football, as one does, and wouldn't let us sit in the bar. They were like, "You can only sit in the bar if you can find a bar seat."
Tabletop.
And there were three of us. If you're at Chili's on New Year's Eve day, you're locked in.
Oh yeah,
You're in
yeah.
for the long
oh
haul.
yeah.
People aren't getting up and moving very often. So we waited like 10 minutes for a table, and we're sitting there waiting. They don't sit us in the bar. They sit us in general dining, which is even more hilarious that Baylor LSU is on the TV way the hell over there. And then we had like Louisville, Washington right above us that only I could see. Neither of my buddies could see that. They were forced to watch the LSU Baylor blowout. Anyways, I order a drink. It was like a vodka lemonade. Lady goes, "Great." She comes back. My buddies ordered Coronas. She sets down warm Coronas. Those things were not even like cold to the touch.
They just like pulled them out of the box.
Just straight out the box, warm
Oh, dear.
Coronas, slapped a lime in the top and said, "Here you go, enjoy." She comes back, she goes, "Hey, we're out of the vodka lemonade. We don't have it." And I was like, "Bet, no worries. I'll take a Modelo." She goes, "Don't have it." You don't have
What?
Modelo
Ma'am, you're Chili's.
at Chili's? I thought this is where they made Modelo. Like, what is this?
What do you have? What did they have? What did you wind up
She
ordering?
She goes, "I have Miller Lite, Bud Light, Coors Light, da 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 da," and like nothing I particularly wanted.
right.
So I ordered a Bud Light and dealt with it. It was
Oh,
better than a warm Corona, maybe.
you couldn't
It's
just
Maybe.
fine.
couldn't gone like
And
a
then we
rum
had
and Coke or
some-
something. Or
some
do they
s-
not have rum?
I
or
don't.
do they
I
not
don't.
have
I don't
Coke?
do Coke. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Coca Cola.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Mike McDaniel's over here.
Yeah,
If
boy.
you need it.
All right.
There
All
we-
right.
There we go.
Leave Mike McDaniel's alone.
No S. Mike McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel.
Debo Samuel. Mike
Those-
McDaniel.
Yeah.
Josh McDaniels.
Josh McDaniel's correct.
Yeah. Thoughts on the Kings last night?
I thought that was one of the better wins at the Golden One Center, if not the best.
This year?
Yeah.
Mhm.
The reaction from the crowd, James, you speak to this, but I mean, at least from a TV perspective, when De'Aaron hit the shot at the halftime,
Mm.
it
Mhm.
was like, oh, there's life.
Mhm.
Okay. Like there's the Golden One Center. Okay. All right. Of course, the third quarter sucked. but
Yeah.
they came out and they had a strong fourth quarter. I think I think if there's a win, if there's a style of play that you can point to and go, maybe that's the identity of Doug Christie. It was that. Like, I never questioned whether they wanted to win that game. I never questioned how hard they were playing. I never questioned whether they settled on anything. Like, they worked their ass off that entire game. And when shots weren't falling, like, the three continues to not fall for them. But I thought that was a really, really great win for them yesterday. And I didn't think much after they beat Dallas for obvious reasons with Luka and all of those guys being out. But even with Embiid out, you had Paul George playing the way that he was, Tyrese Maxey, all-star level that he's playing at. And I was like, hey, I didn't think the Dallas win could mean anything. It was like, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
This could, if you're looking for something, I think that win last night could be something you build upon. And I love the picture, that they took last night and the accompanying video in front of the beam. I thought that was spectacular. That was really, really great stuff from DC.
Baby steps.
Mhm.
I think Dallas was a baby step. This was a baby step.
Mhm.
Now it's
Now
going to
you're
get
in a
more
fight.
difficult.
Yeah, you got to fight tomorrow though.
Yeah.
Well, no jaw, but we'll see.
No, they still play.
Yeah, they're tough.
Well, that's
They
a
still
team
play.
that plays from start to finish. They don't give in.
And that's what you want, right? Like, they
Yeah.
play for Taylor Jenkins, whether we like it or not.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I want for the Sacramento Kings and Doug Christie. Like, play. Don't look like you did against Indiana. Like, play.
Yeah.
And I don't know how anyone could not want to play for Doug Christie.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, approaching it very differently than Mike Brown. We talked about that a lot. I'm sure you and Kenny are going to talk about that. What do you guys got coming up?
A lot of. So there's no Uncle Nearest, there's no whiskey, there's no bourbon. There's going to be slow, measured thoughts, right? Because we're back on the radio on what went on while we were away with Mike Brown, and then of course we'll talk a lot about the last two games, because I don't think the last two games should be discounted. You don't have to be overly excited about them, but I don't think you should discount them either, especially the one last night.
Right there with you. That's Damian Barling, D'Lo, and KC. Coming up next, he's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Jiffy Lube has been the sponsor of the program. We're the Insiders, and we are back with you tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until then, drink water and be nice to people. Chatty gang, appreciate you guys. Good show today. Talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Well,
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
all right.
Go ahead.
I mean,
Come
it's
on
2.
now.
I mean, it's 2 in a row.
Hey.
I mean,
Hey.
wait, whoa. Are we sure we're doing this?
Hell yeah, we doing it. Like I said the other day.
Like, we haven't. The last time we were in this room, we
Mhm.
had a different head coach.
This is true. We did
Okay.
say
You're
if something happened bad January 2nd when we come back here, it's not going to be the same.
well.
Kenny sent
we
out a
didn't say
tweet.
that.
Kenny sent out a tweet the other day, like no drinking video or whatever until they're back to 500. We already fell off.
Oh,
of
yeah.
that.
Right.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, I was down for
Did you see
that.
my tweet last night? I lied. I'm back. I'm drinking. What's up, man? McQueen, what's up? We back in this thing. We back in this
Yes,
thing.
we're a team, so we're back.
Hey,
All right.
we playing it. We playing it. I'm drinking. I'll tell you why. Too.
Well, all right. No, I all right. Mrs. Mac 10 says it. All right. All right. DC, Coach Doug Christie. This for you, baby. This for you. Let's go, Young Zale.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now. Tell them like the beam.
I gotta say, this feels weird.
Yeah, that's all right. You ain't getting two. Doug, you ain't getting two verses.
No, 2 verses.
We ain't gonna get carried away out
We ain't
here.
going there right now. We ain't going there right now.
We ain't gonna
But
get
nah,
carried-
we
out here looking like Hollywood Rock with these dark ass glasses on.
Hollywood Rock. Hey, what kind of glasses are those?
Sunglasses. What you mean?
What's the brand?
They're sunglasses.
What's the brand?
The same brand as your backpack. It's the same.
Just go ahead,
pattern.
turn to the side a little
It's
bit.
the
and people
same.
I
see
can't
it.
see Kenny's backpack. I can see your sunglasses.
I'm
What is
just
that
trying to ask.
brand?
They're nice glasses. I just
I
trying to see where
appreciate
you got them from.
You can't even see.
Oh.
You can't.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, all right. Well,
I'm sorry.
come on, man. Next level. Fashion Over for your boy. Shout out Fashion Over.
Did you break ground on the stadium over the break?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
We had time.
No,
Yeah.
no, no. I don't have a stadium.
Yet.
Okay.
There we go.
Yeah,
Nobody,
there we go.
Nobody's
We're back.
saying it's there now.
Okay. It took 3 minutes for you jackasses to get back and sing. That's awesome. Ain't heard from Jesse in 4 days. Ain't heard from Jesse in a week and a half. Hey, happy birthday, Jay. Thanks. All right, man. Whatever, dude.
I appreciated it.
Yeah, I'm glad you did. What did you do for your birthday?
My dad came over the night before.
Your dad
whatever.
always posts
Yeah.
beardless Jesse pics,
Yeah.
which is just
Yeah,
spectacular.
collector's items right there. No, we hit the
Spectacular.
Mimosa House in the morning. Shout out to that place.
Oh, shout out
Fire.
to Mimosa House. Oh,
And
boy.
then we were out and about at night. My friends came over and stuff. So
Okay.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff.
All right.
Good stuff, man. Once again, air horns for Jess. We weren't here.
Yeah,
for
we
his
don't
birthday.
ever
Air
get to
horns.
celebrate Jesse's birthday.
the funniest part, I was gonna text back like, "Oh, thanks, appreciate you guys." Like, "Oh, that's too much." I'm gonna text them, "Thanks, guys."
That's fair. That's fair. Like Jesse's birthday will probably never be together for. Like it's New Year's
Probably.
Eve. Like
Yeah, there's
we'll
always something
probably
going on,
never
yeah.
be together for that. Like it's always
Well-
a day we work to have off.
Maybe we'll all be together when Sac State is playing in the Peach Bowl or something
Oh,
like that. Because that boy, he bringing in everybody.
yeah. That's
Give me 3 years. Give him 3 years. We'll be at the Peach Bowl.
Hopefully, he's still here in 3 years.
No, he ain't gonna be here for too long.
The way DC was cooking it, or the way DP was cooking it, was like, all right.
He ain't
Well,
gonna be
we
here
know
for
what
too
we're gonna have fun while you're here,
Yeah,
but
that's
we
it.
know what time it
That's it.
is.
We gonna have
Like,
a good time while you're
We
here.
know what's going
I
on.
think we got 2 years max of the go Sacramento.
I got it. I
We're
got
gonna
it.
enjoy it while you're here, though.
Hey, man, let's do that. Let's do that.
Just like we're gonna enjoy that win. That was a hell of a win last night.
It absolutely was. I thought De'Aaron Fox was spectacular last night. I thought the team was tough. That was impressive. That was I told the insiders I don't know, like, your memory is better than mine. Might have been the best win at the Golden One Center this year. In my opinion, if it wasn't the best, it was certainly the most meaningful. The Dallas game, there was a certain, stigma to that game because top 3 players for Dallas were out. And again, you don't apologize for that, but you don't have to put a ton into it.
Right.
It's fine that Joel didn't play last night. I assume he's going to play tonight versus Golden State. But Paul George did. Tyrese Maxey did. And that's still a team who, over their most recent stretch of basketball, is doing something I didn't think they could do. They've kind of turned things around. I don't know if kind of is even fair. Like, they've done what they can. They've turned things around. I think prior to last night, they had won 9 out of 12. Still good for them, winning 9 out of 13 going into the Warriors game tonight. That win had some meaning, being down double digits in the fourth quarter, fighting your way back. Having De'Aaron and Malik do what they do in the fourth quarter. Malik hitting, I think, like 8 free throws in that quarter. That's big time. Absolutely. And it might not mean anything, but today, the day after, I'm not going to wither it down to nothing.
I thought it was a great win, and it was one that can maybe make some people feel not completely different, but just a little different about this team and what's going on. The one thing, and we'll talk about it a lot throughout the day. The one thing that I thought about last night after the Kings were able to get that win is they had lost 6 in a row. They had lost all those home games, 0-5 homestand. Mike Brown gets fired, and it's unfortunate that Mike Brown gets fired because, man, this team, they weren't getting just smacked around. They had a lot of close losses, a lot of disappointing finishes in that whole run. And if they were able to get 1 or 2 of those, maybe Mike Brown is still here. You know what I mean? Maybe you get the one against Denver, and it just changes everything, changes the mindset, changes the energy. And that one was so damning. It sent them into a spiral for about a week and a half. And it's just, I look at that team last night, and it reminded me, and I'm probably a one-man wolf back here. It reminded me they aren't this awful team. They have been playing awful. They had not been able to finish games. But look at some of these losses, man. I mean, there might have been, go through the schedule, there might be a few blowouts here and there. A lot of close games, a lot of close losses, man. And that tells me, if I'm being an optimist, it tells me that you're not far away. There's things that you got to figure out to turn things around. And last night, they figured some of them things out. And hopefully you can keep that momentum going. But they're not – I just don't look at them as some trash team. I think they've got an opportunity to turn their season around.
Well, shout out to the prophet, Anthony Slater, who said before the season started, it's going to come down to close games. We thought that was ridiculous at the time. Man, was he right.
Spot on.
I think prior to last night, they were 3-9 is what the record had gotten to be in games decided by, it was 5 or fewer or something like that.
Yeah.
That is, one, that they've had that many games. 2, that is just so the opposite of what happened 2 years ago. And yeah, it goes to that thing to where they're not some, god-awful basketball team. This isn't, with all due respect, the Washington Wizards out there. And that's, I think, part of the frustration. That's why moves like what happened with Mike Brown happen, is because it's not like it's you're assessing the roster, and whether you think this is a playoff roster, a playoff run roster is one thing. But one thing that we were adamant about before we left and before Mike Brown got fired is that this isn't a 4 games under 500 roster. That's not what they are. The fact that Kevin Huerter was 1 of 8 last night, that shouldn't influence the fact that this team is now 4 games still under 500. Like, they're better than that. Kevin Huerter doesn't work here. Like, it doesn't. And, you know, you could try to add depth. Obviously, they played without Keegan Murray last night. We saw a different kind of lineup with Keon Ellis stepping in there, and shout out DC for that one, because I really, you know, I'm unapologetically a Mike Brown fan, but I do wonder if Doug McDermott would have started last night with Keegan Murray out and Mike Brown as the head coach. And with all due respect to Doug McDermott, I think he plays his limited role fine. But if you need someone to play major minutes as a starter, you find a way to adjust with having a starting lineup and a smaller starting lineup. And I think that's what Doug and the Sacramento Kings did last night by starting Keon.
Yeah. And, you know, one of the things that we're going to talk a lot about Doug Christie today, because I'm a big believer in Doug Christie. Maybe it's irrational, maybe it's wishing upon a star, but I am a big believer in who he is as a man, as a coach, as a basketball mind, and what he can do with this team moving forward. And when you talk about starting Keon Ellis in that situation, the thing that really sticks out to me with Doug, and I don't know if other coaches do it or not. There's going to be conversations that we have that allude to Mike Brown, that we talk about Mike Brown directly, and I'm not trying to, you know, throw shade on him as he's going out, but some of it may sound that way, but I'm not. I like Mike Brown a lot, a whole lot. But I look at Doug Christie as the type of coach and the type of person that approaches the game of basketball that is always looking at what you can do, not harping on what you can't do. And he empowers you to do what you can do. I'm going to do what I can to put you in the best position to make sure we accentuate your strengths. I'm not going to focus on the weaknesses. And that's what I think about with Keon. Keon, whatever was going on before with Mike or whatever, or any of these guys, maybe there was too much worrying about the things he didn't do right or the mess ups that he did have. And I believe that Doug is the type of person that approaches the game, says, I'm going to focus on what you can do. And I want you to dive into those strengths of what you can do well. And he empowers people. He empowers those players. And I want to see if that turns into wins and turns into good basketball in the next couple of weeks or so. But I think that's one of his biggest strengths that not everybody does. He empowers these guys. And I'm anxious to see what he can do.
And I'm anxious to see what we're going to talk about here today. The phone lines are open, 916-909-1320. We'll talk more about Doug Christie. We'll talk more about the win last night. We'll talk more about the immediate future of the Sacramento Kings. We're thrilled to be back here with you. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Little Bites. Oh, how I've missed you. Oh, man. Yeah, Dr. David. I think that's the last year that'll happen, which is bittersweet. I think next year she'll be a smiling little 3-year-old with Santa's pick. But that was classic. Did you see those videos of people posting the end of the WWE network? Like how it went off the air and stuff like that.
Oh, that was the network? I thought that was Raw.
No, the network. So whatever day it was New Year's Eve or something like that. At midnight, I just saw a couple like people were watching a match. And just like Thanos,
Oh, I didn't see that. I thought you were talking about the tribute video.
Yeah, it's like, oh damn, and just seeing it, I was like, oh man, damn, network is gone. But I saw Netflix got some things on the app.
Oh, okay. I know. I saw Max is adding like AEW stuff too.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, they're obviously doing it slow, but
yeah, they got. So I'm looking at it now. Netflix got top 10s, superstar profiles, legends profiles, Raw classics. They got some stuff. They've been pushing that hard though. The Netflix move.
I was thinking, yeah, because I opened Netflix last night, and the first thing that you see is Monday. Monday's legit one of the biggest days I think in wrestling history.
Somebody, a couple people, they're absolutely treating this like a pay-per-view.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Do you think we see a title change hands? Significant title.
Let's see. We got what are the title?
I don't know. Is Cody facing?
Because I feel like the big match. Is that happening? Don't change that title.
Cody, Kevin.
I know Seth.
Cody already back. I thought he got killed from that pile driver or whatever.
That's right. Yeah, I don't.
That's right.
They murdered him. Seth and Punk is the main event.
Yeah.
And they had a hell of a promo the other night.
There'll be a tag team match in there somewhere. Lose the belts that way.
See, that's what I'm always looking for in these premium live. I need a title change.
Yeah, I don't even know the card for,
because it's so the Seth and Punk.
Yeah,
Cena's coming back. Is there anything going on with the?
I mean, you know who's probably going to show up, right?
I was just about to.
It's in L.A.
Yeah, I was about to ask you,
Jesse.
Yeah, he's showing up.
All right, Jesse,
you'll pop in during.
You're
Roman
the Rock
Solo.
Whisperer. So what's happening?
He'll be there during Roman versus Solo. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, Roman versus Solo. That's the other big main event. Okay,
it's confirmed.
Right. Oh, the Rock being there is confirmed, or you're confirming?
I'm just talking at this point.
No, as long as you're.
No, I think he's supposed to be there. Like I think they've advertised them or something like that.
Yeah, it would only make sense. Liv versus Rhea.
Liv versus yeah. So they're doing this. This is a WrestleMania level card on Monday.
Yeah. It's gonna be some good stuff.
Rumors of a Becky Lynch return. I don't think that's advertised. I think like there's speculation she might be there.
Are we still looking for that?
No.
I feel like Becky Lynch was cool.
Yeah, Becky's cool. I'm not saying she can't come back. Like that's fine, but we don't need it. We don't need it. It's okay though. But if she comes back, it's all good. It's all good.
No,
I like Becky Lynch.
I like Becky.
I like Becky Lynch too. She's all good.
Just bring her in. That's Monday. Monday on Netflix. I think it'd be a huge day for wrestling fans.
Live. What's that? 4 o'clock? 5 o'clock?
5 o'clock for us. I mean, it's in LA, so yeah, it's 5 o'clock when it's live, no matter where in the world you are. So unless you had, I think, Direct TV, you were watching at 8, and Direct TV had it at 5. But yeah, now West Coast wrestling fans can watch at 5.
Finally made it, guys. You get to live the good life.
Yeah, well, I was about to say we got bigger questions and concerns if you had Direct TV.
Well, yeah, no, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, you absolutely do. Like I lived in my house for a couple of months before I realized the person before me had satellite, and there's 2 dishes at the top of the house, which I'm adamant just screams I'm a moron. I have Direct TV. I'm an idiot.
Man, there was a time when I wanted Direct TV. I was like, oh man, I gotta have it. They had all the extra channels.
Yep.
Like the Yes Network and SNY.
Yep.
And then all this stuff. And then
MySpace was popping too one time.
I'll try to think of what I really wanted. It was like 09. I really wanted Direct TV.
You either wanted Sunday Ticket or you wanted just something random.
Yeah. I wasn't living in Northern California. So I was like,
where were you living?
I was in LA. What you talking
Well,
about?
I don't know what you're getting defensive for. I was just asking.
So I was living in LA.
We know you live in LA. You can talk about living in LA and stuff.
I
It's
need to watch
fine.
my night.
It's the happiest time of your life.
Yeah.
No.
You look back
It was
on
a
it
good
fondly.
time. I had great times in LA.
Back when I was running the streets of LA, I was on 2K and Pros versus Joes, living the
Those
life.
things did happen. I got love for LA. It was a good time. But home is home.
Now I'm back in Sacramento.
Home is home. Don't say it like that. Home is home. I'm back. Your boy's back.
Okay.
Been back.
And Doug Christie's back.
Yeah.
Doug Christie said Sacramento is not his home, but he has always treated it as such. And he's now the Sacramento Kings head coach. And I think there's probably some interesting, talking points regarding that as well, because even the day of Mike Brown's firing, we went on the live stream pretty quick. We got the news that DC was going to be the coach, while we were doing the live stream. And I think I was texting, and I don't remember if it James, Matt, I think it was Matt. And I was my timeline was so off. I was like, so help me remember this, because I can't. Doug transitioned Luke and Alvin, right? And it was like, no, they were threatening to use Doug. I was like, that's right. They were threatening to make Doug the head coach if Alvin just didn't take the job. Right. And then Alvin, at some point during his stretch, gets the old virus, and this is back when the virus mattered, and misses a series of games. It wasn't one.
Oh, I thought it was two.
It might have been two, but it definitely wasn't one.
No,
I was thinking something closer to 3 or 4, but either way, it was like, I know Doug has coached this team before, and it was, during that interim thing. But the whole point being, it feels like whether it is Vivek or somebody else has liked the idea of Doug Christie coaching this team for a while. Now, we said back then, which I still believe is 100% true, that was just public negotiation. We're not going to pay you anything more than what we're paying you, Alvin. We'll convert your salary. Maybe it gets upped a little bit. You're not getting a multi-year deal. Nothing like that. We'll pay you, maybe up you more towards what a head coaching salary is. But if you don't take it, we're just going to make Doug the head coach. That's all it was at the time. But they did use Doug as an example. They didn't use anyone else on the coach. They didn't say Lindsey. They didn't say anyone else who was on that staff. If Lindsey was, I can't remember. But it was Doug, and it was Doug alone. And Luke Laux, Jay Triumph, more tenured coaches. Doug jumped both of them. Now, there's a ton of stories regarding what exactly went on with Jay and Luke and Mike and everything leading in to Mike's firing. But I think Doug is getting a very real look at being the head coach of the Sacramento Kings moving forward.
I think so too. I think this is a real shot for him. I lean towards...
And I have to imagine he gets a little bit more gratification beating Bobby Jackson last night.
Yeah.
I don't think he brought it up post game, but I'm sure he got just a little bit more out of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I'm with you. I think this is a real shot for him. I lean right now towards him being the next full-time coach. Like if the Kings would have to just fall off the face of the earth, which could happen, but
they might already have.
But
they got to crawl their way back to the face of the earth.
I saw a movie over the weekend that was crazy. It's crazy to see. We'll talk about it later, maybe during the break. But
now I'm curious. KC's movie. Go ahead.
If they are steady, say they get into the play and lose or something like that, I think Doug Christie's the next head coach of the Sacramento Kings. And one of the reasons I think that is because, people talk so much about how the job isn't desirable. And, we can get into this at some point. The Mike Malones and the Rick Carlisles and all these other coaches coming out and talking about how disgusted they were and, no class, no balls, all this other stuff. Like
that's funny. I ain't gonna say we have a T-shirt that says "No class, no balls," but we might have a T-shirt.
But they, you know, you look at it like who can they go get outside of a first year guy like or a first time guy like Doug Christie or Sam Cassell? Like it doesn't feel like you're getting an established guy.
Mm-hmm.
And if you got to go get a first time head coach, I don't think there's anyone better you can get than Doug Christie. I think Doug Christie's a great coach or going to be a great coach.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's not only going to be a great coach, I think he's great for this team, this franchise, and this city.
Agree.
I won't go as far as saying he's perfect. I feel that way, but I'm not going to put it on wax yet. I'm not going to jump the gun.
Perfect, and what do you mean?
I think he's perfect for this franchise. I think he's perfect for this city. And we spoke about it a little bit before we went to break. I think he's perfect for these players. I think they need someone like Doug Christie and someone, I don't want to say that they respect, because I think they respected Mike Brown, but they need somebody that they can believe in, that they can believe in, and that they believes in them, believes in these guys that are there. I talk a lot from maybe a player's coach perspective when I say some of these things, but I think Doug sees it the same way, at least publicly, or at least talking to these guys. Hey, man, I believe in what we have. Everybody around us is talking about, you know, we need more and we need to get this. I believe in what we have. And I believe in you guys. We don't, whether it's true or not, we don't need to go make a trade.
And that's fine. But to be completely fair, De'Aaron was one of those people
that said, after
the Laker game.
And when he said it, I was critical of it.
Yeah,
I said I didn't like
the whole roster over.
I said I didn't like that because it's a gateway for an excuse.
Mm-hmm.
Just maybe as a player type thing. Maybe
I think you're 100% right.
It's a gateway for an excuse.
Mm-hmm.
You talk about what you have and how you need to be better with what you have. The other thing that could have been the case is with some of these guys, or, you know, Mike Brown has been looking to tinker with this team since the end of the Beam Team 1, since the day that season ended.
Yep.
He's been we need more, and I'm not even saying he's wrong, but we need more. We don't have enough. The guys here, it's not enough, and we got to dibble and dabble with this. And
well, he didn't. To be fair, he didn't say that's nothing he said publicly.
No, he didn't say.
He just showed us that.
he showed us that.
Yeah,
you know,
some of his
the way he went about
interesting decisions.
And then obviously, you know, we've been privy to certain conversations,
right?
That, you know, we don't need to talk about right now.
Yeah,
but it lend itself
they
to
aged very poorly, by the way.
It got me thinking too. If I'm on that team and I'm one of those guys that might be on the fence about if I'm gonna be here or whatever the case may be, how am I gonna listen to this guy talking about, hey, just believe in me, let's galvanize? Mike Brown saying, but come on, guys, let's get together, believe in me. You don't even believe in me, dog. You don't believe in me.
Mm-hmm.
It's just lip service, man. Like, you don't believe in me. You tried to get me out of here. You try to replace me in the rotation. You won't let me play. You talking about you're searching. I'm sitting here. I'm Keon Ellis. I'm sitting here. I'm ready. I've showed you I've been ready. And I, you know, make one mistake on the defensive end, and I don't see the court for 2 games. I'm relegated to garbage duty. So combining all those things, I think they need a guy that not only they can believe in, but believes in them.
Mm-hmm.
As long as you're wearing the Sacramento Kings uniform, we're going to do this together.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Doug Christie's perfect with that.
Doug is a guy, like you heard him. I don't remember if it was yesterday, the Dallas game. It was either pregame yesterday or maybe postgame Dallas. But he was asked about Keegan.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't know Doug Christie, his, answer regarding Keegan and his struggles is the most Doug Christie answer you'll ever get. He's like, we're gonna put our arms around him. We're gonna tell him we love him. We're gonna encourage him. We're gonna tell him to keep shooting. And when you feel good about where you're at, start hunting. Go attack. Get that shot. But we want you in a good place. And we're going to do everything we can to get you in a good place. Like that's Doug Christie, like the person in a nutshell. And everything, dating back, because I remember, some of his news conferences in the, 2 or 3 games, whatever it was that he did in place of Alvin Gentry. And it's like, you listen to him talk and it's like, yeah, that's Doug. Like that's, sometimes you meet people and, the coaching aspect is there's a bit of personality involved, right? It's a little like being on the radio, it's KC is Kenny. It's just a little ramped up.
Right.
No, that's all it is. Doug is just Doug. That's just Doug is just like chill. The reaction that he had when I think it was Drummond shoved Keon, that's the reaction you would get from Doug Christie, the broadcaster, Doug Christie, the radio broadcaster, Doug Christie, the coach, Doug Christie, the guy sitting next to you by Kenny on Kings Row. That's the same exact reaction you would get. There was nothing manufactured about it. There was nothing reserved about it. Like that was Doug literally looked at the referee and said, come on, man. He shoved him to the ground. And I think sometimes when you have someone who is just genuine in their approach, that can resonate with guys who are out there kind of busting their ass for you.
And so I'm gonna talk. And once again, I'll preface it. I'll say it afterward. I love Mike Brown. I think Mike.
Here we go. All right.
I think he's a great coach.
Uh-huh.
I think he's a great coach. I don't know if he's a great head coach, but I think he's a great basketball mind and a great coach. I think there are some things that he would do that were cute in the moment, but when it got down to it, it may have come off a little cartoonish. And I'm talking about when people they love when he's yelling during the press conference, the first year he was here, turn on the Jets. And I love all that stuff. That stuff is fun. But like you said, you mentioned the word about DC when you talked about just, I don't want to say genuine, because I think Mike was being genuine himself, but it just wasn't, sometimes it might not have come off as solid as somebody like Doug Christie. Doug Christie is solid. I'll tell you this, I think Mike talked too much. Mike was probably too open with criticism, with the way he talked with the media, about the team and all this other stuff. That's all good if you're winning. If you're losing, it comes off a little cartoonish. And I wonder, I don't know. I ain't talked to nobody. But I wonder if that crept into the locker room a little bit. Doug Christie is somebody that you can rely on when it's good.
There are reports that it has. There were reports that and I'm not talking about Lou Williams. With all due respect, I'm talking about Sam Amick. Like that was written in. Sam's been nonstop Kings for 4 days now, 5 days now. One of the articles there was a reference to the press conferences, Mike's and De'Aaron's, and just how bad those two were in consecutive order after the Detroit game, which thank God we weren't here for.
That's right.
But I guess it was the next day Mike got fired, right?
We
wound up being here. Well, I'm glad we had the format we had, because
things had to be said the way they had to be said.
Some things had to be said a little bit differently.
It's just, if it's not with the right team, right group of guys, it can be brushed off as just kind of being like best way I can keep saying is solid.
But what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Like what is that? Tell me what solid means.
How do I put it? So with somebody like Mike Brown, when he's doing all this stuff and all this talking, and it's so extreme one way or the other, if it's going bad, him talking to the media, him the way he talks to the media, bringing up guys and all this other stuff. It could come off to some guys as, all right, man, here this dude going putting on a show again. Here's the Mike Brown show.
He didn't do that very often. I don't feel like he did that very often at all. Like he did it. So like the first year, I think it was the first year. It wasn't last year.
Mm-hmm.
The first year, the first time I remember him like saying anything critical as a press conference was the New York game, the offensive rebound game that they won.
Yeah,
it was a TNT game, I think.
Yeah.
He was just, we can't do that.
Mm-hmm.
We do that in the playoffs, we lose. And boy, was that foreshadowing for what happened in the Golden State Warriors series. Mm-hmm. Obviously, it wasn't a press conference, but the situation involving Kevin Huerter before the season even started, we all, you and I think, Jesse, we all think that was handled poorly. And whether fair or not, I think it affected Kevin's and Mike's relationship the rest of the way. Yeah. I used to joke that Mike hated Kevin. I very much believe Mike Brown did not like Kevin Huerter, the player, at all. And if he could have gotten rid of him for a box of low bites that KC has over there next to him, he would have done it.
Yeah.
Like, for some reason, there's just something about him that he didn't like. What I've struggled to understand is what it is about Keon Ellis that he doesn't like. And then that's where it's like, okay, one is one. But now, like, Mike, what are you looking for? You've coached LeBron. You've coached Kobe. If you think you're getting that, like, you're not. Mm-hmm. So what exactly you're looking for, I'm a bit unclear. My frustration with Mike started happening because this year they're just they very rarely march an entire roster out there healthy, and last night was no exception, as they were missing Keegan Murray.
Yeah.
I always thought Mike and of course it could have been, hey, Jay saying, I got an idea. It could have been Luke, could have been Doug, could have been a collective, could have been a roundtable, could have been Monty. Mm-hmm. When you're the head coach, it's your name. Mm-hmm. And so I'm using Mike's name as Doug McDermott should have never started a basketball game this year. Now, I think there was a point where there were like 2 or 3 injuries, and it's like, hey, you just need a body. Like, I get it. But the first time Doug McDermott started, it was like, Mike, what are we doing? Again, with all due respect, like, what are we doing? Mm-hmm. And then Doug winds up playing like 8 minutes. Like, everybody knew this was going to happen.
Right.
You do this with Alex Lynn. Sometimes you don't have an alternative. I understand that. That's a roster issue, not a coaching issue, but so many times this year, and that's why last night was refreshing. Whether they had won or lost, Keon Ellis is the guy who should have started right there. You have adjustments you have to make as players. You have adjustments you have to make as a head coach. You have deficiencies you have to make up for when you're starting a lineup that small. Just do it. Because the deficiencies for playing a player who really is probably your 11th player on the roster is far greater. And that was my frustration with Mike. I still believe Mike is a good coach, but it's very, very clear there was some sort of disconnect with him in the locker room. I don't know what it was. I don't believe it has anything to do with De'Aaron Fox. I don't think De'Aaron Fox nor Rich Paul nor Clutch Sports had anything to do with Mike Brown's firing. Whatever this issue is between Domas and Mike Brown, I don't think that had anything to do with it either. This came from somewhere else. The thing that's confusing me is I don't know who it came from. Because, and I meant to call someone and ask some questions about this, so I want to be careful what I say today. But I swear at one point it was made very clear that it was Monty. Written in print. Mm-hmm. I saw Vivek's name a lot this morning. And it's and again, it's my fault for not following up on it like I intended to, but I just don't know who made the call. And maybe it doesn't matter,
right?
But it was clear there was a disconnect.
So in one of the things that I've heard for a couple of weeks, I go back to the Sunday game against Indiana, and I was after the game, talking to all my people, whether it's workers, whether it's people in the backstage, whether it's just people that I talk to about basketball. Everybody's like, yo, somebody got to go.
Mm-hmm.
somebody has to go.
Mhm.
Like, this is awful. They've quit. They are not united. Like, somebody's got to go.
Yeah.
And somebody with very intimate knowledge of stuff told me, say he's not doing nothing. Say he's not doing nothing. And it was just like, all right, but don't you see what's going on? He said, man, we're gonna try and figure this out. We're gonna ride this out. So I bring that up to say it doesn't feel like, because there was rumors and people talking about stuff 2 weeks before that Vivek is getting the itchy finger. He wants to do something. As of Sunday against Indiana, the things that I was hearing was, he says, no, we're gonna ride this out. We're gonna figure this out together. Then Detroit happens, and like that's out the window at that point. We said that though, right? We came back on that Monday and we said if they lose to Detroit and have an 0-5 homestand, whatever we're hearing on this day is out the window. Like you can't survive that. That's what happened. I'll give you an example of the eye rolling that some people may have in that locker room with Mike Brown, potentially. I talked about this the other day when we were doing just the YouTube show. You talk about that Detroit game, and Mike, who probably knew he was on his way out, like that was the final straw. He comes out in that press conference, and they're asking him what happened on the final play. And he goes, well, you know, we didn't stay focused. We didn't lock in. Hell, you know, at the during the timeout, I told the guys to foul. I told them that if somebody has the back turn to the basket, that we're gonna foul, and they just dribble the ball 8 times or whatever the case may be, and then we get into all that. And if I'm a player in that locker room and I've already got some issues with Mike Brown, and you go to that podium and you talk about, number one, just this broken ass strategy that you had. Like, what are you talking about? Like, foul, if they turn their back, there's 8 seconds, and then you're criticizing them for letting them dribble and all. I said it the other day. Look back at that play. Nobody turns their back. The players did what you said. But how are you going to come on here and say, I told him to foul? No, you gave some broken strategy. Are we fouling or are we not fouling? And you talk about details and paying attention to the little things and all this. That's a little thing. Be direct with what you're saying. Are we fouling or are we not fouling? You didn't give a direct answer. But when the S hits the fan, you go up to that podium and you talk, I told him to foul and all this other stuff. They did exactly what you said. And that's where somebody, like, all right, here he go again.
So
here he go.
Jamil, hang tight, man. I promise we're going to get to you. Hang tight. 916-909-1320. What if the attention to detail is also like that foul in that situation is tough with certain guys on the floor? Like, it's difficult. You have to execute that foul in a way to where they can't get a shot up or fool a referee. And that could be Mike's thought. And I have no idea. It could be Mike's thought is like, we can't afford to make that mistake. Foul if they're, you know, their back is turned or whatever. Maybe I have no idea.
But do you see where the indecision creeps in?
Absolutely. 100%. I think that's a far more difficult play to execute than people give credit for. And that might have been Mike's attempt at covering his ass or perhaps his player's ass. We'll come back. We'll talk more about this. I mentioned the phone lines are open for you, and we're going to get to those like right out the gate next. Again, Elk Grove Kid Talk line 916-909-1320. While we're there, just real quick, man, thoughts and prayers to Jaden Ivey. It was very, very, very obvious something awful happened last night, and it did. And it indeed did. Young man was having a really good season.
It really was.
You know, shout out to him for a quick recovery. And hopefully that Detroit team can continue to build something. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball here with D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Anytime you see the trainers come out with the towel up, it's like, I
ain't gonna look at the replay. That was just terrible to see, like the situation.
Let's go. New year, new me. No little bites. Homemade snacks.
Hey, I'm gonna get some homemade snacks. I ain't giving up the little bites. I'm gonna have little bites. That just means I've got to work harder.
No. No little bites from my fat ass. I'm bringing homemade snacks, baby.
Michigan, no 13th round today. I want to get a little more information on that one. It should be ready for tomorrow. Hey, what up, boy? Yeah, it's exactly how I'd be too. We just gonna work a little harder. Some things I'm not giving up.
I got you.
I'll go 30 more minutes. Hey, shout out John Poles, man. Air horns from my guy,
John
man.
Poles.
Brought the lovely twins into the world, man. Big up to them, man. Congratulations, my guy. I thought that was El Duncan early. What's she doing here so early? Oh, probably because I got a game on. I watched La Plama on Netflix. Solid movie. I mean, like I said, I'm easily entertained. Like it doesn't. You'll never. You probably won't ever see me watch something or hear about me watching something and be like, that was trash. I'll never get that time back in my life. It's like, it's whatever. Like I see the entertainment value in pretty much all things. But solid movie.
That's the one where they're trying to escape the tsunami or whatever on vacation.
Wait, what was the movie? I missed it.
La Plama or Palma on Netflix.
Okay.
Yeah, it was good. And you talked about they fell into the earth. Part of the movie was this island was just gonna crater into the earth through a volcano or all this other stuff. So
okay,
it was all right. It was good stuff. It was a Norwegian film that had subtitles. I was kind of thrown off because, well, it didn't have subtitles. It had voiceovers. So I was thrown off early when I was like that. Something wrong with my TV. Let me make sure my settings are right. It looks a little off. And then it happened. Then there were other times when it wouldn't happen. Like they would be normal. Then they came back. Then it would happen again. And then like on one of the home menus, says it there. It says Norwegian subtitles. I was like, oh, that's why it's a little off.
I think that's how I missed out on the Squid Games phenomenon.
That's what happens?
Subtitles. Like, that means I have to pay expert attention the entire time.
Can't keep up. You know what frustrates me? And I think who does a good job of it? I just noticed. Oh no, it's not that somebody somebody does a good job of it. It's the fact that I have glasses now, so it helps out. But when you watch a movie or a show, and somebody texts the person and they show the phone. So when you're watching a movie and somebody gets a text on the movie, and the camera shows the phone.
Yeah.
And they show it for like 0.5 seconds.
Yeah.
And it's some small. I'm like, I don't even know what was said.
Yeah.
I don't know what was said. Why'd you just move on like that?
And then you rewind and trying to pause it at the right spot so you can read it.
Frustrating. Power does a good job of putting the text on the screen.
They do. Yeah. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Did you see, by the way, our girl Nicole celebrated her 45th birthday yesterday.
Happy birthday, Nicole.
Did you see where she was?
I did.
She was front row.
Yeah.
Like real front row, not like, front row. Like she was the front row of the 50 Cent residency on New Year's Eve in Las Vegas.
Which was dubbed by somebody as one of the worst residencies in Vegas history. I was like, that's a little harsh. Well, it couldn't have been that bad.
The one thing that, like, 50's voice is shot. Like, he doesn't sound good. And I knew that from the tour videos. That's why I wasn't eager to go to the Get Rich or Die Trying joint. Not that he doesn't have records, but it was like, his voice doesn't sound like he can do this anymore. And I saw her video, and I mean, he had he had I said that because he had the Ghost Crew.
Yeah.
Braden, one of the girls,
Oh,
like a
yeah.
couple of the crew was out there. I think I remember that was Kane, like someone else was out there with him. No, Kane is Kane's Ghost, right?
Ghost,
yeah.
He probably had
he had like there were like 3 of the cast members out there when he did the
what's
they
the
say
name
this
always
is a big rich
hangs
town.
out with Tyreek. What's my girl's name?
Well, the girl who Tyreek got pregnant was one of the girls out
was
there.
the one the Tejada
The
girl.
Tejadas, yeah. And Braden, you could just spot Braden. It's like, oh, there's Braden out there. Knew every word. Was probably the most popular white dude in the building.
High Times KG in the chat talking about we still watching Power question.
Boy, sit your ass down. You
go
stop
somewhere. Don't do that.
Stop.
Don't do that. High Times KG. Don't be disrespectful to the Powerverse. Absolutely. I got to get caught up on Force though.
No, you ain't never getting caught up on Force.
I saw the first season
coming back.
It is. They shooting.
Okay. Oh, that's right. You said our boy out there working.
They shooting. I didn't see the second season though. The first one ended up a lot better than I thought it would be. Well, it was cool.
Yeah, it started very Wire season 2-ish. It definitely did. But shout out to our girl Nicole, man. That looked like
man. Happy birthday, Nicole.
It looked like a blast out there. All right, 916-909-1320. I know some of you have been anxious to get in here. Let's talk. Let's start with our man Jamil. Jamil, appreciate you holding so long. What's on your mind, bro?
What's up, boys? Happy New Year to y'all, man. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Hey, so real quick, I was wondering when them power shows was coming on, man. They've been off for a minute.
Yep.
I wanted to talk some Kings real quick. I'm with both of y'all. You know, I liked Mike Brown, just like almost like KC, but like I said, I feel he really did lose the locker room. A lot of chats. I listened to a lot of chatter around. But Doug Christie, on the other hand, we've always said we need some dogs on the team. I have more confidence in Doug Christie putting some dogs in our team than Mike Brown did. You remember Christie. You know, Christie, when he played, he wasn't somebody you guys wanted to mess around. You guys remember him bombing on Rick Fox. I'll just leave it at that. You know? So we need some of that in some of our players, our top, 4 or 5 players. So I kind of like Doug for this, interim, whatever it's going to be.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that, and that's one of perhaps the sneaky, brilliant things of all of this is, and again, maybe this is, I think there's a lot to the Jay Triano, Luke Lauk story that hasn't been told yet, and it's not our place to tell it. So, but I think there's a lot out there regarding that. But bringing Doug in is going to get minimal backlash from your fan base. Michael Malone, Steve Kerr, those guys can feel however they want to about Vivek or about the organization. This fan base will rally behind Doug Christie because Doug's one of ours. With all due respect to Jay and Luke, those guys are fantastic. There is zero question about that, even to a certain degree. Jordy, even though I think everybody knew Jordy was he was next, and everybody had been preparing for Jordy to leave and get his own shot. Yeah. No one's going to be upset that Doug Christie's the head coach.
Right.
And everyone is going to, virtually everyone, I haven't heard anyone say a negative thing about Doug, will rally behind DC in this team in hopes that he can be successful. You bring in certain guys, whether it's, there's not much digging yourself out of the Luke Walton scenario, but like Alvin, no one has an attachment to Alvin. Doug's a coach. Bobby's a coach. Hell, Lindsey might have been here long enough for it to feel like, yeah, let's give Lindsey a shot. Yeah. Those are players, those are names, those are people that the fan base, the paying fan base, the Twitter fan base, the fan base of D'Lo and KC and the insiders and Locked On and all of that stuff, that fan base will rally behind Doug 10 times out of 10. And that's an important component when you're a dysfunctional franchise who has had 10 coaches in a 12-year span with your current owner.
What's one of the things that I've been talking about? I know you've echoed and you talked about a lot as well in the last 3 weeks or so. What this team needed. Leadership. Doug Christie's a leader of men. He is a leader. And I think about that more than I think about, I understand what Jamel's saying and everything, but dogs and all this. Like, I don't think the Kings are soft necessarily. Like, I don't individually, as a group, collectively, maybe so. Because like I said, you look at individually, like I don't think Fox is soft. I don't think Monk is a soft person. I don't think Sabonis
Monk's definitely not. Debo's
I don't
not.
think, DeRozan is. Like you go, I don't think Keon is.
Yeah.
Individually, I don't think they're soft. Now collectively,
Jay Crowder sure ain't.
Jay Crowder
Boy, I was
definitely ain't.
shook when Jay Crowder was out with a lower back. I was like, what? What happened?
Right.
And how?
Right. What is that?
I would go because my first thought was Doug might play him. What is this?
Yeah, man. But like individually, I don't believe those players are soft. I didn't think the toughness as a whole was missing. I thought leadership was missing.
Can you not be soft and not be tough at the same time? Like I had a conversation with someone recently about like there's a difference between not being unhappy and being happy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They're not the same thing. Being soft and not being tough, are those the same thing?
I'm gonna say I understand what you're saying. I'm gonna say no. I think when you talk about some of the toughness, I think it's a lot more of the like the trigger that gets you there, right? So somebody, I'll use Dylan Brooks as an example. His trigger or his fuse is very short. Like you look at Dylan the wrong way, let's fight. You know what I mean? Like I'm about to get at, or if you did something the game before against somebody else and you got press clippings, oh no, I'm gonna shut all that down. I'm ready to, if it means we fight, then we fight. Like the fuse is very short. I look at somebody, and I'll use De'Aaron as an example. De'Aaron's fuse is not that short, right? Like it takes a while, it feels like, to get to the point where he's ready to fight or get after somebody. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think that means he's not tough or he's soft. I think to get him to that point takes longer than somebody like a Dylan Brooks, or, take whatever person you think is tough out there. So I wouldn't say, that's why I say I wouldn't say he's
I feel like
or not tough. I just think to get him to that point takes longer than others.
I feel like toughness is we use certain terms, phrases, descriptors when we can't quite actually pinpoint what's wrong. Like with this, well, let's just stay with the De'Aaron Fox example. De'Aaron Fox, and I said this after the 60 and the 49. I said this the day after Mike was fired. It wasn't the clip that went viral, but I said it. De'Aaron is an all-NBA player.
He did.
De'Aaron is a top 15 player in this league. And in my opinion, the only person that doesn't know that is De'Aaron Fox. The 60-49 was the first time I ever felt that he recognizes what he is in this league. Whether it was out of, survival tactics because of who was out that game or whatever the game dictated, whatever the scenario dictated, he recognized they're out. I'm the one. I'm going to do it all by myself. What I wish he would do is enter the game going, I'm the one. I don't have to do it by myself because unlike those games, Debo's here. Malik is here. Domas is here. But I'll do it. And I don't feel like he recognizes that. There's a toughness to that, to me.
Yeah.
We go to, you mentioned Dylan Brooks, the Houston game. I think it was the Houston game where he had the line after the game because the Kings won the game and he's like, oh yeah, they were chirping. They don't chirp at me very often. They didn't do it again. I think that was Houston, right?
It was, yep.
Yeah, so that's what it takes. Like someone has to chirp at you. Someone has to like say something for you to go into that mode. Because he's that. And so we find these descriptors because we can't pinpoint why De'Aaron doesn't do that on a night-to-night basis. And again, not talking about the extreme examples of 60 points, 49 points, all of that stuff. But you saw last night, 13 of 16 is incredible. that he's not going to shoot that percentage every game, but it's the way that he played last night through 4 quarters, not just in the fourth where he was great, by the way, but the way that he played through 4 quarters where it felt like the team needed something, the team needed someone. You look at his play at the end of the first half, not just the 3 that he hit, but everything that led to it. You look at he had 1 turnover. Him and Domas had 1 turnover in the fourth quarter, and I don't know who got this turnover.
Oh, that was frustrating.
Right, you know exactly what play I'm talking about.
I was upset with De'Aaron at that point. I said,
but what'd he do? He got right back on they kept playing, right? They kept playing, and I thought that was the game. I was like, well, all right, that was stupid. But they kept like they played through it. No one like pouted about it, got frustrated about it. Like everybody played through that. There's a toughness to that. And it's not necessarily being Dylan Brooks. It's being someone who can attack an opponent, or if he has to attack, the game on the offensive end, his own teammates, to make sure his team gets the win.
Yeah, it's a level of mental toughness, mental and emotional toughness that I just thought this team lacked. That's where I look at leadership. That's why I call it the leadership. Like, who's going to be the leader to get people locked into where they're supposed to be on a consistent basis? And we want it to be Fox. We talk about Fox was fantastic last night. Fantastic. Like he was a wizard with the way he was handling and weaving through the defense and all this other stuff. And it was almost, for me, it was almost like a microcosm of the frustrations with him. Right? Because you watch him play and he's getting buckets. He's 13 to 16. He's got 33 points. He's killing. They can't guard him or whatever. And then if for me, at least, you sit back and you think about it, he's like, damn, he was killing. He looked good out there. 16 shot attempts. What? They couldn't guard you. I want 26 shot attempts. You know what I mean? Like, and his 16 shot attempts, he had to hustle to get there. I think he had like 7 or 8 in the fourth quarter. And it's like, oh man, I need you to do this. But
6 or 7 in the fourth, by the way.
Yeah, like killing. And it's like he had to hustle to get to 16 shot attempts.
Well, remember Malik was sitting at the line too in the fourth.
Yeah. But to say that though, he had 9 shot attempts as much as he was killing all game long. He shot the ball 9 times in the first 3 quarters.
So that would have put him at 7 of 9 through the first 3 quarters.
No, I don't know what that first number is going to be, but I need 19 FGAs going into the fourth quarter the way that you had it going last night. But it's just not the way he sees it. And I said the other day when we were doing the Mike Brown firing show, is that what it's called now? Firing show is you need somebody. I said better as far as like a basketball player, and maybe that's still true, but I do think you need somebody that's the leader that we want De'Aaron to be all the time, and that somebody could be Doug Christie. It's not that De'Aaron is never that leader. I feel like in the last 3 games, I've seen communication. Even in the Detroit game, he was talking like it's different than what we're maybe used to and what we want to see, but he's communicating with these guys. He's directing things around there, both defensively and offensively, but it was just something missing. And I feel like Doug Christie is the guy that kind of provides what's missing a little bit when you talk about leadership for this team.
916-909-1320. Let's get our man TC in here. TC, what's going on, baby?
Yes, sir. Happy New Year to my 2 brothers, man. What's up?
TC, Happy New Year's, my guy.
Oh, man, just vibing. Hey, I want to get in real quick. So first and foremost, utmost respect for Mike and all that, right? Love you, Mike. You're going to move on and be successful like you was before you even came here, right? It happens sometimes like that, Kings fans. You got to build somebody up and get them strong. Mike built us up as a team and got us where we need to be, and Doug going to finish off. Sometimes it be like that. Just like Mike got his being team 1 his special season, this Doug time now. You know what I'm saying? So we're going to close the chapter on that. I know it's not easy, y'all, but we're going to close the chapter and we're going to move forward and support these dudes with love and embrace, just like Doug talking about. Doug is solid, Kenny. I know what you're talking about, right? And I believe the locker room probably was, thinking about that. Like, this is cartoonish. You throwing people on the bus, you DMPs, you talking about we need help, but you ain't giving all my guys time to run. Keon and these other dudes to work through they problems and all that on the court. So that could have played. We ain't going to go back and forth because we did enough of that, right? We trying to, get positive and move forward with this situation. So that's how I feel like that. And I feel like Doug is that type of dude, the right dude to be here. And he's a leader of men, Kenny. What we've been asking from Shanahan, right? Be a leader of men. Doug is a true leader of men. So those go hand in hand. I know it sounds like I'm jumping, I'm jumping around, I'm taking a shot. But
I hear you. Keep working.
He ain't. Doug is, though.
Okay. Thank you, TC. I
mean, could the 49ers use Doug Christie? Enough people are asking.
It's a good point.
I don't know if people are asking this question.
It's a good point.
I've seen some.
So just want this to be clear. Mike never publicly said we don't have enough.
No.
He never said we need more. He never insinuated any. I don't know why that's out there or why that's getting repeated. That Mike never said it. Now, what he said to Monty, I have no idea. Mm-hmm. What he said at his press conferences, what did he said at his media availability? He never said that.
No, but his actions.
He even directed. You got to talk to Monty and Wes about that.
His actions for the last year and a half.
So the other stuff that Casey said is perfectly. TC said is perfectly fair, in that you had Keon do all of this work last year, and now you're all over the place with his minutes. You buried Kevin 2 years ago. And it's like, all right, some of that's got to fall on you. Mm-hmm. But he never said we need more or we don't have.
Never said that. Never publicly said that at any type of. The only person that said that was De'Aaron on Draymond's podcast, and he said
something similar after the Lakers game.
He said something like we're too small. He didn't say we don't have enough. He said we're too small. That's one of our issues, or whatever. So. Mike never.
That 4 straight losses to the Lakers not as funny as it was.
Damn. Well, like I did say though, you lost 4 straight, and Sabonis lost 4 straight to Anthony Davis this year. Still well over 500. That's how much AD was getting his ass beat by Sabonis.
That's a true story.
But yeah, man, I do think Mike Brown is a good coach. I don't know if he's a good head coach. I think he's a good basketball mind. He understands the game, but I don't know if he's a good head coach. I mean, this is the 4th time he's been fired now?
3rd? Oh, well, yeah, I guess he got fired by the Cavs twice. Yeah. Which is a job he never should have taken.
That's like we like Mike and we rock with him. You know what I'm saying? So it hits.
Mike has a win percentage of .599. That's his win percentage.
This may not be a perfect comparison, but we like Mike and we rock with him.
Mike finished 1 season under 500, and it was that very ill-fated return to Cleveland where he won 33 games, which is probably 31 more than that team had any business winning.
Well,
it's hard for me to believe he's not a good head coach, but I don't know. I mean, he got fired. He got fired 5 games into his 2nd season with the Lakers. He got fired, and I refuse to hold this against him after 1 year with Cleveland, and then he got fired 31 games into his 3rd season with Sacramento. So his longest run was the 5-year run to start his career with Cleveland, where he run 50, 50, 45, 66, and 61.
This isn't exactly apples to apples, but I'll give you a quick example. What do people say about North Turner?
Good offensive mind.
Not a
great coordinator.
Not a head coach. And I'm looking at his stats. I think he's got like 2 or 3. He was a head
coach. Coached the Chargers for his longest run.
Yeah, he was a head coach a lot longer than I realized, a lot more years than I realized. But it says 15 seasons as a head coach. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the 15 seasons he was under 500 as a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
And
how many years you say? 15?
15.
Mm-hmm.
And it's one of those things. I don't know if it's fair to Norv Turner. I know it's not fair to Mike Brown because Mike Brown is a good basketball mind.
Mm-hmm.
But part of also being a head coach is your record. Some of it is like just having people
Your
believe
relationships,
in you, you know, and for whatever reason, fair or not fair, like he's had those instances. Like that's
so that's why I point out 5 games into your second season with LA, 1 year Cleveland, scratch that, but 31 games into your third year, right after your extension with Sacramento.
Yeah.
There's, again, we talked about a disconnect between Mike and the roster, the players. There might be a disconnect between Mike and all players.
Hey, you brought up the other day when we were talking about this and securing Monty's firing. That's his new name. But no,
well, he hasn't missed too much, so that's concerning.
but people, you know, want to talk about this. There was a guy who was in that locker room who came on these airwaves and said point blank, Mike Brown not a good coach. He's not a good head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Matt Barnes was on here
when
we were going, and he said,
I didn't think
he did a good job with us.
Yeah.
And he didn't say it like in a malicious way, like hating, like a good guy or whatever. I don't have a problem with him, but just didn't do a good job. Now that team was in a different position than this Kings team.
Right.
You know what I mean? And had a little more leeway
to
have that type of outlook on Mike Brown. But and I think Mike Brown is a good head, or excuse me, a good coach, a good basketball mind. I'm just putting it out there. He might not be good enough as a head coach for a long term. You know what I mean? Maybe he comes in there and, you know, he has all this energy and things work out for a little while and then it runs stale a little bit.
I feel more like maybe he has a hard time getting through the players. Because was it Mike's not a good head coach, or he can't relate to those guys like the Kobe's, the Matt Barnes, you know, that group that won a championship, right? That had won championships. Their expectation were championships, nothing else. And I guess that's where, you know, that's where if you're a team in that situation, you know right away, whether it's Kobe or Pat or whoever, you know quickly, it's not it. You know, we need a guy who can, you know, get the two of us in our best position, but we also need a guy who can get something out of the other 9 guys on this roster, or 10 guys on this roster. And yeah, it's tough. Like it's head scratching, but the bottom line reality to it is they went from 48 wins to 46 wins to a first round exit in the playoffs to an exit in the play-in to what has to have been considered a disastrous start to the season.
And before we go, we can talk about it when we come back too, is like something had to happen. Something had to happen. You know, something just it had to happen.
Yeah.
Not maybe Mike, but whether it was a GM being fired, coach player being traded, like one of your top guys being traded, or Mike being fired, something had to happen. And anybody that says Monty should have been fired, newsflash, Mike Brown was probably going to be fired 12 months later because the new GM, or he's at the very least, Mike Brown will be on the hot seat in this time next year. Because what have we talked about for I don't know how long? The GM and the needs to hire his own head coach.
Yep.
So you can fire.
And now
Monty.
the Kings, by the way, have put themselves in a position to allow that to happen, which is the unfortunate part of all of this. And we'll continue to talk about it. 916-909-1320. Troy, hang tight 1 second. We'll get you first out the break. Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Sorry, guys. I need to. Everybody have a good holiday. Oh, who won the Players of the Week? Man, Cat's been killing it. Cat has been putting up some stupid stat lines out there. Absolutely stupid. Did you make it to the Snoop show? Yeah. Yep, I was out there for a little bit. I'm sorry I didn't get to run into each other, Steven. They got some good shows coming up out there. LL's in a couple weeks. You know, it's funny, Jacob. I had Christmas on Christmas Eve at my sister's. So Christmas Day, I had the games on, but it's like hard for me to like sit still. So I'm just like, I'm gonna take all this shit down. And I took the tree and the stockings, and I took all of the Christmas decorations down on Christmas Day just because I was bored and I knew no one was coming over. What's the best concert I've ever been to? Yeah, I'm gonna say Renaissance is up there. All right, let's get to these phone lines, 916-909-1320. We'll start with our man, Troy. Troy, appreciate you for holding so long. What's on your mind, bro?
Yes, sir, man. Thank you, fellas. Happy New Year's. I just want to tell Coach Brown, thank you, man. You know, thank you for bringing us out of the dark, you know what I'm saying, giving us a little bit of the light the beam kind of flavor, you know. And you're not from Sac until Sac do you wrong, so welcome to Sac, Coach Brown.
There you go, Troy. We appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in here. I mean, I hate, you know, learning everything about how Mike Brown's firing was handled. I think that's the thing that has been the most frustrating about this. I think more than anything else, that is what sparked the reactions from Michael Malone, Steve Kerr, and those different guys from all accounts. Mike's dismissal from the Sacramento Kings, of course, everyone is well aware of the story now. He conducts practice, conducts his media session. He's on his way to fly to LA. He gets fired over the phone, and in all indications are it's about a minute-long conversation. And that was that. From different things that I've heard, Monty called Mike while Wes was trying to flag down the likes of De'Aaron, who I think he talked to, DeMar. I think the only person he didn't talk to was Domas. So they tried to call Domas. Domas didn't answer the phone. I guess he was sick, and he wasn't even with the team at that point. He didn't fly to LA till the next day, as everybody is aware of because of his pregame media availability. So
yeah, no, that sucks. As simple as that. That sucks. I thought about it in like after, because one of the days we were talking and James, I was, you know, asking a question like, what would you have done? He said he probably would have done the same thing, but I would have handled it a little differently. I think it's Ramona's article about it. She lays out the timeline of like why, what happened, and all this other stuff. And it sucks. It sucks. But one of the things that couldn't happen was if you were going to fire him, he couldn't coach that game. He couldn't coach that game on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
And if like maybe you chase down the car or you don't let the plane leave or something like that, so you can do it in person, maybe, or something like that. But if you had decided that we're gonna fire him, he can't coach that game. And I know James had talked about, well, let him coach the game and then come back and do it on Sunday. He can't coach the game.
Well, no. This was at like we went on the air at 2:00.
No.
So that means practice had to have ended. Like when James was still at the facility.
Right.
What was happening at noon that allowed you guys not to come to the conclusion that Mike doesn't need to get in the car and drive to the airport?
I don't know.
This is why people look at ownership as the issue. It's like, this looks like a circus. Whether it's Monty's call or Wes's call or the collective's call or Vivek's call, again, there's a certain point where, Mike, whether it's substitutions, whether it's this, whether it's that, it's, yeah, you're the head coach, Mike. You hold this. You wear this. Whether Monty and or Wes have tried to land Pascal Siakam, OG Anunoby, this player, that with Karl Anthony Towns, this player, that player, whatever. Monty McNair, you're the general manager. That's the title. You wear the heat. When the organization as a whole looks bad, Vivek, you wear that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Vivek has to wear this. Whether it's basketball people making basketball decisions or not, Vivek has to wear this. And the way that this all was conducted, I don't even know. Last week, It was awful.
I don't understand, like, what is going on. This also like confuses me about like just like rich people, because I'm looking at the timeline.
You would know.
No, because I'm not rich. That's why I don't understand this. It goes in Ramona's article. They say this is a big rich
my bad. That's my bad. My bad.
Sorry, we got truth. I'm opening up truth.
Well, Jamie St. Caraway over here.
It says when they talked about blowing the lead against Detroit and all this other stuff, and it says, quote, and when they all got in touch late Thursday night, it was resolved to sleep on it and talk again in the morning. That call began as the team was starting its film session. Did the team start its film session at 5 a.m.? Wake your ass up and figure out what you're going to do. Like, what do you mean the call started again? When they started the film session, that had to be about 9, 10 o'clock. Wake up at 6, 7 o'clock, have this conversation.
The thing about sleep on it is very simple. Clearly you felt some way the night before. You felt some way after the Detroit game. Mm-hmm. Fine. You want to make this decision? All right. Sleep on it. Mm-hmm. Waking up doesn't entail another meeting. Do you still okay, did you cool down a little bit, or do you still want to fire him? I cooled down a little bit. Let's move forward. Let's try to get this thing done. Mm-hmm. Fine. No, I still want to fire him. Well, call him. Go call him into the office. Go grab him. Pull him out of practice. He's over there meeting with De'Aaron on Abraham Zapruder Cunningham is filming the video, like, and his tweet was, "This is gonna be dissected." And I'm watching the whole video, and I'm like, oh, they're talking. There's not really animated. It's just like a normal coach player interaction, but like, okay. And like 20 minutes later, Shams tweets, Mike's gone.
Do you think Mike had any inkling that was going to happen?
Yeah. I think Mike at the very least knew there were conversations about his job security.
I think so too.
Recently, I mean, you losing 5 straight sucks. Mm-hmm. You lost 5 straight at home. Mm. At home. Man, that's tough. Like multiple games to the Los Angeles Lakers.
So like like to dive in a little bit more. So it's like after they lost to Detroit, he's like, man, I'm probably gonna lose my job. And he goes out there and he says what he says. In that moment when he's talking to De'Aaron Fox and when he's talking to the media in practice, do you think he had gotten tipped off or knew they're talking about my job right now?
When he talked to
De'Aaron Fox, because the De'Aaron Fox video it stood out. I don't want to say it was weird or anything like that, but it was an interaction that looked like it stood out a little bit. I don't think he was like, yo, they're about to fire me, because the way De'Aaron walks off like it was just like, oh, we just had a quick chat. Like he didn't dap him up to fire, nothing like that. But it did stick out. I think there was a reason why it was put out there. Not like nothing nefarious, but it was like, oh, all right.
Well, Sean caught it, which
Right.
is what Sean does. Like he caught it, he zoomed in on it, and he stayed with it.
Right.
Like
It was
that
like,
wasn't
oh.
the Kings, that was Sean.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like if you saw that interaction, it looked like, oh, that's
After the night before, I didn't think it was anything.
maybe and then I put 2 and 2 together. You listen to his media scrum session. And I don't know. I just feel like I feel like somebody had told him something, whether he had a friend in the organization that was like, hey, bro, they're having talks right now. They haven't decided anything.
Well, Mike's also been in the game a long time. I think whether he knew that the talks were happening, he knew that the talks were happening.
True. I just think about like the thing, because you something. Oh yeah, you find out who's really with you. You know what I mean? You find out who's really with you and who's in the foxhole with you and who will turn on you in a quick second. It's like, okay, we just asked you about, is Keegan Murray available to play? That's all we asked you.
916-909-1320, host of the Chatty House After Party. Manny, what's happening?
What's up, fellas? Happy New Year's to y'all.
Happy New Year, my guy.
Appreciate y'all getting on Friday, man. Y'all were dope. So that was really good.
Oh man, thank you. By the way, guys,
appreciate it.
I'm working on it. I'm not saying it from a place of perfection. I'm working on it. It is New Year, singular, no S.
Also, you got till Friday. We're cutting this thing off Monday. No more Happy New Year.
Okay.
What's up with you, man?
Let me ask you a question about the whole Friday thing real quick. Like, do you guys think that this was a conversation? Obviously, speculation until you hear otherwise. But do you guys think that it was just a quick conversation of, hey, that's it, move on? Or do you guys think that it was a conversation like, look, Mike, he delegates a lot of his stuff to a lot of the assistant coaches, right? And do you think there was any kind of discussion where they asked him to do something? He basically was like, no, I'm not changing anything. And then that was what became of their, okay, well, if you're not going to budge, then you got to go. Like, do you guys think there was any kind of discussion with Mike on trying to work something out? It just didn't work.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Little S starter.
What do you have in mind?
Like, it could have been, because a lot of times you'll see stuff where, like, and this happens more in football, right? Where coaches, when they know their head's on the chopping block, maybe they change a defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, or something, because that's kind of like management saying, well, somebody got to, there's got to be a starting point to this. So get rid of this dude. Let's see what happens, or something like that, where they asked him to maybe get rid of an assistant.
We hear you, Manny. We hear you, Manny. By all accounts, Mike was either asked to fire Mike or Jay, or Mike and Jay. I've gotten not Mike, Luke. Mike was asked to fire Luke and Jay, or Luke or Jay. I've gotten messages that said both. I don't know which one is reality, but somehow Luke Louts and Jay Triano are tied to this. I guess Mike not being willing to do it, you fire him and you keep them on board because you're promoting Doug Christie and you need a experienced staff with you, with him as the head coach. But I'm not sure that whole thing is bizarre to me.
That is bizarre. You probably know a little bit better than I would, but I don't see that And I don't know why, if you wanted one of them out of there, why they just wouldn't go with Mike. Obviously, there's a staff that still needs to be put together, but you bring up some of these G League assistant coaches. Like you can find assistant coaches if you really wanted those guys out that bad that you gave Mike an ultimatum. Like I don't know why you would want him out that bad, and then when he says no, you fire Mike and you keep them around.
But you might not have given him an ultimatum. You might have just said, "Hey, we need to make a change here, and these guys got to go." And Mike just goes no, and you reconvene later, and it's like, well, we'll just get rid of Mike.
I understand, but if you thought
it's not a one or the other as it's presented to Mike, Mike
Right.
made the decision that I'm not moving on from these guys.
But if you presented them as such a problem in the first place, why are you keeping them around?
My only guess is you feel like you need an experienced staff to be along with Doug Christie. Which also, what are Jay and Luke thinking? Because they still work for the same people.
Mhm.
Mike's gone, but Monty, Wes, whoever, the collective is still their boss.
Right.
And you know they wanted you out.
So you're right.
Thank you.
What would you how you think some of them players might feel when, I'm just saying a hypothetical, Mike wanted you out. Mike tried to get you out. And the front office said no. And now you know everything that happened. And you still got to listen to this guy talk about, let's bring it together, guys. Let's come together. You look at him crazy. Like it's the same thing. I don't think people think about it the same way because it's a player. Because what you're saying is like kind of crazy too. Not what you're saying is crazy, but the thought of, man, these guys wanted to fire me. I'm still here. I still got to work for these guys, even though my guy's gone.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's a wild thought. Like, how do you work through with your job that way? Think about it as a player to coach. Coach wanted player A traded.
Mm-hmm.
Went to the front office and said, yo, we got to get him out of here.
Mm-hmm.
This ain't working.
Mm-hmm.
Player A finds out and the front office like, nah, we're not leaving. You got to stay and deal with it. Player A now still got to answer to the guy that wanted him gone.
Mm-hmm.
It's a mess.
No, that's 100%. I'm with you completely on that.
Yeah, and it's just a mess. It's a mess. And sometimes people will be in those situations and they'll just work through it. Like, all right, it's whatever. And sometimes people harbor resentment.
Yeah, and I think in the case of Jay and Luke, it could just be something as simple as, look, we won't make this work for Doug. Like it's in everybody's best interest for this team to be successful. I mean, we know how close, at least it certainly appears, that Luke and De'Aaron are. Like these guys are gonna look. We're gonna make this successful for you guys. My checks are still gonna clear. I don't even have to interact with those guys. Like we're here, and we're gonna execute DC's vision, and we're gonna try to get this team back to where it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
that's tough. That's tough, but sometimes trauma can do that, right? And the trauma of this season, and I'm not trying to use that word lightly, but Mike being fired, that regardless of what your mindset is tomorrow night versus Memphis, and whatever your mindset is for the next 40-something, 50 games, whatever it is, in the back of your mind, I'm probably moving again when this season's over. I'm probably moving, and your wife's asking you about it, your significant others, your kid, like whatever, like you're having other conversations that no longer pertain to just basketball and, why your team can't hit a three anymore, which, by the way, they didn't last night. They couldn't shoot for nothing last night, but they won. And that was some stuff that we talked about earlier this season where, God, the three's not falling, but man, they've been in all of these games. At a time, at the time it was a big discussion. They were like 2-2. They'd only hit threes, I think, in one of those games. So, it's a lot. It's just it's a lot that weighs on your mind. James brought it up a couple weeks ago, where the number of players who are involved in trade conversations, Kevin, Trey, Keon, whoever, like, could that affect their play? Yeah, like, absolutely. I mean, one of the greatest examples, I think, in history is that Kobe Lakers team when all that Bulls stuff was going on. And that Bulls team died when the rumors started because they all thought they were being traded. They all thought they were going to L.A. They thought they were going to be part of the biggest news story in sports. That team died until that nonsense was over. And it's not unfair to think that stuff affects these guys at all.
And it the way things went down really, really sucks. And it's really unfortunate because regardless of what I think or anybody thinks about Mike Brown as a head coach or but his missteps or whatever, by all intents and purposes, he seems to be a stand-up guy. Seems to be a great guy, and he doesn't deserve to be disrespected in that manner. And that's not cool. That's not okay. And for like, because I know the big talking point right now with a lot of people is the press conference. And me personally, I don't really care, but I understand why people want that press conference, why they want those questions answered to get more clarity and all this other stuff. Because there's a way you go about things. And from every step of this, it doesn't seem like they've gone about this the right way. And it's just not cool. It's not okay.
But it's done. And, now it's like, what now? What now? We've got Doug Christie, who's 2-1 as the Sacramento Kings head coach. And basically, Doug has coached 3 times since we've last been on the air. Lost that game to the Lakers where they really did just kind of look lifeless against that team. And there's a lot of
I thought they looked fine. I thought that third
against
quarter,
the Lakers.
Yeah, I thought the third quarter was crazy.
I didn't think they looked good against the Lakers.
I thought there was energy. I thought they were trying to fight through some stuff. They had just lost their coach or whatever. But I thought there was energy. I thought the third quarter got completely out of control, and that's where they looked a little lifeless.
Yeah.
But they battled. Got it to they were down 20-something, and then got it to 6 with about 3 minutes to go.
Yeah.
I thought I saw a lot of light. You're not the only one. I'm like the only one that kind of saw it that way. Everybody else was like, they look the same, or they look, they didn't look like they had it. I feel like I saw something in that Lakers game.
To be fair, that's fine. To be fair, I didn't think going in that was going to be, okay, this is going to be the big rallying moment. It's like, nah, like Doug found out like on his way to the airplane.
Yeah.
Like that's he hasn't even coached a practice.
Right.
Yeah, he hadn't even got to address his team.
Right.
Like he probably had these guys have routines. Maybe they talked on the plane, maybe they talked on the bus to the hotel. Like they probably didn't have a lot of time to talk. Shoot around, you want these guys to just be in their routine. My hope was the Dallas game. That was like, all right, this 5 going to probably become 6, but man, don't let it become 7.
Well, how that game started off.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
absolutely.
Goodness.
Absolutely.
Like what in the world? But, and I can't even say it's different because I feel like they showed toughness with Mike Brown in a lot of games. They came back in a lot of games with Mike Brown. So I don't know if it's necessarily a difference, but there was a level of toughness that we talked about mentally, emotionally in the Dallas game to come back from what they did. And then we saw it again last night as well. I just look at it. Sometimes it's like, and I bet Mike was thinking this, a lot of guys, man, if we could just get a win to just calm things down. And they couldn't get the win.
Yeah.
Like sometimes it feels like the world is crashing down on you and everything is the worst. And if you just get a win, if you were just able to beat Indiana, get a win, calm down, let's get back on our, on our winning ways. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to get that win within the last few days of Mike Brown. And I say that to say, I think that's what helped them more than anything. Getting the win against Dallas, it helped them moving forward, even getting that win last night. Now, catch your breath, start to feel good about yourself a little bit, because this team in the media, on Twitter with the fans, they've been getting their ass beat for the better part of the last 2 weeks.
Mhm.
People talking about how much they suck, how much they don't care, all this other stuff. Like they've been having to deal with it
Mhm.
and get a win. Just get better vibes around you a little bit. It might be able to go a long way.
I
We'll
thought the
see.
picture was brilliant.
That was really cool.
I don't know whose idea that was. It was Doug's or someone else's. I thought the picture in front of the beam with you had to find him, but DeMar had the crown last night.
Yeah. Well, Doug's speech.
Yeah.
That was wow. He said this.
We can't play it.
He said, "Yeah, you guys are the light of the city. It means something to these people."
Mhm.
I know he's not from here, but that's spoken like somebody that's from here. This is
Well,
their
he's
home.
around here
Yeah.
enough. Like
Yeah.
he's I mean, his time here and then all of the he came back. This is what Doug came back for. Doug did not come back to be on the radio. He did not come back to be a color analyst. Doug Christie came back to Sacramento to be a coach. And he has gotten that opportunity and now no matter how difficult the circumstances, he's gotten the opportunity to be a head coach. And I think Doug's going to take advantage of that. You can't change how the opportunity is presented to you. And you shouldn't even remotely focus on that. He opened up his first media availability and said, man, just first, thank you to Mike. And okay, now you move on.
Yep.
And your focus now is entirely on the Sacramento Kings.
A lot of talk when Doug's name first started coming around was when Luke got fired. And that was just a mess of a situation. I've heard James talk about how it's like, man, that's whoever takes over isn't going to last. Like, don't take the job. And I understand that. And there was also a lot of thought that Doug wasn't ready to be a head coach at that time. And I understand that too. I think he's ready right now.
I think Doug had been a coach for 17 games. Wasn't that his first year?
His first year. I think he's ready now. He's ready. I definitely believe he's going to take advantage of this opportunity.
But you know what? Even if he's not, like he has a runway of 50 games to get ready. Like Joe Mazzola was not ready to be a head coach.
Right.
Joe was like
what was that, 2 weeks?
Joe was like he was
that was like into training camp.
He was like
that happened right before.
He was like the fourth coach
right
at one point. Like
barely on the first row.
I don't know that he was on the first row.
That's
because
crazy.
it was
Might have been second 1 year.
So he moved up because Will left. Kara
was he
left.
About to be in the first row that year.
Yes,
he was about to be on the first
because
row.
Will
never been there.
Will took the is it Utah job?
Utah, yeah.
So Will's in Utah. Kara had left for Duke. I think Kara and Joe started at the same time. Now all of a sudden, this guy who Jason Tatum's like, that's the best coach I've ever played for. Not Brad, but this other guy. It's the best coach I've ever played for. Well, remember a couple years, the second row guy, he's your head coach now.
Right.
And guess what? Like, he won a title. He figured it out. He has a unique way of leading the Boston Celtics that seems to work for them. Doug is going to have an opportunity that Joe didn't, and it's to figure out how to lead these guys.
I know we got to get out of here, but it's unpopular for right now because a lot of people are down on the Kings and everything that has to do with the Kings.
2 straight wins.
I think Doug is. I think he's going to do really good things here.
I'm with you. And something happened while we were away. Well, a lot happened while we were away.
Yeah, kind of bearing the lead there, pal.
Yeah,
while we were sleeping.
Well, something happened in the G League while we were away. And rumors are that might translate till tomorrow night. There's other rumors out there, too. We'll talk about it. Steelo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
while we're on the break, just explain something. Our guy Steven, he tweeted out a question. I talked about it a little bit. I'll explain it a little bit more. He says, what do you guys think about the Kings still not having a press conference or taking questions? Me personally, this is just my thought. I don't really care. Like it doesn't bother me. But I understand why people have a problem with it. I understand why people point to that as another example of bad ownership or not taking care of business. My reason for saying it doesn't matter to me, and not to go all De'Aaron here, but it doesn't matter. Like if they don't have a press conference and the Kings win 21 of their next 30 games, people will be excited and hyped and believing. It's about the winning aspect of it. It's about that. Like if they did have a press conference, would people look at them any different?
If you have a press conference, does that save your best player time from having like to defend himself from?
Yeah,
saying,
I think
Mike,
that's
Mike fired and all that kind of takes some heat off your players. I think that's why you have it.
Do you think he's not going to have to answer those questions?
I think they'll be out there.
I think
like,
when
fan
him
stuff,
and
I think
when him and Doug are the first to have to answer those questions, that's a bit unfair.
I agree. I'm looking broader. If the only thing that's going to save, just like when Vivek,
I don't think it's like a rah-rah type of thing. It's no different than De'Aaron going to the podium after the Detroit game. Take accountability. What happened? Why? So De'Aaron, what happened on that final play? So he gave his answer, and his answer is bullshit, but whatever. His answer is his answer. It's the same thing. Monty needs to Monty and Vivek and Wes and whoever runs this basketball team needs to take accountability for what's going on with this team. James needs to be able to say, do you think this roster is good enough to do you think you equipped Mike with a roster to get where you guys want to go?
I understand it for the job.
What was the disconnect? Like what was the issue with Mike? What ultimately led to his termination?
Well, it's probably going to give you some
then give it.
BS.
Then give it.
But
it's no different than the players and coaches having to do it after games.
I understand, and I understand why it's a problem. I do understand why it's a problem.
I don't think you do.
I do understand why. I don't like securing Monty's firing. Fans deserve some explanation. All right, whatever. Fans get an explanation, then this team loses 21 of the next 30. You gonna feel better? No.
Malik Monk has the worst pizza guys like campaign ever. Like they just got my man just out here just holding like that's the big post. Like, man. Because I'm a pizza guy. Man. Makes me sad. Shout out to our guy, Leezy, if he's still watching or listening, man. Leezy cooked the last 2 weeks.
Shout out Leezy.
And he recognized the moment we were in, and he went to those 2 impromptu live streams that we did and, pulled reels from them and got them on, station shows, personal pages. Like he worked his ass off over the break. So Leezy, if you're still out there, appreciate you.
So we got into something during the break about the lack of a press conference for Mike Brown or media scrum for Mike Brown's departure, firing. And I said, I don't have, like, it doesn't matter to me. I understand why it's a problem. And securing Monty's firing,
what's his name?
who, whatever. We just don't see things eye to eye because he's always talking crazy about me. But he's talking about KC sounding out of touch and Dr. David saying that sounds like Fox. And all I'm telling you is.
So did you repeat what you said during the commercial break?
I said, I understand why it's problematic. And it says more.
Not having a press conference.
Not having a press conference. It says more to the issues, and I'll even say what I've been saying about this team, lack of leadership in the organization, not having a press conference, stand up there and have the questions. But if the Kings win 21 of their next 30 games, are people going to not go to the games no more? It's securing the beam, securing the money's firing. If the Kings make the playoffs at 60, you not going to watch the games? You not going to support because this team didn't have a press conference? It's about winning. That's what it's about. That's what it's always about here.
Mm-hmm.
It's about winning. If you don't have the press conference, if you do have the press conference and you still suck, you're not getting points for that. Now you've got to do it anyway. I agree with all you guys. You've got to do it anyway. Even if you're given canned answers or all this other, you have to do it. I'm not saying it's the right move. I'm telling you, I don't care because I know what the big picture is. But I'm not saying like, it's just okay that they don't do it. No, I'm not saying that. Like, you got to at least have some type of media scrum or something and stand there. You talked about accountability, take accountability, answer the questions, all this other stuff. But if they never have the press conference, which it looks like they probably won't.
Yeah.
And
there's really no point in doing it now.
No, and they end up being the 5th seed. The city gonna be down on the team because they didn't have a press conference?
No, but again, it's taking accountability. The argument I was making is it's no different than players and coaches going to the podium after games.
Mm-hmm.
It's no different.
Mm-hmm. And even with that, like, they got to do it. They got to do it. And De'Aaron got roasted for his response after Detroit.
As he should. That was trash. It was trash.
He should have answered it. He should have answered it. But
he didn't even have to. He could have given it a generic answer. He bailed on the question, which was trash.
I understand it. All I'm saying is, like me, but I look at all this stuff differently, right? Like than maybe most. I don't care. Did you do it or did you not? I don't need to know why. I don't need to know why. Did you execute or did you not execute? I saw that you didn't execute. All right, we lost. Tyrese Halliburton talks for days and is so eloquent with how he talks. When he's making us money and making 11 points on a night where they lose by 20, it don't matter. It doesn't matter what he says. Once again, I know I'm in the minority when I feel that way. It doesn't matter, though. Did you win or did you lose? Did you handle business or did you not? In this case, it does. It matters in this organization, like how you're perceived and stuff like that. I get that. But for me personally, you're going to find a way to win 9 of the next 12 like Philly just did or not. If you're not, like, if you lose 9 of the next 12 and you have a press conference, that don't make me feel better.
So I guess what's weird for me in this conversation is just a minute ago you talked about Doug's speech on that video out at the heart of the beam or whatever, wherever they were, and how valuable that is. Sometimes talking does have value.
The only people they need to talk to is the people in that locker room. Because I can feel as good as I want about that video. If they lose 9 to 12, it means nothing. It means nothing. Yeah, it felt great. They won yesterday. It felt great. That's great. But if the video that we talk about, we loved it so much, it was a vibe and all this other stuff, they go on another 6-game losing streak. We're not talking about
what do we do every day?
We talk. We talk about the things that we see it in the way that we see it. We're able to talk about.
Isn't that exactly what we're asking them to do?
It's part of their job to do it. It's part of their job to do it. So I understand it. But their ultimate like.
But everything doesn't have to be this, like, from a big picture perspective. Hey, De'Aaron, what happened on that final play? I fell asleep. I was too far off Jaden.
Mm-hmm.
Closed out too fast and fouled him. That's the end. It took less energy for me to say that than it took for him to say, "Oh, it doesn't matter." No, bro, you're being a child. Just own up to the fact you messed up. That's it. That's it.
All I'm saying, and for some people it does. I was going to ask the question. Him owning up, does it make anybody feel better about losing to the Pistons that way?
It's not about feeling better. It's exactly what I said the day after. This isn't about feeling better.
What does it
It's
do?
not about feeling worse about something.
What does it do, though?
Shows accountability,
It's-
no?
Accountability is making sure it don't happen again.
But no, there's a
You know
game.
what?
There's a way you got to play this. Though I feel like in the league, like that. What you're saying isn't necessarily wrong, but like there's a reason why these guys go to the podium and they talk and all that. Like you just got to show accountability. Like good franchises and their players do that too.
He has to do it. Monty and Vivek have to have the press conference. Like you said, they probably won't now, but they have to have it. That's part of the game.
But that's the end of it. Like there's no big grand, but if they win the championship, it doesn't matter. No, that's not the point. We're talking about now. We're not talking about May if they're in the playoffs or June that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about now. If February 8th, 9th, whatever the trade deadline day is, comes and goes, and the Kings are exactly the same, you don't want to hear from anybody?
To answer your question, people talk about accountability. The only people De'Aaron needs to be accountable to are the people in the locker room. I know we think like be accountable to the fans so we can hear it. That don't matter, because how about this? If he's accountable to the fans and he don't take up ownership in the locker room, that's not going to work either.
But you're separating everything as if you can't do one without the other.
I didn't say you can't. I'm telling you what matters. If he's accountable to
no
his
one's
teammates,
questioning whether that stuff matters.
You guys said it matters. It matters. No. Like have accountability. Say it in the press. You don't need to say that. We saw what happened. I don't need De'Aaron Fox to tell me what happened to know what happened in that situation.
Then just throw the do-rag on and leave him in the locker room. Then there's no point in having him out there. But this falls into what I was talking about the other day. The type of leadership this team needs, that man doesn't have. He is not capable. I'm not going to ask the man to be something he's not. He loves to tell everybody he doesn't scream and yell and he doesn't pound his chest and he doesn't do all of that stuff. That's fine. I see my man ERB asking, D-Lo, you still want De'Aaron gone? I don't want De'Aaron gone. That's not what I said. What I said is you can trade him. That's what I said. Because I'm at the point with De'Aaron, regardless of what I think about this roster, De'Aaron Fox-led basketball team is a 45-win team to 48-win team. That's what they are. And at some point, I'm starting to look at him as him part of the reason why.
That's fair. And all I've said with all of this is him going up there and taking accountability in a press conference. It just like it's not the thing that's necessary is taking up accountability in the locker room.
But that has nothing to do with anything.
What does him at a press conference have to do with anything?
It's what everybody does.
But what does it have to
in
do
your
with
job description. It's literally what everybody does.
Do you think it plays into organizational culture and stuff like that? That guys are coming and just kind of like, yeah, I messed up. We got to be better. Not like all these, like there's teams that do it. Do you think it plays into any of that stuff? Or are they just going up to the press conferences just because they have to or whatever? Does it tie into anything?
Well, I think the majority of them are going to press conference because they have to. Nobody's willingly doing it, but they do it.
I don't have any question that De'Aaron leads far more in that locker room than any of us realize. I have zero question about that. You're the face of the franchise. Just go out there and be the face of the franchise. If you don't want it, then fine. Malik is the pizza guy. Let him be the face of the franchise. Just stop cutting these cheesy ass commercials. Let him be the face.
So, and all I'm saying is,
let Domas do it.
If
Domas hates talking to everybody.
If the roster, if everybody in that locker room on what was that last Thursday or Wednesday or whatever the case may be, like they don't bother us that he said that. That's what matters. If they got a problem with, hey, because Fox isn't talking, now I got to talk and I got to answer these questions, and it creates a rift that way, then yeah, we got a problem. He's got to deal with it.
But it's not the same because Fox didn't not talk. I just thought his answer was trash.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. I'm telling you, it's not important.
How do we talk about Fox's leadership then if it's like
we don't
There's
see it
nothing
to talk about.
If we don't see it.
No. It's not us. He doesn't have to be a leader to us. He doesn't even have to show leadership to us if he's doing it in the locker room.
Yeah, if this isn't and that's perfectly fine if this is a 25-9 team. That's perfectly fine. But it's not.
Okay, so if he shows us leadership and they're still the same record,
then we're not questioning it. Then we're not questioning his leadership.
Why not? They're not winning. What is he leading? If he comes out and talks and says
If
all
he
the things that he
let me
wants
ask
us
you
to
this.
say.
Let me ask you this, because I get we can't do this without defending every freaking thing De'Aaron Fox does. So let's try this. Have you ever at any point questioned whether he gave a crap about the game he was playing in?
Yeah, at any point, yes.
Multiple times throughout the year. Not once, not where you're like, oh man, De'Aaron looks out of it.
Throughout this year, no. I'm talking about in his career.
Yeah, in his career.
Yeah,
let's not do the career. Let's do the last 3 years.
Mhm.
Let's do that, because I wouldn't want to play either if I had some of his teammates. I ain't never gonna fault him for that.
Draymond had Sacramento Kings fans united over the week. You remember when he cursed out Buddy?
Oh, yeah. You know where I saw it? It was so good. I saw it on Miss P.
Oh, yeah,
story.
Miss P. She had a good old time with that one.
I should have went over and checked Brian Cruz's story, see what he was talking about. Oh, them Buddy haters they was Draymond Green P1s that day, boy. They was Draymond Green fans that day. No, let's just go with the last 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like there are games where he is disengaged in the last 3 years?
In the last 3 years, no. I don't. And
right.
also that's once again, that's tough. That's tough because, and I'm not saying you or anybody else, I'm not even saying just for De'Aaron Fox. Just look at these people. People might say the same thing about Paul George. Just because it doesn't look the way you want it to look doesn't mean he's disengaged. So I try to stay away from that personally, because you don't know. You don't know. Like he could be a person, like we talk about Keegan all the time, right? Like Keegan don't necessarily look like he's always engaged, but Keegan also said like he had to learn, because he was such a hothead, that this is how I control not going overboard, just looking stoic.
So maybe I phrased the question the wrong way. So I'll try again. And have you ever watched De'Aaron and felt like he was disengaged? I'm not asking you if De'Aaron Fox was disengaged.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not asking you if he didn't care about the game. I'm asking you, have you ever watched him and thought he doesn't look into this game?
In the last 3 years, no.
Okay.
Earlier, before that,
all right.
That
doesn't count. Buddy years don't count. Buddy years don't count.
Yeah, but
we were all disengaged.
Not in the last 3 years. I haven't felt that way about him, and that was a criticism that I had of him before the Mike Brown tenure. But I feel like he's been locked in for the most part. There was a game specifically I remember being at where he took like 12 shots in the game, and I remember specifically they lost to the Clippers. I want to say it was around New Year's or something like that.
Before Mike?
Yeah, before Mike, man. And I was like, this guy don't even want to be out here. And I remember I was backstage and his dad.
Well, Buddy took 97 shots that game, so
Marvin was there too.
Well,
was there
too. Be clear, I'm not mad at De'Aaron. Like, I understand.
But I hadn't felt that way. Were there times when I would have hoped he'd been more aggressive? Absolutely. I can't say that. Absolutely. But disengaged, I haven't felt that way about him in a long time.
Okay. Fair enough then. I'll stand by what I said the other day. De'Aaron is the only player he's the only person keeping De'Aaron from being a top 15 player. It's the whole Brett screwed Brett thing. That's what it is. Like De'Aaron is the only person keeping himself from being a top 15 player or whatever.
Yeah.
And again, I don't want him traded. I think he's incredible. I either want him to recognize what he is, which is a top player in this entire league, or let the front office be open to moving him.
Yeah. And I don't want him traded either, but when we were talking about that stuff the other day, maybe it's just an assumption and I'm just reading tea leaves too much, but I'm like, they losing again, you're not going to want to stay. So you need to start preparing yourself and start thinking about things that you.
Let's address that for a second. I don't, with all due respect, I don't know who Chris Davis is. I think that was his name. I don't know who that person is or what he does for a living. but I don't know that King's Twitter bought this at all. But we just kind of. I got it from Trista, where Trista was like, "Who the hell is this guy?" I was like, "Nobody." Like everything there is. This is multiple accounts to D'Lo and KC. De'Aaron, Rich, Clutch. No one has asked, insinuated, or brought up any sort of get De'Aaron Fox out of Sacramento now or this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
That has not happened.
Right.
So with all due respect to Chris Davis's.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Got to check your sources, Chris. I'm not saying I don't know.
He might not even be a person.
That's why there's been a lot of Twitter over the years where it's like a blank white background and the guy in a suit, and they tweet like around trade time. Like I'm like 99% sure Chris Davis is not a real person.
I'm kind of with Jesse. Like I don't think he's real.
Chris Davis.
And I didn't think anything of it when Kamara sent it to us, because it's like, Kamara, man, you're at Disneyland Paris. Like, leave it. Like, stop it. But when Trista sent it, I was like, all right.
Yeah, if they got a suit on, it's a blank background in the back, just keep scrolling.
Just
that's the general rule. Like, come on.
If they have their handle really big on the graphic that they made, just ignore it.
Now I'm curious. I gotta go see Chris Davis again.
Well, look at the Kamara thread. It's in there.
That's where I'm going right now. Chris Davis. Let me see. Come on, man. Chris Davis. Chris Davis report. Let me pull him up on my Twitter here. You guys talk so much.
Like I could pull some dude's picture off LinkedIn and do this and create a Twitter account.
That's a good job. Jesse went to LinkedIn to pull the account. That's good work right there.
He's verified. He's got almost 5,000.
Oh, he pays $8 a month. Yeah. Well,
just keep in mind the verification now that's a severe downgrade, because it means you pay monthly for Twitter.
Let me see some of his other tweets here.
And unless you're a company, don't do that.
Yeah, he's got a Jonathan Kuminga tweet. He's got a Jakob Poeltl tweet.
Well, okay.
Bruce Brown trade buzz. So I don't know.
All right.
I'm not buying. And
we got Anthony Edwards' future in Minnesota is becoming questionable.
Well, yeah. Wait a minute. December 22nd, he starts tweeting. His last tweet before that was September 18th. What kind of insider are you?
Yeah, no, this is not a real person.
And then I think that's all his tweets. Yeah, you guys got Chatty House.
I don't know that the Chatty House got Chatty House, but
Kamara's part of the Chatty House.
Well,
if you saw that tweet, hey, that's pretty interesting. You got Chatty House.
No, for a lawyer, Kamara really falls for a lot of stuff on Twitter. Like the amount of dumb stuff he sends to the group text where it's like, Kamara, this isn't real. Like, what are you doing?
If that tweet made you feel a certain way, then you got Chatty House.
I'm trying to think. It's somebody else got Chatty House.
No.
I remember seeing something. I'll tell you guys in the group chat.
It happens. It happens.
You guys in the group chat.
Chris Davis, give me a break. A baseball player.
I'm dying. He said he pulled his picture off of LinkedIn.
No, I'm saying that's how you do it. You can pull some guy's picture off of LinkedIn. I can start a rumor account tomorrow.
It's crazy how many like algorithm type accounts there are that like are passed off as insiders. Like there's an NFL guy, the Dove. Yeah, that's not a human.
No, yeah, they say he sold his account. That's just some guy tweeting stuff now.
There was,
that's crazy.
I ain't gonna say the person got Chatty House.
Well, come on with it.
I ain't gonna say that. I'm just saying a little too much answering involved. A little too much.
A little too much thought going on.
Wait a second.
Send it in the group and let me know where to look.
What is going on here?
I have an idea.
Say names. What is the problem?
I'll just say it, man. It just
hold on. I want to see where I'm going first is what it is.
Oh no.
Okay, no, it's not.
Damn
Go
it.
ahead.
Well,
who are we talking about here?
You talking about Chris? He responded to Chris Davis?
Well, no, it was somebody who it was basically a public version of Kamara. So someone sent that to him.
Oh.
It was like, what you think?
Oh.
and then it was just too long of a dialogue for me.
Yep.
Too long of a dialogue.
Oh man.
Sorry, guys. Should have played elevator music during that time.
Throw it in the group chat.
It is.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, he just sent it. We're just
Oh, wow. All right.
Oh man.
Good stuff,
Okay.
though. Good stuff.
All right.
In conclusion, we just hijacked this whole segment. I do think it's whack that they're not having a press conference, or at least a scrum. You don't have to have a press conference, but Monty or Vivek should answer some questions.
Well, I did love the one, and I'm just putting a couple of different things together here, so forgive me if I'm wrong. I love the idea that Vivek was ducking the Mavericks game. Guess who's back courtside? Now, guys, I'm pretty sure Vivek was on vacation.
Vivek, I don't know if this is accurate or not, but isn't there a video of him on a beach playing football?
Playing one-on-one, running routes.
Vivek Jefferson.
Oh man. Come on, Uncle
Vivek
V.
Moss.
Come on, Uncle V.
My man was getting a nice little tan and everything, man. He wasn't worried.
He hit him with a stutter and go 2-on-1.
He did. He got Angelique with it.
Hey.
And Trips was the quarterback.
Triple H out there throwing passes.
Triple H Lamb out there. All-time QB. We'll come back. Devin Carter made his G League debut. It looks like his debut for the Sacramento Kings is pretty close. What's that mean? We'll talk about it and what other rumors are out there that are involving Devin Carter. It's dealing with KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Come on. Vivek Beckham Jr. Oh, man. All right, that's enough of the bites. Back on my water. I had like zero water over the little break. Terrible job. But you know what happened? We had people over. It was Christmas. And you know what was bought? Soda. And you know what happens when soda's in the house?
Gotta drink it.
Gotta get it out.
It's not something we want to do, but something we have to do.
Exactly.
All right, some of these receiver names are solid. I'm not gonna lie. Vivek Ochocinco is shout out Alan Brown. Vivek Ochocinco is good stuff.
Vivek Ochocinco.
G Brooklyn, the box in the chat put it. You think Vivek hit any gritties after getting the catch?
If he did, it was on camera.
Hit a gritty with Angelique. Hit her with an out and up. And then hit the gritty on her. Yeah, Carlos, I don't buy it. I do not buy any of that stuff. But sometimes we have people over, or sometimes the wife buys it. Well, got to get rid of it. What's the office looking like today, man? Is it just regular amount of people here?
7 people.
The boss
so yeah,
is here. Karosh is here.
That's
about it. Yeah, Alyssa's here. I saw John here earlier.
New Aaron's here. Old Aaron's gone, I think.
Yeah, new Aaron here every day.
He is. So don't have anything else to do in this city.
No. I don't know that that's true. All right,
Oh, he making
boy,
moves.
be out there.
He making moves. Oh,
Yeah,
shout out
he
to
out
my
there.
boy, New Aaron.
Be out there. Man, they got us. Come on, man. Let that man live.
The video's out there. We want to watch it with the class.
Running like Isaiah Pacheco is crazy. Oh man.
Oh man. Hold on. Where is the Vivek route running at?
I forgot where I saw it.
King's Muse might have had it, I think.
I think it was King's Muse, yeah.
The tweet was kind of tough. I think King's Muse's tweet was like, Kings are in shambles and Vivek is like playing football on the beach right now.
King's Muse has had it with the Kings.
No, I don't blame
He
him.
has had it.
Well, he said, hey, man, Doug is off to a good start and knows how much this city team means to us. He's coming around. DC got him coming around.
Oh, but I guess it was a rough 72 hours.
Well, it was.
That was not a good
Understandable.
few days to be a
Understandable.
Kings person.
No, it was a mess.
I felt like every coach in the league was lining them up.
Well, one of them needs to settle down. That's just my own personal beef.
Pause. Go ahead. Get your hatred
No,
out.
no, I'm not. It's not a topic. We already talked about it. Michael Malone, just settle down. And then that old geezer George Karl needs to shut his mouth.
George is just a miserable. Trying to find a tweet from maybe a day or two ago on King's Muse account is just not at all the move to make. Just not gonna happen. I'm gonna scroll for about another 20 minutes to see if I can find it, and then I'm just gonna have to check out.
Might have also been someone other than King's Muse too.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know where I saw that thing. I had to look and see. Am I seeing
I don't
that
think
right?
I don't. Well, I can't search for Vivek because God knows what'll come up if I do that.
That will not be a nice.
Yeah.
search.
So maybe I can. I don't know if searching Vivek running routes will. No. What if I search Vivek football?
Vivek
I looked up
running routes
Vivek
is
Beach.
Hilarious. That's hilarious.
What you found it on Vivek?
No,
Beach?
I looked up Vivek Beach. Now I'm
No,
looking.
nothing. I can't find Vivek
Oh,
football.
man.
No. All
Trips.
right. No.
Maybe this was scrubbed from the internet, like Jordan Crawford dunking on LeBron that one time.
That was scrubbed from the internet.
It happens. Devin Carter's G League debut was not scrubbed from the internet. He had Kings fans buzzing. He had them a little excited, and he had quite the debut in the G League. Yeah, actually at the Golden One Center in front of a capacity crowd.
He was cooking. He was really cooking. And
Sarcasm, by the way, it wasn't a capacity crowd.
you know, I've not sure about Devin Carter, like his game and stuff like that. Like I think he's a fine ball player, but I don't know like how he fits and all this other stuff. But
He fits fine as long as one of the other guards is gone, at the very least.
yeah, what if does he fit on this team if nobody leaves? I think he does.
The insiders were
Okay.
talking about earlier.
Walk me through it.
If he takes anyone's minutes, it's probably Keon's.
Well,
Nah,
I have a okay.
I'm not saying that.
Why wouldn't
I
he
wouldn't-
take Kevin?
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. You cut into Kevin's minutes.
Or just cut him out.
That could happen too.
Just eliminate him.
That could happen too. I had a thought. I was talking to Jesse about it and trying to think of like why they weren't able to make a move for Kevin Huerter or trading Kevin Huerter or something like that. I'm not going to go back on what I said in the summer. I was all for giving him an opportunity coming off the bench. That's what I thought. Looks like it's wrong. Like he hasn't been able to, turn his time here. It was wrong. But at the time I said, hey, let's see what he can do off the bench. I think he could be a good bench guy. When it was kind of clear, like it's not going to work. Do you, one of the things everybody talks about with the Kings is the depth. I'm not sure how 2-for-1 helps that, because they always talk about Trey Lyles and sorry, radio audience.
Shout out to
We've
the
got the
local
video.
guy.
Look at him.
We have.
Oh,
there's the snap. Oh, the stutter step. Why does Jeremy throw like that? Hold on, watch the stutter step. Oh,
Ball should be out by now.
Yeah, what is he holding to the ball? Why is he throwing the ball so timidly?
Timing down.
watch the back. Watch him hit it with the.
Okay. They out there in Cabo.
Look at the kid walking by like, is that Vivek Ranadive?
He's like, is that Jeremy Lamb?
It's impossible to go to the beach with the football though, and not run routes.
Hit it with the.
Shout out.
I see you.
Man.
What they call him, Vivek Ocho Cinco.
Do we think the pass was completed?
Bryce said Jeremy Lamb holding the ball out there like he's Tua.
All right, let's relax, because one of our quarterbacks still has a chance to make the playoffs this week. So let's relax.
Oh, man. Damn, Tua.
Our quarterback didn't throw a game-ending interception last week.
He did it a couple weeks ago.
Well, not last week.
Who the Dolphins play?
The New York Aaron Rodgers.
They're gonna do great.
And what's the
Carson Wentz? If you're listening, if you're out there, Carson Wentz, if you're listening, you are my only hope.
And how does this work?
If the Chiefs win and Dolphins win, then Dolphins make playoffs.
They got it over in Cincinnati.
They're over in Cincinnati. Yeah. So just basically Broncos love, Dolphins in, and we're golden.
It's so funny, man.
I've been waiting for this team to die for about a month and a half, and we're still here.
I love the conversation that's happening right now, because you've got to win games, man. And Josh Allen has won the games. He's had the moments to be the MVP. And I don't, Lamar, he's got great numbers, but I don't know. This 8-8 Joe Burrow, though, my goodness.
I haven't heard that one.
You haven't heard Joe Burrow for MVP?
Yeah, I've seen that a lot. That's also going to be the guy that gets to the playoffs. They're the Chiefs.
Of course, a lot of them do the caveat. If he gets this team into the playoffs this week, he deserves to be in the MVP conversation.
I mean, he doesn't, but he's been phenomenal this year.
He has been phenomenal, but you're not going to be 9-8 and be the league MVP.
No.
You're just not.
He doesn't even.
And then you're going to use the argument that Lamar has 5 losses versus Allen's 2.
Yeah, no, he don't even need to be in the conversation. And I think Joe Burrow's been fantastic, but we could just leave it at he's been fantastic. We don't need to put him in a conversation.
Also, Lamar might need to be MVP.
I don't disagree with that at all.
You might need to. Like wins are great, but
he is stupid in every statistical category.
Everyone.
He's beaten them in every category, right? Except I think rushing touchdowns.
Rushing touchdowns, yeah.
But everything else goes to Lamar.
But I think he still hasn't beaten total touchdowns. The rushing might put him over the top.
Josh has more total
I think
touchdowns.
Josh has total touchdowns because he has like 11.
Mm-hmm.
Lamar has like 4 or 5 rushing touchdowns.
I feel like doesn't Lamar have like 40 passing touchdowns?
Mm-hmm.
How's that possible?
He might have him in total touchdowns.
How's that possible? He can't play quarterback.
Good wide receiver.
It should have been a cornerback, maybe.
It's an insane thing.
It's a hell of a
quick feet.
It's a hell of a race though, because both of those guys.
That's a hell of a way of putting it. He's got 39. 30. You know what it is, man? It's the 39-4. Mm-hmm. Man's thrown 4 interceptions this year.
Both of those guys have been great this year. I was a guy that wasn't necessarily always sold on Josh Allen, and
28-6 might be the same number. It might be 39 each. Oh no, that wouldn't be it, because it would be 39 total for him and 43 total for Lamar.
There you go.
And only 6 interceptions. That's impressive.
And like I said, I was questionable. I had some questions about Josh Allen as far as when you talk about like being MVP caliber coming into the season, and he's blown them all away. Like, he's been great this year.
Mm-hmm.
He's won outside of the Baltimore game. He's won all the big games and the big opportunities.
Won that Kansas City game.
Yeah, man. He's been great. He is deserving of the MVP if he gets it. But I also think Lamar is deserving as well. If I had to make a vote,
or cast a vote,
Oh,
make a vote. You can make it if you want to.
I'd probably go Lamar.
We got
I
to
go Lamar, but it's tough. It's tough. It really is.
we got a call to the front desk from TC. Not coming on the air, obviously, second time caller, but he wants to know if you think that Brock Purdy would be in the MVP running since Burrow's not. I think this TC might be turning on Brock Purdy too.
Does he think Brock?
What?
Purdy-
He wants to know if you think Brock Purdy would be in the MVP, should be in the MVP race. I think he's turning on Brock Purdy here. Yeah.
No, absolutely not. And I don't.
He
know
thought
why
you would
he's
say
throwing-
yes.
I don't know why
What's
he's
he
throwing.
talking
Yeah, why is
about?
he throwing shade at Brock Purdy?
I don't know. I think this is the beginning of a heel turn, though.
TC,
Well, he just needs to get away from Kyle.
I don't think TC likes the 49ers.
I don't think he does either.
Remember Joe, that one guy Joe that would call in, the Mac Jones Joe, I think?
Yeah,
And he was a
yeah.
Niners fan too, but he's like, yeah, Mac Jones is better than, what was
Yeah.
it, Trey Lance?
Trey Lance, yeah.
Brock Purdy, who's
Everybody died on that hill. Everyone is just
Yeah.
gone and passed.
Yeah, it
away.
was horrible.
yeah, that was
We were all wrong.
tough. Brock Purdy, whose season I think is over. I think they announced that he's not playing on Sunday.
Correct.
He shouldn't.
Yeah.
People have talked about how his season went and how he was exposed and all this other stuff. I don't think he was as good as last year, where he was a top 3 MVP candidate. But I think people kind of, and I watched this season, like he had some bad interceptions. He didn't always play great. Like he had a down year. I think people kind of overblow like what the season was. 38-64, 20 touchdowns, 12 picks, 67.8 QBR.
38-64. That was the yards.
In 15 games. That is good enough for 8th in the
I was going to say Lamar's 39-55. I don't remember Josh's exact number, but it was in the 37.
Josh is, I think I got that here. Where's Josh? Josh is 37-31.
Okay.
I think Brock is a $50 to $55 million quarterback.
Brock was pretty good this year. I'll say he was pretty good. He wasn't great. I thought last year he was great. He wasn't great this year. He was pretty good though. And they had, I mean, well, you could probably do this about a bunch of different teams, but they had a lot of self-inflicted missteps in some of these late games, the Rams game also. It's like when you talk about like a guy winning you a game, look at the Rams game, the first one in LA. I mean, the guy, he made the throw. He made the throw. Now you could say, he missed it. You got to make another throw. All right, well, okay. But he made the throw. That throw was going to get him in the field goal range. They were up 10. Jake Moody missed it. Jake Moody missed a field goal that would have put him up 10. Like, it's not all on Brock's fault. He wasn't able to overcome some of the stuff that happened, but it wasn't all on his fault. I thought he was pretty good this year, considering all his good players were gone most of the year.
Yeah. Yeah, they put up a nice little fight in a completely meaningless game for everybody involved against Detroit for a while. And
Detroit, I watched that game and I said, Detroit is not going to the Super Bowl because the 49ers have struggled on offense in the red zone, all this other stuff. They're going through the lines like hot knife through butter. So if the Niners could never score in the red zone. They were like 3 or 4 in the red zone or 3 or 3 in the red zone against the Lions. I know the Lions got a dynamic offense, but yeah, it's not going to happen. And it's no fault of their own. Their whole like first team defense got hurt. Like I'm not even saying like it was bad planning. Like they're playing with second stringers. But if they don't win that game against Minnesota to get the first round bye and home field throughout, they may be out in the first round.
Man, what a heel turn this is on Detroit.
Well, I mean, everybody heard. Everybody
That's
heard.
true. Yeah, that's true. I'm just fascinated looking at Lamar's numbers. They just absolutely blow out his previous MVP.
Really?
years. Yeah.
So is it like, isn't that what happened with Giannis when he didn't win it?
Mm-hmm. I think it happened.
Might
Twice.
be happening now.
I think it happened. Oh, it's absolutely happening now.
He's going crazy.
I think it's happened twice.
It feels like it's happened every year since he won his last MVP.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. What a season Lamar, Burrow, and Josh Allen are having. I think my vote would go to Lamar too.
I think so too. And I don't have.
I get the moments thing, and Josh had a couple of them, and that one against Kansas City was huge.
I don't have any problem with anybody voting for Josh.
Tony Romo said that Lamar's already got 2, so we got to get one to Josh.
Oh, that's your boy. Look,
That is, yeah, that's your boy.
Hey, that's your
Tony
boy.
Romo.
Yeah, that's your boy, man. Go ahead. That's his logic.
That's not how this award works, Tony. Jacob says no love for Saquon. No, I think Saquon was fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I am perfectly okay with Saquon not playing Sunday.
Yeah.
He's 101 yards away from Eric Dickerson's record. And I get this is just kind of how it goes. Kind of needed him to break it on Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Like now it's like it's your record. There's no you don't have to put an asterisk next to there's nothing. Right. There's 14 game records, there's 16 game records, all of that. This is just going to be a thing moving forward, but it's fine.
I was gonna say, I feel like we can't buy into that because it's like in that case, like the real rushing leader is OJ. Dickerson broke his in 15 games.
No, like I get it.
Like I feel like if this is what the season is, that's the record.
No, yeah, no, for sure. You're 100% right.
Yeah.
I was just hoping he would break it last week. That's all.
Yeah,
and you could put him in the conversation. I mean, did Derrick Henry rush for 2,000?
I feel like he did.
Yeah, I think he got 2,000.
And he's like, besides AP, he's the only one that did Adrian Peterson. He's the only one that did it, right? Because Adrian Peterson won the MVP basically because he rushed 2,000 yards.
Yeah.
I don't remember who else did it after Adrian Peterson, except I thought Derrick Henry did it once.
Chris Johnson ran for 2,000 1 year too. No,
did he?
Might have been 2,000.
Oh, he might have. Yeah,
that's a name.
Yeah,
right there.
Yeah. Shout out to those.
That's a name that you had to be there. Like
I'm trying to remember.
Reese won't understand how cold Chris Johnson was for like 2.5 years.
Chris Johnson was like one of the best running backs in the league, if not the best.
I have one name in my head, and it seems ridiculous. So I'm going to look before I say it out loud. He had a nice little run, but nothing crazy. Okay.
Who do you think?
I couldn't remember the phenomenon of Peyton Hillis. Like how
Peyton Hillis,
he ran for 1,000 and it felt like 2,000.
Yeah, that's facts.
Peyton Hillis, he ran for like 895.
Oh, and they put him on the cover.
No, he ran for 1177.
Jeez,
come on, man. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy.
And we got a Madden cover out of it.
That's crazy, and was ass after that.
Peyton Hillis might be the most absurd one-hit wonder in NFL history.
That was insane. Shout out to Peyton Hillis. So he ain't hurt nobody. He just played the game. It wasn't his fault.
Oh, plot twist.
What do we have here?
CJ did it before Adrian Peterson. He did it in 2009. Adrian Peterson did it in 2012. And only Derrick Henry, until Saquon Barkley, has rushed for 2,000 yards since Adrian Peterson won the MVP doing that.
Shout out Chris Johnson. We'll always tell you a legend on this show.
We will. CJ2K.
2,006 yards in 2009. Chris Johnson ran for 2012. Adrian Peterson won the award running for 2,097. And then Derrick Henry ran for 2,027 in 2020.
I joke a little bit, but what CJ's run was what? 2?
It was like 3 years max. 3 years max, I think.
Or he was that dude.
Let's see. Because we honor players like Chris Johnson here on this show.
We do.
Chris Johnson. I think we're underselling him a little bit. He ran for 1228 his rookie year, 2006. That was 2006. That was his second year. 1364, 1047, 1243, 1077. Had a bad year with the Jets. Imagine that, running 663. And then his last good year, he ran 814 yards in 11 games.
Chris Johnson out of Tennessee, like college.
He went to
East Carolina.
I don't think he went to the university.
Right.
Give me that point, please.
Count it.
What the hell? What? Stop it.
Jesse,
I'm in the lead.
Starting the year with a win.
I'm in the lead, by the way. 3 games to 1.
That's not.
I don't think that's true.
That's accurate.
Yeah.
1 is my record.
No, it's not.
I think you're
Your
2 and
record is
2.
2 and 3.
2 and 3. Wow, that's embarrassing.
No, it's not. I'm not.
You've
under
lost
500.
2 games to Jesse
That's
and
right.
1 to Kyle.
I'm not under 500.
You're 2 and 3, sir. You've lost 2 to Jesse and 1 to Kyle.
And actually, to be honest with you, I don't think I lost 2 to Jesse. But
You don't.
really,
What do you mean?
What are you talking about? It's in the record book.
If we got 3 people involved, the loss should be out on everybody's. It should just be who gets the most.
Listen, pal, we're just
You're
living
the one up here telling lies about your record. If you want to tell the record in that
that
sense,
second loss, I don't know.
We're just looking for some
What was-
accountability at the podium here, pal.
tell me what happened.
Like, it doesn't matter what happened.
See,
It's not going to make anyone feel better.
see.
We should get rid of the losses. Wins only.
Okay, you have 2 wins. Jesse has 2 wins. Kyle has 1 win.
Well,
do you feel better?
expansion draft. Yeah.
See, well, now I feel worse. I want the losses out there.
Don't you have the same amount of losses?
You're also 2 and 3. This show is
It's bad. It's fine. It's still fine. If I'm in the dumps, I want them to know Casey's in there with me.
0 days with no nonsense on this program.
Bro, it's been 0 hours.
That's fine. It all started with the Mike Brown firing show.
Oh man,
what is going on?
What were
up
you?
here?
What were you doing when that happened? Were you like? Because I know I was chilling. I was getting ready. I was about to take Reese to basketball.
I had
shave a little bit, and then all of a sudden I get a text.
I had been moving all morning. I had just sat down. It's like, all right, I'm gonna chill. I look, Sham's tweet comes in, and I kind of just like sat there, like, do you go live? Like, what do we do? Like, everyone's supposed to be on break. So I kind of just sat there and made the decision before I text you guys, I'll do it. Like, I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna send the message, but I'm gonna go live. So I hit the station chat. Anyone want to stream? And then I just went on. I figured we're gonna have something because I already knew I was a little agitated by. I was agitated by De'Aaron's press conference, and I'm like, okay, I've had my feelings for a while about De'Aaron. Let's just go talk about him. Let's go talk, and we'll work through all of this as the stream is rolling. So I grabbed the bottle of Uncle Nearest, grabbed the whiskey glass, went upstairs, and then I know you text, which I didn't see for hours. I know you text at some point, but because I was trying to do the Instagram thing too, I couldn't respond on the phone. So it was just like, all right, let's KC jumped in, Kyle jumped in, James eventually jumped in, Trista, Will, just a variety of people. Bryce joined from Disneyland, Manny from Costco.
Manny was crosses 2 sticks.
We had callers, we had people, they just couldn't figure out that they had to unmute their stream to join us.
Good job, man. That was much needed at that time.
Well, yeah, I mean, it was tough. I really wanted to keep. So the intent was we'll go like 20, 30 minutes, whatever. Then you join us. Like, all right, we'll just go 20 or 30 minutes together. And then, Kyle's like, hey, I want to jump in. And then it just became this thing where I had actually started to shut down after everyone had said, like, all right, I think Deuce and Mo are live, go check them out. And then Trista jumps on. And I was like, TK's here. I ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
So I just sat and talked with Trista for 30 more minutes.
Good stuff. I listened to
like
all the way to
12,000 people watched that stream.
Man. Yeah, that was a trip.
Shout out to Keegan Muse for I was like, as soon as I said it, I was like, you better be prepared someone to cut that. And you gotta own it because you said it. And shout out to Keegan Muse because it's like 500,000 views over there.
A lot of people were feeling that way and still feel that way. You know what I mean? So
again, I don't want De'Aaron Fox traded.
I don't either.
But if that's what he wants, then fine.
I'm
not gonna fight it.
I don't want him traded either. I think I even said it during that stream. If he wants to stay, by all means, you sign him.
Absolutely.
And we'll figure this thing out.
Yep.
There's even a part of me, I know it doesn't necessarily work that way, and maybe they go the AD route, but like I might just sign the contract. Like, obviously, try to make all NBA, but sign the extension. You can always ask for a trade, but you may not be like. What if they don't sign? What if they don't trade you in the summer? What if they make it bleed into the next season, and then you can't get the extension?
Well, that's worse for the Kings. I mean, not worse. That's equally as bad for the Kings, because either you let him walk for nothing, which would be.
Well, you ain't even got to let him walk for nothing. You trade him at the deadline or something like that.
Well, so the other thought is you're at minimal value at that point.
And might be what I do if I want him around. Like, look, we'll trade.
We've established you're probably the worst general manager in history.
We'll trade you. You ain't getting the extra year. I'll tell you that right now. So you either sign with us and you get the extra year and the extra, what, $50, $75 million or something like that?
I think it's more than that, but yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot.
We'll just hold on to you until you're not extension eligible, and then we'll trade you. What you want to do?
You're always trying to strong arm your players. You know that?
I got a business.
It's funny how pro player he is until
I don't think he's very pro player.
I got a business to run.
You know what's funny is how adamant he is about Mike being fired, but like 4 years later, he won't admit that Luke Walton should be fired.
Not even going to do it right now.
Luke Walton, it was time for him to go. It's time
Well,
for him to go.
members of your family certainly felt that way.
I hated when they did it last week, and I still really hate it today. But did the Kings make any progress by firing Mike Brown towards solving any issues? Or did they make a move to make a move?
Yeah, like the thing is, though, if it was an issue we're not privy to.
Okay.
Because I don't like. There was.
And you fired someone, but it feels more to me on the outside like a scapegoat move more than anything. I don't know. There was progress made here.
No, I don't know if it's a I don't know if it's a. I don't think Mike was a scapegoat. Whether I think he deserved to be fired or not, something had to happen. And we talk about those Laker games and all that. Like that Pacers game was the most damning one of the year. They quit. I can't envision. Like if you had told me, man, these guys quit on Mike Brown at some point. If you told me that when Mike was hired, I'd be like, oh, that's like that. That sucks. If you tell me today, hey, at some point this year, these players are going to quit on Doug Christie, I'm going to call you a liar.
Yeah.
I'm going to call you a straight up liar. That's not happening.
It could happen, but I can't even fathom that.
Right.
Mike Brown, we don't know these things. But Mike Brown he wasn't but he was a problem. He was a problem with his lack of coaching. One thing that I wish Willsy was around, we could talk about it more, but you talk about that record in late games. I wonder what it was last year. I really don't know. And if we got another minus 500 late game, like that's where, to me, the way I look at it, that's where the coaching comes into play. Your late game execution, being able to get things done. And if for the last year and a half, they weren't good late in games, that's on Mike Brown.
Matt George set to join us coming up about 30 minutes or so. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk a little bit about the college football playoff. Of course, the Sugar Bowl is going on right now due to the just horribly tragic situation that happened in New Orleans yesterday. We'll talk a little bit about the actual games that took place and the format as well. Plus, more Kings Talk phone lines open for you, 916-909-1320. Steeler with KC. Thrilled to be back with you here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Securing, you were standing up for Marvin Bagley. What the hell do you know about anything? And look, I like you. You do a lot of good stuff with the clips and all this other stuff, but you thought Marvin Bagley was the answer.
Who's to say that it's wrong?
You thought Marvin Bagley was going to be the guy that we should hold on to. Like I said, I ain't got no problem with you, dog. I ain't got no problem with you. But when you talk about credentials, that is almost an automatic. Don't listen to this guy. And now you're just lying. I never said Luke was a good coach. I said we don't know because he had to play with your guy, Marvin Bagley. securing the Bagley. Yeah, all right. Well, once again, securing the Bagley. That's what I'm gonna call you from now. I ain't calling you what you tried to change it to, because you're trying to make people forget your history. Your history is securing the Bagley. That's what I'm gonna call you. Once again, saying things that I never said. Fine, where I said Josh Allen is trash. Yeah. We're gonna talk about 13th round tomorrow. We're gonna talk about 13th round. Securing the Bagley. What is securing the Bagley gonna tell me about basketball? Oh man. Like I said, it may came off some type of way, man. I ain't got no problem, man. I appreciate you. You've been a long time supporter. I appreciate that. You're entitled to your opinions just like everybody else. So it's all good.
You see, they've been making fun of Edge on Twitter because of his new name.
Say his name was Cope.
Well, they rated our superstar Cope.
Okay.
All right. If you say so, pal.
Him dude just stay taking L's.
Man, aren't we like 3 years removed from saying like, yeah, he should probably hang it up? Said that
Still
like
jumping
2-3
off of
years
cages
ago.
and all that. We're back.
Poor guys. Cope.
Will they let Sting go home yet?
Yeah, I think they let.
Oh man,
they let Sting go
Oh
home.
man, Sting still.
Oh, well, that reminds me. Right now, I saw earlier tweet says Ric Flair says he got one more match left
I
in him.
saw that. Like,
Come on, man.
Someone said throw him in there with Jacob Fatu.
I think he, honest to God, just wants to die in a wrestling ring.
Honestly,
Like he's been near death.
maybe
so
this
many
heart attack we
times.
won't fake or something.
Yeah, like just whatever, man.
Yeah, man, it's put him a fight too.
Wrestling's either cool or it's just really weird. There's no in between.
I can't wait for Monday though. I'm excited.
Yeah,
like,
I guess
I am too.
we'll
I am
be
too.
on KSFM, but I'm gonna
Oh, yeah, we
link up the
tapping in.
iPad and
Yeah, we tapping in.
send it to the screen, see
Yeah.
what happens.
Looks like CM Punk is about to beat Seth Rollins. Here's not like us.
You,
That's funny. That's funny.
yeah, UNC versus Baylor isn't going to get on the TV that night.
Not on Monday.
Did
Not
you
on Monday.
did you feel? I guess maybe because like Jordan playing for the Wizards, I had blocked out the time going to Spike and TNN, but I got a little nostalgic when I saw USA's goodbye video to Monday Night Raw. It's like, oh, damn.
That's pretty cool.
This is 20, 30 years? 20 years?
No, it's longer than that. No, they were on
93. So it's about 30
so,
some
but
odd
that's
years.
Raw. I mean, and that's obviously that's what they were focused on. But Primetime aired before that, starting in like the mid 80s. That went for probably 7 years, maybe. And then Raw starts in 93, and they only went to TNN for what, a couple years?
Yeah,
and then they went right back to USA.
When was Spike?
TNN and Spike are the same thing.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So they went to TNN, which, if I remember correctly, meant the Nashville network. And then that's when they are like, no, we're gonna be a man station. And so they became Spike TV. And then Vince gave the okay to Dana White should thank the WWE, because they went to Vince and said, hey, we have this idea, for a show that we want to air after yours. We think it'd be the perfect lead-in, called The Ultimate Fighter. The Ultimate Fighter changed UFC forever.
Yeah.
And it had that great lead-in from Raw. It did great even at 10 o'clock or whatever time it aired. And yeah, they lived on Spike forever. I think they still have a relationship with Spike.
There was a point where you could catch Monday Night Raw, maybe catch The Rock or whoever that night, and right after that, Kenny Caraway on Pros versus Joes.
Well,
kicking Chris Mullins' ass.
True story.
Good
story.
times. I love Pros versus Joes. This show, like, obviously I have fun, but I just like that show. And then,
Of course, you get residual checks every time Pros versus Joes is mentioned.
I wish
The Joes never won once, right?
No, they won the last one.
Oh, they did?
Football against
You
Michael
guys came
Vick.
pretty close.
Man, we should have won. There's a ringer in there. But the original Pros versus Joes was hella funny. Because like when the year I did it, it was like they kind of switched the format. They're like, all right, we want to get kind of competitive. But like the first one, it would be guys like Securing the Bagley talking crazy about De'Aaron Fox, and then he'd have to actually go out there and guard him. It just looked like a fool. Just look like a fool. And when they get them football too, they do like Oklahoma drill with like Jerome Bettis and this guy that's been
I think I saw some poor guy got lined up with Ricky Williams and he almost got sent to the hospital.
Oh man.
They used to destroy these people. That had a shelf life too, because after like 3 seasons, it's like, all right, I'm done seeing this. But
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a cool show. I enjoyed it.
Oh no, Drew Down saying bring back the man show. I don't know what that is.
What is that?
That was Corolla and wasn't it Corolla and
Not the
somebody
doctor.
else? No, because that was a
Is
different
that
show. Yeah,
isn't that
was
Love Line?
Love Line. But I thought Corolla had a show that was on the man show. Never watched.
I'm not sure that I'm comfortable Googling that. So
Yeah.
y'all tell me. Y'all just
What channel was that on again?
y'all could just tell me. Aldrin J talk about if you know, you know. Well, all right.
Okay,
Yeah,
I don't
hey,
want to know then.
Go
Fine,
ahead.
that's all I need to know at that point.
Go ahead then. They
that's
said
my
it was Jimmy Kimmel and Corolla. Wow. I do not remember this for some reason.
I never watched the show. I just remember Adam Carolla. Adam Carolla was on all those type of shows. Like the man show.
Mhm.
I'm almost done with Lost, by the way. Got about a season and a half.
Okay.
The middle of season
How
4.
are you feeling?
Now we're getting the flash forwards of when they're off the island.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
guess. Yeah.
So the one thing that I'll maintain about that show is that season, and I don't know the number, but the season where it ended and you thought they were having flashbacks, but you realized they were having flash forwards was spectacular.
Okay, yeah.
That was awesome. That I think was one of the best endings to a season of a TV show I'd ever saw.
Yeah, so it's starting to hit.
Because they did this pull-up thing where you think this is a flashback and then they meet each other and it's the girl from the island.
Yeah.
You're like, what? Yo, what is this? Like, and then you had to wait, half a year for the next season to come out.
That reminds me of one of the great. Okay, y'all gotta hear me out here. Y'all don't. I understand
Yep.
that y'all might not know or you may not
Yep.
understand. I understand.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the great moments I've seen, this is gonna sound crazy.
Yep.
One of the great moments I've seen in movies is I think it was Moonlight, one of the Breaking Dawn Twilight things, where they basically did something like that. One of the powers that one of the enemies had was they could see into the future. So they just said like, all right, something happened, people got killed, It was just a massacre, right? And somebody gets their head
You
chopped
said
off.
this was Moonlight?
Yeah, Moonlight or
It's not Moonlight.
This doesn't sound like
It's
Moonlight.
not Moonlight.
What's the because there's 3 of those movies. It's Breaking Dawn, Twilight, and I thought the other
You're
one-
talking about the okay, sir.
Oh wait, you're on
damn it.
you're on field 7. We're on field 2 over here.
Bro.
Wait, you're talking about Twilight?
Twilight, Breaking Dawn.
Oh,
and
I
what's
don't
the
know. I'm
third
not
one?
familiar with
Okay,
it.
well, I can
It's not
assure you
Moonlight.
it's not Moonlight. Moonlight is a very, very different movie.
Is Moonlight the one that won the Academy Award?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I don't remember what that was, but
Did you ever see it?
No, I didn't see it. I remember it winning though. But I didn't
Okay.
see it.
Well, you guys should go watch it.
But that was a fantastic scene. And I guess Twilight, Breaking Dawn. I don't know which one. It was the reason why I saw it is because it was like 2 weeks before Reese was born. And Jazz said, the one thing I want to do before I have this baby is I want to go see Twilight. And we went at like 10 p.m. and I took her to go see it. It was a good movie. It was a good movie. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
I don't think we've ever been more like off the same page in our lives doing the show.
Never. Well, he said Moonlight. Like
And I was like, yeah, Moonlight was a great film. I was like, what do you got?
It was.
And I was like, you said Moonlight. I was like, huh? What are we
I
gonna
was
hate on
really
you for Moonlight?
So
for?
what's funny is he doesn't know what Moonlight's about. So when you're talking about a great scene in cinema, I'm like, where are you going with
Well,
this?
Moonlight, no, so Moonlight is there's a black dad and a son, and something happened, right? Like something that got taken away or killed or something like that, right?
You're missing the overarching description of that movie. And so to go from the Man Show to Moonlight was a little like, I don't know where Casey is going with this at all. So I'm sure there's New Moon. I don't know what the other. I know I've never seen a Twilight movie before.
Those are actually pretty solid. I don't know when I'll see it again. Well, it's always on TV, so Jazz stops and watches it whenever it's on. But
Twilight was a movement when I was in middle school.
Eclipse
might have been the third one. That's what it was. Yeah. I was gonna tell you guys. I thought about this because I haven't watched The Office. I'm not gonna lie to you, but
everyone knows that.
I have been heavy on Snowfall.
What season are we on?
We're on season 4.
Okay.
And I thought I'm sure it gets better and everything works out. I thought they could have ended it with that last episode of season 3.
Yeah.
Season
Spoiler
3,
alert. Spoiler alert.
Refresh my memory.
Season 3, they started off in an alternate universe for Franklin, where he goes to college.
Right.
And
right.
If they would have flipped that as to how he got like a real life and how he got into the game, I thought that would have been fantastic.
Okay.
But they didn't. And they kept going. Season 4 is fine.
The ending of Snowfall it's flawless.
I'm not liking how you're not liking the show.
I like it.
No, you're not liking it enough. This is one of the greatest shows of all time.
I like
think.
Snowfall a lot. It's a good show. It's a really good show. I'm enjoying it.
Is there a show you love?
Yeah, maybe that's the thing.
The Wire.
The
You
Wire.
love The Wire.
The Wire.
Okay.
That, and so
Do you
maybe
love
that-
anything else
maybe
besides
that's
The
what-
Wire?
Maybe that's what Jesse is hearing, because I've always heard the two compared. And I'm like, Snowfall is good. It's not that, but it's really, really good.
The Wire, nah, I would have never compared those two.
Well, they just do it because it's
Drugs and black people. No, I know.
But I
But it's
enjoy
just like you
Snowfall.
compared Force to Wire season 2 is because it was drugs and white people. So it's fine. The only thing Force didn't have were boats.
That's it. That's it. Snowfall is dope though. I'm enjoying the show. The one thing that is a little frustrating is they keep going back to my man, and I know it's part of the story, but it's like
That doesn't change.
Yeah,
it doesn't change.
It feels
I
like-
kind of felt the same way too, but
it's like I keep kind of forcing storylines.
I felt
Well,
that
you gotta
way
have more
about
than
his
one.
partner lady.
How?
I thought the partner lady was a lot. I don't have any problem with Oso.
He's cool. It's just I just got to the point where they killed the police chief, and that was crazy. That was a crazy little. First, how the police chief did what he did, and then how they went back and got him. That was crazy. It's a good show. I enjoy it. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably about in the next month. I'll probably finish it.
Like I said, always say when you get to the tiger, just push through it.
Yeah, just get through. There's a little stretch that you got to get through.
Be like, oh wait, this is what Jesse was talking about. Let's keep watching that.
It's kind of like every great show gets to the end is near moment, and everything sucks until the final season. It happened with The Sopranos. It happened with Entourage. It happened with.
Oh man,
it happened.
I love Entourage too.
Yeah, but there was also a stretch where it's like, what is this?
It's time
this
to get
is
out.
Trash.
It's time to get out.
And then they used the last season to tie everything up in a nice little bow, and everybody goes home happy. And
I feel like
The
that
Sopranos.
was
I thought the final season of The Sopranos was brilliant.
I hadn't seen The Sopranos. That's one that I ain't even gonna lie. I don't know if I'll ever see The Sopranos.
Was it the third season of Atlanta when they're in London?
Yeah.
See, that felt like they ran out of stuff to do. For me.
Donald was like, I'm done.
Yeah, Donald knew he was done.
Because they did a season 4 too, right?
I
Or
thought
was it just the season 3?
I thought it was just 3.
Oh, okay.
And Donald, it felt like Donald might have been contractually obligated to do season 3.
The thing with those episodes though is they're kind of like, all right, he wants us to think. So you have to sit down with like a pen and a paper, like, okay, what does this mean? Okay, who's that guy again? Oh, is this
It's like the Jordan Peele movies now?
Yeah.
Well, look, Donald Glover had like at least 3 episodes that pertain to nothing.
Oh, absolutely nothing. Yeah.
There was a standalone episodes.
Yeah.
Didn't
Those
pertain
are the
to
ones
anything.
people love the most.
Yeah. So yeah, I love that show. The one thing that I do like about Snowfall, or not that I like about it, but just that I'm always like to see, is I'm seeing some of the memeable parts, right? Like I saw when Franklin yelled at Leon.
Oh, in the car?
Yeah. You're not gonna destroy what I built and all this stuff. I haven't gotten to Jerome talking about Taylor squabble.
Jerome is the best character in that show.
Yeah, he's up there.
Jerome is the best. Oh,
He's
that's what I
up
was gonna
there.
say. You know who's really
He's up
good? He's
there.
not like considered the best character because he's probably not on long enough. Is the guy? I'm drawing a blank on his name on the show, but the LA gangster in all the movies in the Wood.
Oh yeah.
He's a really good actor for like what he does.
Oh, he's on there
really,
for a while. Yeah.
He does a really good, just in general, like not just on that show, but just
he was.
Is he the dude in? I'm drawing a blank on the movie from back then, but
The Wood. He was in The Wood. He was
in The Wood. He was on Get on the Bus.
Yep.
He was on like a couple other.
He literally plays the LA gang member in
every time, but he does a great job with it. Does a great job.
Sup, little homie? Like it's just like him. I feel like they just, hey, be yourself.
That's it,
all right, man.
That's
it.
it.
Is it DeAndre Bonds that we're talking about?
Oh, I don't know if that's his name.
What'd you say his name was?
DeAndre Bonds, because he's I forgot his character's name in Snowfall.
It's not Stacy. It's
Yeah, Stacy from The Wood. That was his name.
Stacy in The Wood.
Yeah, Stacy.
But Scully in Snowfall.
No, that's his name.
Scully.
Scully in Snowfall. Yeah, that's who.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
He's
really good.
He was born in Los Angeles in 2001. He was convicted of manslaughter
I do remember hearing about that.
in the death of his aunt's boyfriend. He finished a 10-year sentence at California Rehabilitation Center. Okay, and I guess went back to making movies.
And I forgot he this wasn't one of his like LA gangster ones, but he was in Sunset Park. He was Busy Bee. I remember that. He did a good job.
That's right. Yep. I always remember as Stacy. Stacy in The Wood.
Sit in the back of the car.
Your big ass in the back of the car. Little kid got more heart than you. Hello, he gets all, that's my sister. I gotta protect her. Your ass in the back seat.
Hey, what you doing? Your ass in the back seat.
Little kid got more heart than you.
And a little bit of an update. You guys want to apologize to Marcus Freeman a little bit?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Shout
I'm
out
good.
Marcus Freeman. I gave him the
Okay.
sign earlier. You ain't even show him no
I
love.
didn't see it.
Well, he was
Shout
on
out
TV.
Marcus.
He just scored again right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Marcus Freeman might be going to the semifinals.
Wow,
Y'all
from how
said
they
he-
talk about Notre
well,
Dame, you'd expect it to have 5 national championships.
Well,
in the
y'all
last
said
20
they shouldn't
years.
even be in the playoffs.
Who said that?
Well, no, resume wise, you knew they were getting in.
Oh yeah.
But you were saying, they always choke. It's
Well,
different
at
with
least they're
Marcus
being-
Freeman.
well,
Beating
maybe
Georgia
it
doesn't
is.
move me. Whatever.
Maybe it is. I think this system is a little flawed. I think they have some things. Like, now, to be clear, I wasn't sold on Oregon. I thought Ohio State was going to beat their ass. I didn't think it was going to be like that.
I was beaten.
I did not think it was going to be like that at all. But I don't. It doesn't. I don't. That was the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
They had to play Ohio State.
That's tough. That's tough.
Like, man, I don't know. It feels a little flawed.
The one thing I think they should do.
Shout out to Arizona State too. That was a classic.
That was a great game. It was the best game we've seen so far in these playoffs.
Yeah,
It was the greatest college football playoff game. Well, actually,
Well,
they had the college football playoff before this. It was just 4 teams. But that was a great game. But
Yeah.
I think they should reseed after the first round.
Hmm.
Because that's tough, man. Ohio State is arguably
I
the best
think,
team in the nation.
but I think part of and I guess this is no different than what the NFL deals with is I guess all leagues, like Oregon's the Big Ten champion. And like their reward for being the number 1 seed was to play Ohio State in the first game that they played.
That's tough, man.
I mean, I guess the reward is the bye,
Mhm.
but that just felt like, man. And I think you called it out when the brackets came out. It was like, man, that's a tough draw for the number 1 seed.
Yeah, man. They had a
You
tough
saw
road.
why.
Yeah. So, Ohio State moving on against Texas. That's going to be a great semifinal. That one's going to be in the Cotton Bowl, so that's going to be damn near a home game for Texas. But Ohio State travels. Like Ohio State going to have fans wherever, so it's going to work out. It's going to work out.
Adam L asking, okay, real talk, is Michigan a good team? No, Alabama's just really bad.
Yeah, Michigan. Like I said, Jamal Morey did a good job in the last couple months as far as they won some good games. He had a good recruiting thing, so shout out to him. But I'm not sold that he's a great.
You had a nice
coach.
tweet about him.
Yeah, and people said it was shade. I could understand why you might feel that way, but I wasn't trying to shade him. I was actually trying to give him props for being better than I realized, at least in the last couple months. Hey, do me a favor.
Mm-hmm. Do what? This dude right here.
First day back.
Man, like, what?
How do you do this here?
No,
I get at Sky River after a drink, but how does that happen here?
Working with goddamn children, man. Goodness gracious. I was looking for a way to transition to the Kings, but at least they didn't run off to the bathroom like KC did. Matt George going to join us in just a couple minutes. Before, and obviously we'll be locked on Kings, as some would say, when Matt joins us coming up in a few minutes. Probably no need to get into this too far. Cavs and Thunder are playing out of this world right now. Thunder, I think, have won 12 straight. Cavs just beat the Warriors last night, I think, for win number 8 in a row.
Are they the team to beat in the East?
Nah, because Boston is 24-9 and they're still the defending champions. Cleveland's really good, though. Cleveland can win a championship.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Cleveland is good enough to win a championship.
The Knicks have been playing well too, but Cleveland kind of reminds me of Boston last year. I think they're just dominating.
Here's something that I have legit never once considered. And I guess this is probably dumb. Can Oklahoma City win the finals?
I see them as the team that'll get to the finals, but they're not ready yet,
They're
so they'll lose in 5 or something like that.
27-5.
Not this year. They can win the finals because I think they'll get there, but I don't think they will.
I don't think so either, but I don't know, man. 27-5 is kind of crazy. Do you feel better?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
I'm back.
Can the Thunder win the championship?
Yeah.
I never considered that until like very, very recently, where it's like this isn't like a cute team. Like this, they might
No, they got everything.
They might win.
They got everything you need right now. They
Mm.
got everything you need. I look at them. I put Cleveland in there and Boston as like real championship.
Yeah. We were
winning
just talking about
teams.
both of them. Yeah.
Yeah, man. I think OKC, they can play a number of different ways. They've got a guy in Jalen Williams who is a great number 2 to SGA's number 1, and then they've got the paint covered. You know, when Holmgren comes back and with Hartenstein, like they've got everything you need. The one thing that I want to see from them is in the playoffs when things slow down and people zero in on you. Last year, and I don't hold it against him because it was his first real shot at it, Jalen Williams kind of struggled a little bit. Did he learn? Is he going to be able to bounce back? Is he going to be a guy that took from that and made it a learning lesson and is able to, you know, do better the second time around? I think he will. I think he won't struggle like he did last year. And if he can do that, I think that's the key to them winning it all, or advancing farther than what they did, I should say.
Is Devin Carter the key to the Kings winning it all? Because we've been pushing off a discussion on this G League debut. I know we got to it, and then we got like sidetracked. I don't remember how.
When we started talking football, yeah.
Oh, that's what happened. That's right.
Is Matt with us?
Yeah.
Matt was there. He was there. So he can talk about what he saw.
There's a lot of
in person with Devin Carter. He played really well.
There's a lot of rumors about Devin Carter. He might play tomorrow. He might play for another team really soon. I guess it just depends on what you choose to believe and, you know, what could actually happen. But Devin definitely got people buzzing with that debut at the Golden One Center. We'll talk to Matt George of ABC 10 and Locked On Kings when he joins us next here. As good old JR would say, we'll take our last commercial break. We'll come back. We'll talk Kings basketball till the top of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. There he is. Matthew.
Matty McQueen.
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm good. It's a good day. Day off. Got my D-Lo and KC hoodie on.
There you go.
Man, my man.
I'm in a good vibe.
Anything wild and crazy for New Year's?
No, actually, we my wife's best friend's baby daughter was born on the 31st last year. So we went down to Manteca and had a little birthday party for her. And then we came home and the youngin' fell asleep and Britt and I just watched a movie. That was it.
What movie did you watch?
Gladiator 2.
Oh, I had that one. On the docket and just didn't get to it. Did you like it?
Denzel is fantastic, as he always is, but he's very, very good. I liked the story. I thought it was different and compelling enough. Some plot holes, but I don't care enough to really talk about it. But it was good. It was entertaining. It was fun.
I actually never saw the first one.
Oh, come on now.
I don't really like period pieces.
Wait a minute. No, I didn't see the first one. I'm thinking of 300.
That's Russell Crowe, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you not entertained?
Now that I think about it, I haven't seen it. I was thinking of.
Oh my god. Oh my god, both of you.
300 spawned the workout phenomenon. The 300 workout.
Those abs, though.
Those abs, that's what everybody remembers. 300 abs.
I wouldn't put 300 and Gladiator in the same category, though. I know they're kind of period pieces, but 300 is made to be like an epic mythology type style, and 300 is, Gladiator, they try and make it pretty historically accurate and fun. Except for small, tiny, itty-bitty spoiler, there's a scene in Gladiator 2 where they're in the Coliseum, they're doing a naval battle in the Coliseum, so they pump in the ocean water, and they have sharks in there. I'm like, okay. Yeah, they just put sharks in the Coliseum. Okay.
I'm gonna check it out though, because I do want to see Gladiator 2 with Denzel, and I don't want to see that without seeing the first one. So, are they related like that? Like, do you think
Oh yes. You need to watch the first to understand the plot of the second.
Gotcha.
100%.
I watched Wicked, so that's
how was that?
It's fantastic.
Have you ever seen the Broadway show?
I have.
I didn't.
Hang on. Matt was about to unleash a take on Wicked, man, and I'm dying to hear it. Go ahead.
I unknowingly watched Wicked on Broadway in New York. I knew that part, but I unknowingly realized later when I found the playbill years later, but that Idina Menzel was playing. Idina Menzel, that's what made her famous is Wicked. And
how long ago was that?
I was in middle school, I think.
Oh wow, that's pretty dope.
Yeah, it was crazy.
That's pretty dope. They actually, Glinda and Alphaba make the original Broadway. They make appearances in the movie, which
really?
There's a lot of really cool little Easter eggs in the movie. Like if you know the story, there's like, and obviously if you know the story, but if you know the Wizard of Oz, there's like little breadcrumbs. It's like, I think he's, oh, I know what happens to you. Like that happens through the whole movie.
So is it like a prequel?
Yeah, it basically it's like attempting to tell the story of evil, like how the Wicked Witch became the Wicked Witch, and like mostly everything, it's racism. so you go watch it, and no, she's ostracized because she's different.
Yeah.
And then it leads to, she realizes she has these powers, and it just leads to where we're at when some people who didn't know this, and I feel bad for them, watched 2 hours and 40 minutes and didn't get a conclusion.
Yeah.
You got the to be continued.
First act.
Part 2 is next year.
Way to ruin a wholesome movie.
Yeah. But the scene, the end of the end of the act 1 is just like iconic, because the end of the movie on the big screen, what everyone's watching, that's the end of act 1 on the play. And it's one of the most iconic scenes from the play. But I loved it. Like, I love The Wizard of Oz. I love that whole story. And Wicked is my favorite Broadway play that I've ever seen. So I enjoyed the movie a lot.
Before we talk Kings, can I share with you what my Christmas present was from my wife? And you're both gonna roll your eyes at it, but I'm very excited about it.
I don't think I will, but go ahead.
In May, we are going to, I don't remember the actual name of it, but the Orchestra Symphony Hall in San Francisco, where we will watch a Lord of the Rings movie, and the orchestra and choir will perform the score of the movie while we're watching.
That's awesome.
I'm so fired up. I'm so fired up. It's expensive as hell, though.
That's all right.
That's really
all right.
dope.
Like KC says, you're not going to miss the money.
Nah.
So it's fine.
You're not.
Well,
do what you got to do.
Are you going to miss Mike Brown, though? That's the real question. A lot has happened since we last talked. Kings have won a couple in a row under Doug Christie. And that's the story. Doug Christie is the head coach. Mike Brown was let go. I know we've talked privately about this a ton. You've had Locked On Kings podcast. KC was on ABC this weekend. Let's start here before we backtrack. How do you feel after last night's win? A couple of wins in a row for Sacramento. How do you feel after they were able to string together a couple of wins?
Yeah, what I've been able to do, which is I guess hard for some people to comprehend or wrap their brain around, is separate the feelings for Mike Brown with the feelings for Doug, right? Because there's no way that being pro Mike Brown and adamantly against Mike Brown being fired has anything to do with Doug Christie and the love that Sacramento has for that man and the desire to see that man succeed. And I've said it multiple times since Mike Brown's firing. I would rather be dead wrong about Mike, and Mike is the number one problem of this Kings team, which I absolutely don't believe it's true. But I'd rather be dead wrong about that if Doug succeeded and the Sacramento Kings were good, then I'd rather be right and celebrating losing to prove that I'm right. So last night I thought was a blast. I thought last night the way that game ended, I thought embodied who Doug Christie was as a player, right? And I was watching Doug almost exclusively during the fourth quarter, paying attention to the action too, but my eyes were on Doug, and he was coaching his heart out. He was up, he was active. I clocked when Malik Monk was taking free throws. He pulls over De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis for a quick chat. That started the 15-0 run. Like, challenged him, said, be aggressive, like kind of lead by example. That's where the 15-0 run started from that point, if you include the made free throws that Malik made at the time. And then I
love the idea that Mike pulled De'Aaron and Domas over and said, all right, boys, let's go on a 15-0 run right here and put this thing away.
And they said no. And then there was the timeout when after Malik tied the game, the 76ers took a timeout, and right as they're coming back on the floor, Doug grabs all five of them, brings them together, and is fired up, like animated, like, let's get this stop. Let's get this win. That's when DeMar DeRozan got the steal. I think his first steal was that play, or maybe it was the second steal. Regardless, like, I just thought the way the Kings played defensively, how they closed out that game, and the activity on the defensive end that led to the offense embodied who Doug was as a player and who Doug was to Sacramento. And it was cool to see the team take on Doug Christie's energy in that moment. So I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed last night. Plus, the Golden One Center was extremely loud, and it had me shaking my head at some point. Of course, I'm biased because I'm one of them. But Kings fans packing that arena when this team has been in turmoil, to say the least, over the last week, and this team is not just bad, they're terrible at home. And that arena sounded like a playoff atmosphere. I mean, it was a really fun, enjoyable night.
You know, I don't know if there's any difference between the two, but you bring up the crowd at the Golden One Center, and that caught my attention as well, because I remember going to the game against Indiana after they had lost to the Lakers 2 times, and that was game 4 of that 5-game homestand, and I just said that the morale is low. Like, we were just kind of there to be there. It didn't feel like they were excited or hopeful or anything like that. And I wasn't there the last 2 nights or last 2 games, but man, it certainly felt like everybody was into those games, man. Everybody wanted those wins. They came off really loud on TV, really engaged, and that's good to see. You know, that's good to see, because I talk about you know, how much the players have gone through as of late, and they've been kind of beaten down. Well, this fan base has been kind of beaten down the last week or so, and you know, to still want to go out there and see these guys win and be excited for that, I thought that was really cool to see from the people that were in attendance, and salute to them.
Well, Doug is very media savvy from the time that he worked in radio and that he worked in television, so he understands how to play the game, and he definitely knows the words to say, and he also understands this fan base very, very well. So he knows the words to say to inspire the fans. The question's always been, does he know the words to say now to inspire the team to kind of meet that fan energy? And I like how Doug ended his press conference last night after the win. He basically said every time Kings fans, whether they're leaving the Golden One Center, every time Kings fans are finished watching a Kings game, he wants them to say themselves, damn, they played hard. regardless of the result. That's what Doug wants. That's what he thinks the fans deserve, but that's what he wants the fans to feel and the fans to see after every single game. And I would argue that if we're saying that, more often than not, the Sacramento Kings are probably winning games.
Matt, so how did we get here then? How did we get here to where Doug is the head coach? Because you laid those things out. And we talked earlier how Doug has a very calm approach publicly, but he is very just relatable. He's easy to talk to. He's easy to listen to. Like he's just a very relatable guy. It's why fans have loved him through all of the different roles that he's had for so long here in the city. But what happened with Mike? Like, how did we get to the point where whoever made the decision that it was time to move on from Mike Brown made that decision 30 some odd games into this season?
Well, time will still tell, but for Doug, it may end up being that Doug finally got to the right place, but he got there for the wrong reasons. How did we get here? We got here by the continued incompetence of the organization. All too familiar incompetence of the organization. This is a play out of ownership's playbook that we have seen multiple times over the last decade and some change. Since Vivek Ranadive took over the Sacramento Kings, he has had a quick trigger with head coaches, and he has used opportunities to move on prematurely. Now, while the Mike Malone, and sorry to bring that up, Casey, because I know how you feel about Mike Malone, the Mike Malone situation and the Mike Brown situation are not the same thing, but there are parallels. There are parallels to especially the treatment. That's what I'm most disgusted about. I'm most disgusted about the treatment of Mike Brown and how this whole thing went down. To have him coach a practice, to speak to the media, to fire him over the phone on the way to the car. That is embarrassing. That's incompetent. That is insulting. And even if you don't think Mike Brown is your guy, even if you want to ultimately make the decision to fire Mike, I agree with that wholeheartedly to begin with. But to make it worse by doing it the way that you did and not showing Mike the same respect that he is owed, considering he is one of, 3 coaches in the history of Sacramento to actually have any sort of success. The first coach in 12 since Rick Adelman was fired to actually get this team to the playoffs. And that was a year and a half ago, guys. That wasn't 4 years ago. A year and a half ago, this man became the first ever unanimous coach of the year. Now, I understand you have to make decisions based off the present, not based off the past. So you can't make a decision to fire a head coach because of your inability to find the right coaches in the past, or because he won coach of the year a year and a half ago, which, as we've seen, that award can kind of be the kiss of death for coaches a lot of times.
Not kind of.
It is the kiss of death a lot of times. I understand you don't make decisions based off of that, but that has to play a part. And you have to think about where you've been and where you're trying to go. And does firing Mike Brown sound like what this organization should do to take a step forward? Absolutely not. It sounds like what everybody is recognizing it to be, falling back into all too familiar incompetence. So basketball-wise, time will tell if it was the right decision to get rid of Mike Brown. But how this organization has handled it, and then I know Sean Cunningham has talked about this, James Ham has talked about this, not putting somebody in front of a microphone or a camera, or forget that, in front of the fans to explain not just why they made that decision, but why they did it the way that they did. It's incompetence. But unfortunately, it is par for the course of this organization. And it is something that I thought the Kings were finally moving past. And it started with day one of Mike Brown stepping into the press conference and preaching about the soul of the organization, and all levels have to be on the same page. I felt like Mike, most of the time, was the only guy that wasn't just saying it to say it. Mike was actually putting action behind his words, the accountability. He put action behind it. A lot of players in that locker room, a lot of members of that front office, Ownership, I don't think they can say the same.
That's good stuff.
I actually thought you was going to cuss him out.
No, I'm not going to curse him out. No. I mean, like I said, I think Mike Brown is a good coach, man. I just think there's he left some things to be desired, and there's some things that I think might have rubbed people the wrong way. Like, I think back to like that introductory press conference. Do you guys remember who was there? And he talked about how much he loved this dude.
Was it Rashawn?
No, it was Davion.
Oh, Davion. Yeah, Davion. That's what.
Oh man, we need more guys like Davion. He does this and that, this and that. And then for whatever reason, Davion wasn't around after a while.
Because he got 2 seasons of context with Davion not holding up his end of the bargain. Davion being a black hole on offense. Like, that's a sorry, that's not fair. That's a weird example, because as great as Davion could be defensively, Davion didn't look like he knew how to fit offensively. Now, part of that is on Mike Brown and the coaching staff for sure. But Davion wasn't good enough to be on the floor, I think, enough over the time that he was here in Sacramento. He didn't play well. And we saw Mike Brown pull Davion Mitchell aside in training camp his first year and not call Davion out, but use him as an example to coach up what he was doing wrong. So this was from the beginning.
Do you notice how everybody got a problem? Everybody. Name me one person that Mike Brown hasn't had a problem with. Their play or anything like that. Everybody got a problem. Everybody don't do this right, don't do that right, don't do this right. Oh. Everybody. Name me one person.
Okay, but that's not fair too, because Mike Brown
he talked about De'Aaron. Publicly, you don't talk about Domas. No. Malik got into
publicly, he doesn't.
Malik got into it with him a lot.
And he was always the first guy to tell you in a press conference. He was always the first guy to tell you that he and Malik butt heads, but he loves Malik and loves what Malik brings to the team. And Mike has also constantly pointed the finger back to himself over the 3 years, constantly taken ownership for decisions that he's made. Constantly.
Well, Drew Down brings up a good point. Harrison Barnes never did anything wrong.
But all I'm saying is everybody got a problem. And this is what I talked about when I talked about Doug Christie. And I think this might have been an issue with Mike Brown. It feels like Mike Brown always focused on what people couldn't do. Doug Christie is a person that focuses on what you can do. Every time somebody was out of the rotation or couldn't play, it's because of what they can't do. And I think that would rub people the wrong way. That would rub players the wrong way.
From my perspective, it was Mike Brown not being content with what you are labeled as. So, for example, Malik Monk, you are labeled as an offensive-only player, but I'm going to get something out of you defensively. I think I can hold you to a standard defensively where you can do more. Like, and he felt that way against, I'm just using Malik as an example. He didn't single Malik out. That's how he was with this. That's how he was with De'Aaron Fox from day one. And Fox responded to it. He came in day one preaching about how good Fox would be defensively. And Fox's growth defensively over these last 2.5 years has been exponential because he held Fox to that standard. And Mike's belief was if he coached Fox and Domas as hard as he possibly can, harder than anybody else, that everybody else would have to fall in line or would have to follow because of the accountability that started at the top. If those guys were willing to do it, and I understand it may have rubbed people the wrong way, but he also finally got results out of this roster. Granted, it was a relatively new roster when he took over, the amount of changes that Monty McNair made that offseason when he was first hired. But I hear what you're saying, KC, 100%. I just think that painting a narrative that Mike found the negative or found the wrong in every single player and focused on that, I think is 100% false. I think Mike.
It's not every player, but think of all the just sit here and think about all the players that didn't do something he didn't like and wouldn't play. Terrence Davis, Sasha, Davion, Keon, Kevin.
Half those guys are out of the league right now. They're not NBA players, or they're not right now. Clearly, people agree with him. Terrence Davis hasn't had a job since he left Sacramento. I like
Well,
TD.
he tore his Achilles. Like,
That's-
let's stop with this Terrence Davis
I
slander.
like TD, but he's
Metsu's one of those guys. Alex Lynn is one of those
not in
guys.
the league. Alex Lynn, yeah.
All I'm saying is, I think it's not something that he did like continuously to the detriment of everybody, but like he did it. He did it.
I can't remember if he played for him or not, but I think you're missing one of the best examples. But again, I can't remember if he played for Mike.
Who's that?
I think he did. Keita.
Keita did play for Mike. Yeah.
Neemias
1 year.
Neemias is a good ball player. He just couldn't. Mike couldn't figure out how to get him on the floor. And that, and to Casey's point, that is actually something that frustrates me too, with Mike. And I would say it in real time. Like, I don't understand. You constantly talk about NBA teams like, oh, they found this diamond in the rough. Oh, they found this guy. They found that guy. Well, the Kings found Keon Ellis. And Mike was like, I kind of want a better version of Keon Ellis. Bro, you don't have one. Like, you found Keon. Like, thank God you found Keon. Find a way to utilize this, and he couldn't. Like, the situational role player, situational bench player that he dropped after that first DMP was like, man, that's crazy to me.
I think
absolutely crazy.
The biggest problem with Mike Brown was he was stubborn. I think that was the biggest issue with Mike. Mike was firm in his convictions and stubborn to waver. Doesn't mean he didn't waver. He was stubborn with things that his coaches brought to him suggesting he should do. But Mike was very, very firm in what he believed this team had to do. Stubborn to the point of, as we talked about last year, the emphasis on defense taking too much away from the offense. When Mike would look you in the eye and he would tell you, I'm okay sacrificing a little bit of the offense for the defense to improve. In theory, he's correct. The problem is he sacrificed far too much offense at that time. But Mike also laid out for the media and shared with us before that doesn't mean that he just punted on offense. Doesn't mean that they only drilled defense and then walked away. They still worked primarily on offense in practice. He was asking for the same thing that Monty McNair took the podium after drafting Devin Carter and said, we are looking to fill this roster with guys that can do it on both ends of the floor. That is what Mike demanded out of every single one of his players. You are not going to be a one-trick pony. If you are, you're not playing. That was what Mike expected. So if you only did it on one end, even if he was a defensive coach, hey, look at what Kessler Edwards does on the defensive end. Kessler Edwards couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat from 3-point range. So Kessler Edwards didn't play. KZ Okpala got the starting opportunity, was a black hole on offense, did not play. That's what Mike did. Mike enforced looking for two-way players, and he didn't have enough of them on this roster to the fault of the front office. He had too short a leash with some guys like Keon Ellis, which is inexcusable to me. And he explained his reasons why, and I don't buy it, or I never really followed it. So he's not been perfect. But Mike held this organization to a standard higher than, hey, we'll score a bunch of points and maybe make it out of the first round. Mike had a higher bar than that, and he stuck to that, and it cost him his job.
He hasn't even made it back to the first round yet. Like
100% fair. 100% fair.
And I'm a Mike Brown fan, but it's like I don't. Matt, there's a reason that this season is where it's at.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying at all that the reason is Mike Brown. I'm saying we've all been around this long enough. Everyone listening has been fans long enough. When you have expectations and things go this south, something has to change. The easiest change is the head coach. But just because it's easiest doesn't mean that it's the wrong one. Unfortunately, I don't think we have the answer to this yet, but it feels like there was a disconnect between Mike and the players, and that is not something that would birth this season. It feels like something that started to take shape last year. Once the newness had worn off, once the hey guys, we did it, we broke playoff streak, all of this, beam, great. It felt like, well, it started that second season. We all believed that the Chris Duarte, Kevin Huerter thing was a fumble. I used the term entitled all of last year when watching that basketball team play. I thought they were entitled. That falls on Mike. And here we are.
Not to interrupt both of you guys, but now I'm thinking, didn't Sabonis say 5 games in? Like we came in there doing things different than last year.
I don't know if it was 5 games in, but yeah,
It was after
100%.
they lost 3 in a row. And
we had to have a talk.
Yeah, and he told Jake to shut the hell up.
Well, he didn't tell him that, but that's kind of what he told him.
But he was like, yeah, we had to have a talk because we came in here and just completely wiped out the things that worked last year.
Oh, yeah, Domas, what did you guys talk about?
Don't worry about it.
That's exactly what he said.
And it's like, yeah, we just wiped out all the stuff that worked out last year for
Yeah.
whatever reason. Like, why did we do that?
Yeah.
For what? Mike Brown's got a lot of good qualities as a coach, as a head coach. He does. But I do think he was part of the problem. He wasn't the problem, but he was part of the problem.
I agree with that. I don't think it's not fair to say anybody is the problem completely. It's also not fair to say anybody is not part of the problem or absolved of blame. 100%. Mike takes ownership and takes blame for it. My biggest issue with the firing is exactly what you said, though, D'Lo. I believe Mike Brown lost his job because it's easy. I think Mike Brown lost his job because of the circumstances, not because he wasn't good at his job. And that's what bothers me the most, because I mean, this is just the way it is for coaches in the NBA. And Mike Malone said the same thing when speaking up in support of Mike at his press conference, Mike Brown. Like, just because your front office is harder to move on from doesn't mean that they deserve to keep their job. They don't. Like, I think Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox deserve to lose their job because they decided, with the exception of the DeMar DeRozan move, they decided to essentially stay put and be patient. And while they've been patient, other teams have taken pieces they could use and retooled and jumped them in the West. They did that. They've recognized a problem and not addressed it. This team is undersized at every single position. One thing KC says that I think is 100% true is this roster as built is better than what we've seen this season. And they should be, without any upgrade, 100%. But clearly, this team is plagued by the same issues as last season, which the front office has not addressed. And at the same time, I do worry. Again, it's easier to get rid of a coach, much easier than it is to get rid of players, and your roster is kind of what it is. But I don't give a pass or a handout to the players who quit on Mike Brown or who refuse to play hard under Mike Brown because they did not like him. If that's who you are, I don't want you here. I don't want you on my team. You're soft. If that's who you are. Because people are pointing out, look how hard they played for Doug Christie last night. They've been capable of playing that way for Mike Brown. Now, motivation, whatever the reasons, I'm sure, positive that Doug did things different last night than Mike Brown would have done in those circumstances and in those instances. So I'm not going to say blanket black and white statement. But I do believe that, one, it's pretty common we see after a coach gets fired and an interim steps up. Usually players play hard for that interim coach. We saw it years ago. I have a vivid memory in my mind of, I'm pretty sure after, was it Paul Westphal was fired? Was it Kenny Nat that took over for Paul Westphal? If I'm not mistaken, it was Kenny Nat. Or is either Kenny Nat or Keith Smart?
I think it was Keith Smart.
It might have been Keith Smart. Live in this era again. What are we doing right now?
But I remember because the Kings won their first game after that happened. And there's a picture of Mike Brown hugging either Keith Smart or Kenny Nat. I think it was Keith Smart, giving them this big old hug. And they have these big smiles on their faces. How good was that team? They were terrible. That era sucked. So players typically play harder for an interim head coach, especially one that's as well liked as Doug Christie is. But if it ever came out that the players chose not to play as hard as they should have and as hard as they are expected to for Mike, but they're playing now for Doug, I think that's
I don't think that's a thing.
Well, but some people are making it out to be again as an argument against Mike, which it shouldn't be an argument, period.
I think the only thing you can point to, and we see this in sports, is the Indiana game. They didn't make the decision to not play hard before the Indiana game started. they were getting their ass kicked, and when it came time to like scratch and claw like they did last night in the fourth quarter, they just quit.
Mm-hmm.
You saw it. Like it happened at home. Like it happened in front of 17,000 of your paying patrons. Like,
sure,
this team just quit. That's why we thought Mike. We alluded to it on Sports Sunday all night. I'm sorry. we alluded to it on this unnamed television show we were on all night that we thought Mike would be fired. Sorry, Matt.
Believe it or not, I missed that. Sorry, I didn't know that context.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, I thought Mike was getting fired after the Pacers game. And when he didn't, it was like, okay, they're going to see this thing through. And they just waited a little longer.
I think I from what I understand, the plan was to see it through. As far as I understand, the plan was to keep trying.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the few parts of the Ramona Shelburne article that I read from the league source side of things that I didn't completely roll my eyes at. But I do believe they were 100% trying to make it work. Because I also I don't believe the organization is dumb. They're not dumb. These are very bright people from ownership all the way down. I know they know how this is going to look. I know they know how this is going to come off. What I don't think they took into account, though, fully is how their past would carry weight into a decision like this and how well respected Mike is around the league for the things that he's done. So I do believe they were trying to make it work. And I understand I left the Pistons game thinking the Kings are going to make a mistake and fire Mike Brown after this game. But I think we all could feel it after the way that game ended. And some people saw Mike Brown's post-game press conference after that game as going out in a blaze of glory. I don't think it was. I think that was Mike Brown doing what he would have done the same thing if he had full job security in the world. I think he knew exactly what he was doing and calling out De'Aaron Fox like that. And I think Fox is maybe the guy in that locker room that has responded to that better than anybody else. I also believe wholeheartedly that Fox had nothing to do with this firing.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that with every ounce of my being. There is no reason to believe that. There are no signs that point to that. It does not make sense that that is the case. So I don't believe that press conference should have weighed into the decision of Mike being fired. How the game ended, I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back, and I said as much on the podcast. I still think the wrong decision was made, but the reality is it's been made. Now the Kings can hopefully try and move on. And here we are in a situation where even though this team is still 4 games under 500 and I still has a lot of work to do, with the way the West is, they're still in it and they got a lot of time. So
yeah, as tough as the West is on paper, they have they've kind of given teams like the Kings and the Suns and the Warriors an opportunity to
might
stay
be tough,
alive.
but there's openings.
Yeah, to stay alive because there's a lot of teams that are in the same relative area as far as not running away from things. So you still have that going for you guys or for the Kings. Let me ask you guys a question. You tell me which one is worse. If Vivek wanted to fire Mike Brown and Monty said, I don't think we should, and Vivek said, fire him anyway, or if Vivek wanted to keep Mike Brown, but Monty said, I think we should fire him, and Vivek listened to Monty.
You're asking what's worse? So go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, the first one's worse. The first one's worse. Because, and I say that because the second one, I don't think would ever happen.
Why?
Because I don't. Well, actually, you did put the caveat there at the end that Vivek listened to Monty, but I don't. Again, I go off of history. I go off to track records, and I'm a big believer of actions speak louder than words. When a lot of people are talking, what do the actions say? Actions of the history of this ownership suggest the exact opposite to that scenario. So I would not believe that would be the case, but I would absolutely say that Vivek going over Monty, which we have no idea if this happened or not, but Vivek going over Monty and firing Mike or forcing Monty to fire Mike, I think would be, I mean, we're talking now, that's just step one to the front office being fired and a full reset happening, which maybe needs to happen.
Yeah. I don't think people can make up their mind on who fired Mike Brown. It's fascinating.
And I don't know. It goes back to what we always say, right? Like we always talk about it. And I'm not saying Matt is doing this, but it's just what happens. When something good happens, Vivek got out the way. When something bad happens, he overstepped. Like it's the same thing. Like the fact that it's inconceivable that Vivek was like, I don't really want to do this, but Monty was like, I think this is what you need to do. And Vivek said, I'm gonna let basketball people do basketball things.
But has he earned that? Has he earned that belief? The skepticism is based off of his own history, his past.
But like I said, like we talked about this a number of times. Whenever it's bad, it is always the same thing. Whenever it's good, it's not. Like even down to the Mike Brown hire. Vivek didn't want Mike Brown. He wanted Mark Jackson.
But let's be realistic. We're only talking about one person. That's all we're talking about. Because we're talking about Michael Malone. We're not talking. Someone make the argument to me that Alvin Gentry, Luke Walton, whoever the hell else has coached this team since he took over, make the argument that any of them should have kept their jobs.
I think there's more than
okay,
their jobs, sure. I do think they're kind of on the opposite.
Should Dave Yeager have kept his job?
I mean, we all know how that went down with other issues with members of the front office and having to draw sides and pick sides in that sense. But
and real quick, Matt, just to be fair about it, man. What's the story behind Mike Malone being fired? Pete wanted him gone.
Did it, yeah.
Pete wanted him gone and wanted George Karl in. But that never gets brought up.
So what the consistent sounds like is that Vivek hires the wrong basketball people.
That's what it sounds like.
And Monty and Wes maybe. Well, I think anytime you hire a dual general manager, anytime you hire someone who interviewed for the job that they didn't get and just go, oh, be his assistant. Yeah, I think that's a little sketchy. But tell us about Devin Carter before we lose all our time.
Poor Devin Carter. We've never
we tried. Like you saw him on Saturday. There are rumors all over the place. He may play as soon as tomorrow. There's rumors all over the place. He may play in Brooklyn. What was your takeaway watching Devin Carter this weekend?
He was red hot shooting the basketball, and I don't mean this in a negative way, but I think it kind of masked how he was playing. Okay. Watching him in person, I think he was playing at about 75%. For what we believe Devin Carter to be and what we saw Devin Carter, looked at Devin Carter as coming into the league and when the Kings drafted him, that what we saw in the Golden One Center was not that version of Devin Carter. Devin Carter was not known as a guy who's going to hit, 4 threes or 5 threes. And that's not Devin Carter, or from what we understand, Devin Carter. If he can get hot like that, fan-freaking-tastic. But that's not who the Kings drafted. The Kings drafted a two-way, energetic, harassing defender who will run up and down the floor, play with pace, and he showed flashes of that. Now, I have realistic expectations. It was his first game back after shoulder surgery, so I wasn't expecting to see that version of Devin Carter. But I just caution fans. He scored 29 points. He did what he was supposed to do. He dominated the G League. NBA players dominate in the G League. He did what he was supposed to do. But the way he played is not consistent with how he played in college. Mm-hmm. So I was excited to see it, happy to see it. His finishing around the rim was really, really good. He tried to get downhill. The jump shot looks weird, but it goes in, so who cares? Or at least it did on that given day. But what makes Devin Carter, that energy, that hustle, we did not really get to see that beyond short bursts because he looked gassed because it was his first real game action. And he was moving his shoulder a lot too, trying to make sure everything was okay. And he talked about, because he's had the same exact surgery on his other shoulder, which I think is his right shoulder. And he said when he had it in high school, it kind of spooked him a little bit because he can hear popping and crunching. He can hear cartilage breaking, and that's what he told us. So I think it was a test, and he aced it. He aced his first test. but who we saw inside the Golden One Center, I don't think is fully accurate to who Devin Carter is as a player. He's not going to come into Sacramento and suddenly start for the Kings and score 29 points and go 6 of whatever from 3-point range. He's not going to do it. But if he can be that, I think that's even more than what we expected. Or if he can do that from time to time, that's even more than what we expected coming into the league.
Great stuff, Matthew. Great stuff. It's been a busy couple of days for you for sure. We appreciate all of the great work you do over there on ABC 10 and, of course, Locked On Kings. Make sure you're following Matt across all of his platforms as the Sacramento Kings look to turn this thing around with Doug Christie at the helm, and it'll continue tomorrow at the Golden One Center against the Memphis Grizzlies. We'll be back here to get you ready for that beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, nobody.
Nice job, Matt.
Thanks, guys.
You are the man, Matt George, man. Great stuff, man. Great stuff with Locked On too during the whole this past week or so, man.
It's been crazy. I appreciate the support from everybody. I do want to say really quick before I wrap up, because I can't find it, but I saw it while I was scrolling through. Somebody saying like, Matt, you're just upset that Mike was fired because you like Mike. First off, yes, I do like Mike and appreciate Mike a ton. And let me tell you why I appreciate Mike. Because Mike would take the time with a media member to explain something. When you asked Mike Brown a question about something you didn't understand, he didn't blow you off or roll his eyes at you like so many of these other pretentious pedestal coaches do around the league. He didn't just dismiss it as, see, the media doesn't know what they're talking about. Mike would, and this got caught on video and it happened off the record too. Mike would, whether it was taking us out onto the court or grabbing guys and using them as figures during a media scrum, Mike would walk us through what he was trying to do and what was going on. And he did it not to show us that he was right, because he would tell us multiple times, hey, I may be wrong. I may be wrong. And if I am wrong, you can call me out or you can say what you got to say. I may be wrong. But he did that so that we would understand it and we would understand what he was trying to do so we could better cover it and better talk about it and better analyze it. He did that for us. And he did that by extension for the fans to give us a better idea of what the Kings were trying to do and who he was. That's why I liked Mike Brown. I also liked Mike Brown because I'm a Kings fan through and through, and I grow up through the hell that was the coaching carousel over 12 years. Mike Brown was the first, I think Mike Malone would have been had not everything not gone down, but Mike Brown was the first one during that time that actually preached change from day one and got the freaking job done. That's why I liked Mike Brown. So I see these comments and I just want to understand. Yeah, I know. Poor guy. He's still alive. He's doing fine. I've actually talked to him. He's doing fine. But
oh yeah, he's doing fine. He's getting paid for the next 3 years.
Got that right.
I mean, De'Aaron shouldn't have said it, but he wasn't wrong.
I'll just say, like, if the amount of people that are coming out in support of Mike Brown are against the firing, it's not just because we liked Mike Brown. It's because we either believed in what he was doing or we saw the work that he was putting in. And it's different from a lot of what we've seen in Sacramento over the last decade and some change. So just wanted to express that to people so they understand.
Tell them. Yes, sir. Next time, just tell them to shut the fuck up.
I don't know if they can say those things on Sports Extra or whatever, but by the way, shout out Casey for coming on the show. D'Lo must have been sick or something. I don't know. I can't remember.
We don't get invited to Sports Extra, to be fair. But anyways.
So Casey gets game 1 of the NBA Finals. D'Lo, you get game 7 if it happens.
Oh, that's cold.
No.
That's cold. Just trying to make everybody happy.
Casey, thanks for coming on too, man. It was great.
It was a lot of fun, man. A lot of fun. You guys always do a great job.
All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for being with us. If you're still lingering around YouTube, could you hit the thumbs up before you go? I know that's not a thing we do as much as we should, but hit the thumbs up, subscribe, do all of that good stuff, and we'll do it again tomorrow.
Yeah.